Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US 30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Welcome everyone. Good morning. Thanks everyone for joining. We're going to get started in a few minutes here. Welcome.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the live session of Stocks Sniper Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US 30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Big session ahead of us. Big long session. Welcome everyone. Welcome Stocks Sniper Trading. Thank you guys for joining. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. I don't even know what to say. Do I say good morning? Do I say good afternoon? Do I say good evening? Do I say good night? It is right now. It's just after 2 a.m. Eastern. It's late nights. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter, guys. I want to have some fun tonight. We're gonna go till 9 a.m. Eastern. So we're gonna go for 7 hours. We'll have some breaks in between, 5-10 minutes here to grab a drink, take a piss, have a smoke, all of those things. Okay, guys. But we're gonna have some fun. So I hope you guys enjoy these sessions. I love doing these long sessions. I used to do these a lot back in the day. I had a lot of fun with doing these. So I hope we can have a good time, and we'll get more and more snipers entering the room as we get more into the New York hour. So it might be private, like for us. There might not be a lot of us on YouTube and in Zoom right now because of the time, but who cares? Let's have some fun. Okay, guys, so rules for today. Just trade with proper risk management. Whether you're trading or I'm looking for a trade, whatever it is, let's all just get in a good habit of using proper risk management. That's the only way how we can learn how to make some money in these markets, guys. We're not gamblers here. We're serious traders. So let's take it candle by candle, but understand that high leverage, forcing trades, impulse trading, revenge trading, getting pissed off, all of these things will not get you anywhere in trading. It's just gonna play mental games with you. So try and avoid that, guys. Okay. So first thing is we're gonna so going into London. London is about 55 minutes. This is pre-London right now. We'll go through the news. We'll go through earnings right now. It's big earnings. I don't know if you guys saw, but 5 minutes ago, TSM is reporting right now. That's Taiwan Semiconductors. They're reporting right now as I'm speaking. So we'll see what the results are. Then we'll go over earnings. Also, it's Netflix earnings today in the after hours. I hope you guys are aware of that. We'll go over, to start going into London, we'll do gold and DAX. What I have on my screen here, we'll do gold, top-down analysis, and also for DAX. DAX is German 30, German 40. It's the German stock exchange. So we'll watch this till about 4 a.m., and then we'll start to do a little analysis on NASDAQ and US 30, and maybe we'll even look at Bitcoin, how it's doing too. So we can do a lot of things, okay? And if some of you guys want to do some currency, you guys let me know. Maybe we can look at a currency pair as well, okay? But first things first, let's get started with Forex Factory. So this is today's news, Thursday, 2 a.m. right now. So this is Let me just refresh this. This is what we got going on currently. So we've got some stuff coming out of the UK. Average earnings index, claimant count change, unemployment rate is going up. We can just see right here, 4.6%. That was the forecast. Actual 0.1% increase. Unemployment is going up. That's not good. Anytime unemployment is going up, it's not good. More people are don't have work and they're looking for work. Okay, we want to kind of get the unemployment numbers down as much as possible. That means that you got a good, healthy economy where you got a lot of working individuals contributing to your economy, and there's a lot of jobs. So that's a booming economy. So when we start to see unemployment rates going up in the UK, in Canada, where I am, in the United States, for example, it's not good. So we want to get these numbers down. And then also at 5 a.m., we got some more news coming out of Europe. Final core CPI year over year and our final CPI year over year. Then we move into our North American block, okay? And then this is where like around 6, 7 a.m., it's pre-New York. And then we start getting into New York securities opening up, pre-market trading. And then we got some news over here in the U.S. So we're going to have some big red folders coming out of the U.S. today. Number one, core retail sales month over month. It looks like from negative 0.3, they're forecasting a positive increase to 0.3 positive. So we'll see what the core retail sales are. Core, if you guys know, the word core is probably, you're starting to see it in a lot of folders. Core means when we're talking about this, it's a change in total value of sales at the retail level, excluding automobiles. Okay, so if you guys are going out there and buying your fancy Lamborghinis and your Ferraris, this doesn't take that into account. Okay, so it's excluding automobiles. The next reading, the next folder we have is the actual retail sales month over month. This one will include your Lamborghinis and your Ferraris. This one is your retail sales overall, everything. Okay, and then we move into our weekly unemployment claims. So you guys are familiar with NFP, the first Friday of every single month. That kind of sums up all of the jobs in a month in government. This is more weekly unemployment claims, week over week. So last Thursday, it was 227 individuals, 227,000 individuals applied for unemployment last week. And they're forecasting an increase of 6,000 individuals to 233. So we'll see what this actual number is coming out at 8:30. And then we start to move into if you are trading, I'm going to wrap it up at 9 a.m. I got some shit to do, but at 9 I'm done. So I know it sucks. It's right before Wall Street, but I gotta do a lot of things tomorrow. Start off early. That's why I'm trading with you guys all night, and then gonna pull off an all-nighter. The following day, Friday morning, we're gonna do more of a 7 to 10 a.m. session where we'll go through Wall Street on Friday morning. Okay, but Dave is taking over post New York today, so there'll be a little bit of a break, and then Dave is stepping in. Okay, so for the snipers in Zoom, you guys got a lot going on today. Okay. And throughout the day, we got some 10 a.m. news, business inventories in the U.S. We got some FOMC speakers. Natural gas storage will be coming out. So you see that you have your crude oil inventories. We got some natural gas storage. Notice that this is day one of our G20 meetings starting today. And then we got FOMC members throughout the day. You guys know the most important individual is Powell, and he's having some beef lately with Mr. Donald Trump. Donald Trump wants to get rid of him, but we'll see what's happening. So that's all in development. So that's news for today. Earnings, like I said, right now, Taiwan Semiconductors is coming out right now at 2 a.m. We still don't have a release yet. Maybe it's still pending, but this could move the markets because TSM is a massive company with chips in AI and tech. So if you guys are familiar with those companies, NVIDIA, AMD, SMCI, TSM is up there with them. Okay. We also have earlier in the morning going into New York, we got GE Aerospace. Pepsi is a big one. Pepsi and Coca-Cola. You probably see Donald Trump is talking about Coca-Cola. Anyone know about the news about Coca-Cola and Donald Trump? I don't know. Maybe you guys know, maybe you don't. But he's in the news talking about Coca-Cola getting rid of the sugar and using sugar cane. So he's kind of hinting on that. So guess what I put on my watch list? I put Coca-Cola on my watch list, and I'm watching the option chain. I want to see if anything is moving, anything abnormal volume, because when Donald Trump is saying something, the markets normally move whenever he opens his mouth. So if he's talking about Coca-Cola and thinking about changing one of the main ingredients to sugarcane, I'll be watching it. I don't know about you guys, but I got it on my watch list. Cintas is over here. You got some. Remember, this week was heavy on big banks in the U.S. Reporting. We have those big names. So we also have some regional banks, smaller regionals, U.S. Bancorp, Texas Capital Bank shares. So there is some smaller regionals reporting throughout the week, but the big ones have already reported. Okay, so that's our news in the morning. But big after hours news in the at 4, I believe it's 4 or 5. 4 p.m. We have Netflix. Okay, so I don't know if you guys care or about Netflix. You know, whether you watch it or not, the markets move with Netflix. It's moving like all-time highs. It's been pumping lately the last 6 months. We'll see if it can continue its bullish momentum into the close, and then they report their earnings. So they're looking at just over $7 earnings per share and about revenue over the last quarter of $11 billion. So listen for subscriptions. Like if you're following this Netflix for the last 3 months, have they introduced any new shows? Anything new? Like I remember when I was following it in the previous earnings. I know that I watch NFL. They were hosted a couple NFL games on Christmas Day. That was big. They got a big contract for those games. They also had, if you guys remember, Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson. That was hosted on Netflix. That kind of boosted their subscriptions, and that's what took them to new all-time highs. So since then, have they been doing anything? Have they got any new shows? What are they doing? You know what I mean? So that's how you can follow securities, and that's how you can make some money with these things. You got to follow what they're doing, right? You can be a shareholder. You can be just a person that subscribes to Netflix like me and watch TV. But when I'm watching TV, I'm also thinking of what they're doing. You know, if I want to invest in this company, if I want to buy it, if I want to trade it, maybe they have horrible shit coming on and they're canceling and subscriptions are going down. I'm paying attention to that because when I go to the option chains, I could look to purchase a put and short the company. So anything, whether doesn't always have to be positive news. If you're starting to follow these companies and you see some negative publicity, something is happening with the company, it could be internal, it could be external, but I'm paying attention to that because maybe I'll look to short the company. Okay. Interactive Brokers is also in the after hours. Some of you guys trade with that platform. It's a fantastic trading platform for stock trading and option trading. I believe it's global. I believe everyone around the world can download and trade off of Interactive Brokers. So that's a big one out there. And they're also reporting. They're a publicly traded company as well. So that's our earnings today. Quick in the news right here. Netflix. Can Netflix keep up its hot streak? The stock is it's up 40% this year. Investors are watching Thursday's earnings for signs to see if this rally can last. So that's what I was just talking about. Netflix is big. Their after hours earnings at 4 p.m. today. Powell is always in the news here with Mr. Trump. U.S. stock futures waiver with Fed drama, retail sales, and Netflix on deck. So Trump is trying to get Powell fired because he wants those interest rates lowered as soon as possible because the U.S. has approximately about $7 to $10 trillion of debt coming up for refinancing in 2026. And just like you, if you have a mortgage coming up and U.S. has kind of like a mortgage coming up to refinance. They're in trillions of dollars of debt. And if you have a high interest rate, you're going to have to pay more money on that debt. So that's why he's trying to get it as low as possible so that he can restructure a good deal and pay less interest over time. So that's developing right now. Zuckerberg is in the news here, pouring billions into plans for personal superintelligence. Republican senators caution Trump against firing Fed Chair Powell. Trump eyes tariff rate of 10% or 15% for more than 150 countries. We've been talking about these tariff threats for 3-4 months, and kind of we're still talking about this. So it's still ongoing. You know what I mean? yeah, you maybe are getting sick of tired and hearing about it, but the market moves when there's tariffs. Tariffs talk is cooling off. It's good. It's getting back on. That's how the markets move. So, maybe the market has already baked in all this tariff talk because it's been ongoing for months now. So maybe the market is waiting for something new, to some new catalyst, some new shit to talk about. Australian unemployment unexpectedly jumps to a 4-year high. What's going on in Australia is probably the same what's going on around the world. Everywhere has high unemployment. So, it could lead to a possible recession if unemployment continues to increase. Not just where I am in Canada, not just United States, my neighbor next door, but you can see Australia, UK, everywhere. What we just talked about is showing high rates of unemployment. Okay, so it's global. It's not just North America here. Okay, so Walmart is cutting hundreds of store support roles. Okay, so Walmart, like when they're starting to cut jobs, from senior staff, from managers, who knows, then it's going to trickle down to just the people that are cashiers, you know what I mean? So that's how it all starts. It starts from the top and it moves down in some of these companies. So that's got to keep an eye on that. Walmart, it's a publicly traded company. You can trade that company as well. What else we got going on? Okay, so TSMC right now, 13 minutes ago, reported quarter two profit surge 60% reaches historic high. Holy shit, guys! That's a lot right here. Right here coming out, the world's largest contract chip maker posted a 61% jump in second quarter net profit right now, beating market forecasts and hitting a historic high as it benefited from the surging demand for semiconductors used in AI applications. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, whose customers include Apple and NVIDIA, saw April-June net profits rise to 400 billion or 13 billion here. Wow. Okay. So that could, get the pre-market moving. It might cause a green day, if NVIDIA follows this lead, if AMD, SMCI, the tech sector maybe follows, and then other securities, who knows? It could be a bullish day in the markets with this news that's already developing. That could really push the S&P and specifically NASDAQ. Okay, so that just got reported right now, came out. Like if we go to our earnings over here, let's see. Sorry, I was in the after hours. Get rid of these ads, and here we go. No, still not even released here but it's already came out. Okay. And then just continuing over, guys, on Discord, we got some news over here. So on Discord, there's, if you come under Indices, there's US 30, NAS100, DAX. So we're going to be trading DAX, Wall Street and FTSE. That's the England exchange. Slip as traders weigh on ongoing tariff turmoil and UK inflation data. So we'll see what's going on here. Okay, so if you want to read any news, guys, part of trading is a lot of reading, research, doing your analysis, your due diligence here, looking up companies. You can click on these links and it will take you over and you can do a little bit of research. So if you want a little bit on US 30, a little bit on NASDAQ, a little bit of DAX, you got it there. If you go into the commodities down here, you can see we got headlines already on gold, on oil, on silver. So those are basically the securities that we trade. And we did a blog on this Eris mining company. So we can read about it in the blog and learn more about it. Could potentially look for an opportunity to even trade it. It's hitting it's had a lot of shareholder dilution and a lot of reverse stock splits. But it's a gold mining company. If gold's at all-time highs, maybe we should take a look at these companies. Okay, so let's just continue real quick over here, guys. Everyone on YouTube, thank you guys for joining. I appreciate you guys. There is a free Telegram link pinned at the top of YouTube for you guys. So this is where you're getting your YouTube lives. We got everything we do here at SST. This was a smaller flip account over here, and I'm just showcasing in the last 3 months, it's up almost 46%. So So sometimes you can even flip small accounts. You don't always have to flip big accounts. This is a game of percentage. That's a pretty good gain in 3 months, 45%, average about 15% per month. I'll take that all day to the bank if I can get 15% per month. So it's just looking for good sound securities. In the last 3 months when the market dipped, it was good opportunities to buy. And then if you're in good sound sectors and securities, when the market recovers, and then maybe how to utilize dollar cost averaging if you're on a growth account. So it's not just trade. It's not like scalping where you can get stopped out and this and that. This is more of a different style mindset of trading. This is more long term. If you get a good sound security and it dips 5%, that's not time to panic and hit the alarm bells and hit the stop losses and just exit the trade. That's an opportunity if it's a good sound security and you believe in it, and that's an opportunity to add more shares cheaper and lower your average. Then eventually, I don't know how long it will take for it to recover. Maybe it might take 5 minutes, maybe it takes a day, maybe 1 week, maybe a month. But when it eventually recovers, you got more shares and you can go up in profit. So it's a different mindset. It's not just swing trading, it's more investing, but it's a different way of just getting stopped out of a trade. Like if you're buying shares of Apple, Netflix, like Nvidia, you might buy right now at the all-time highs, and then it might dip, like let's say 5% in the next month. But I don't think Nvidia is going to go bankrupt. I don't think it's going to drop down to zero. That yes, you're going to be in a little bit of drawdown, but that might allow you to buy some more shares at a cheaper price and lower your overall average. Then when Nvidia recovers, you're back in profit and you got more shares. So that's it. It's a different perspective. It's a different way to look at the markets and trading and things like that. Okay. And also here, guys, in Dave's session, our trade setups and signals as well. We recap those. We got promotions going on right now at SST. And also, guys, we're giving away a free $15,000 prop firm account and a 3-month membership with us here at SST. Just go on our Instagram channel and tag a friends and like that. And the instructions are all there. But we're giving it away on Friday morning to a lucky winner. So congratulations to whoever gets that, and I hope you guys are serious about trading because it's a good opportunity for you. Guys, this is our website. If you want education, we've got lots of education with myself and Dave over here, and we're going to continue doing more and more and more education because we believe education is where it's at. The more knowledge you gain in the markets, the better you'll be. Okay, slowly but surely you'll get there. It takes time. It's not a thing that happens overnight. And we do have our blogs that are available to everybody over here. So you can see we did one on trading in the golden zone, retracements, fair value gaps, our weekly outlooks that started early this week, trade breakdown on that gold we were just talking about right here. I can go over it, but we'll have time later on to go over it because we got to do some charting here as well. And then this was that Eris mining company. We'll go over that later on when the market is a little bit consolidated. We'll come back and do some education, okay? So are we good to go, guys? We're going to do gold, and we're also going to do DAX, okay? Because we got about 35 minutes till London market opens up. Gold is dropping right now. It looks like it lost its good support level right here at 3338 and just dropped, closed below and pushing down. So we'll see, maybe it might find some support, but let's do a top-down analysis, okay? So we're going to start off with gold. And we're going to work our way down, okay, to lower time frames. We're going to start off on the daily, bring it down to the hourly, and then finally to these 5 minutes. Who knows what will happen today? It's a freestyle session. We might even jump into the 1 minutes for a little bit and see what's going on, okay? Everybody on Zoom, thank you guys for joining me. I know it might be early for you guys. It might be your morning for some of you guys. But for me, it's 2:30 in the morning. But I don't care. I got a coffee. We're good to go. And I got some energy. Welcome, Mike. Thank you for joining. Tikanis. We got 2 mics here. Thank you, both mics, for joining. Samuel, thank you for joining the marathon. Mohamed, welcome. Good morning. Denny, I should move to Vancouver to do this. Yeah, you're correct. I should. Vancouver is beautiful, and it's good trading times at this time too. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Maybe the housing prices need to come down in Vancouver for me to come over there because I can't afford it, Danny. It's too expensive over there for my blood. Conrad, welcome, and Duty Free, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining me, and also, guys, everyone on YouTube. Welcome, guys. Got to show you guys some love too. 20 Gold, Habibi, welcome. Thank you for joining. Grand Rising to you. Crypto Man, you're at work today. You're gutted that you're missing the session. It's all good. Diang, welcome. Thank you. And thanks for Diang for joining up as a lifetime member. I look forward to meeting you on our Sunday sessions and trading for a lifetime together. So thank you. WNMAC, welcome. SBG, Berries, RJ, what's up? What's going on? Arun, welcome. Vivian, thank you for joining. Okay, let's get started here. So gold on the daily, okay? Let's check out what's going on. Holy shit. I have another chart with DXY, and those 5-minute candles just went off my chart. US dollar just pumped right now. Why? Could it been caused by the TSM reporting? You know, maybe that's what it is. Who knows? Okay, but Bhavna, it's 1:30 p.m. in Thailand right now. Wow, that's nice. Almost 12-hour difference. Holy. Okay, guys. So let's get started on the daily. So if you've been with me lately, you guys probably know what I'm going to do, what I'm going to talk about real quick. Maybe it's new people on the call, but we got to reiterate it we had this big push right here on these are daily candles, mind you, okay? These are not 5-minute candles. These are daily candles. So this was 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. You had a bull flag and it continued where we hit our all-time high. Most of you guys are aware all-time high is sitting at 3,500. And most of you guys now are learning all about the psychology of the markets. The markets are an auction, okay? They're an auction just like any other auction. If you were to go to a car auction, there's bids on a car auction, there's asking price on a car auction, there's multiple buyers and sellers at car auctions. Same thing, but now it's not a car auction. It's an auction for gold. So we gotta understand that it's auction, and for efficiency of an auction, to get more transactions, to get more volume, they like to transact at psychological areas, nice whole numbers. Just if you understand like math, 5 plus 10 is 15. If you just told me someone bought something at $5, someone bought something at $10, I'm $5 and $10, big difference. But if I add them together and I divide them by 2, I get $7.50. That to me is a fair price, right? So we're looking for those fair value gaps, those fair discount or premium areas, depending if you're selling or buying. Vivian, please stop. Hold on, guys. I hate when it starts off like this. Just spamming the YouTube. It's a big. I hate it. Just stop. I don't want to have to time you out. We don't have moderators here, but I like to look at the chat if people are asking important questions. Just stop. Can I give you $30? I don't have $30 to give you. I'm dead broke. Okay. Even if I had $30, how would I give it to you? Just like it's. I don't even know why people do this. I give, if I had you here, I would give you $30 in person. I would give you $50. But right now we're doing a live session. There's no way how I can transfer you some money right now. So just stop spamming. Okay. Okay. You're not going to stop. So sorry guys. I'm just going to time it out and because it's very distracting. Oh God, I can't stand this sometimes. sorry, Zoom. Don't worry. I've been on YouTube for 6 years. I get used to this stuff. Dave doesn't have the patience to do this sometimes. Okay. let's get ready. Okay, so where did I leave off? Our all-time high. You see how it's kind of distracting, guys, and you lose focus. So that's why when I'm scalping 1 minute candles, I like to scalp 1 minute candles alone, as silly as it sounds, but there's no distractions. I'm fully focused when I'm doing things like that. So some of you guys like to trade alone. I do too. Trading in front of an audience is nice. It's fun, but sometimes, you're not just trading, but you're streaming too. So you want to be entertaining, but you still got to stay focused at times. I don't know. You guys try live trading and tell me how it is. So everyone says, "Oh, I can do this. I can do it." I say, try it. Try it for a day. Try it for a week. Try it for a month. Try it for 6 years, and tell me if you're still sane. It's not easy. It is not easy. Okay, guys. So does everyone know what I'm doing right now? Do I have to explain exactly what I'm doing, or do you guys know what I'm doing? This allows me to continue to do more advanced things if you understand what I just did with those red and green boxes. If you have no idea, that's why I'm telling you guys, you got to pay attention. That's how you learn. If someone was teaching me how to trade, I would be paying attention to what they're doing. If I don't know what they're doing, I would ask a question, a question that pertains to what I'm doing, not about, asking me for $30. Do you want to learn how to do this or not learn how to trade? I don't know. I've learned myself how to trade. I don't need to be here, but I choose to be here because I want to help people learn how to trade. But you gotta come here to learn. You know what I mean? You gotta come with that attitude to learn how to trade. If you're not, then you're just setting yourself up for failure in trading. So hopefully most of you guys are here to learn. What I'm doing right now is I'm locating the all-time high, the most recent pullback from the all-time high, the high-low range, and then I see the volume trading in between here. I'm starting to see my area of resistance right here turned into a double top, turned into a triple top. So it's still a red box. Now we've attempted it 3 times. So 3 times resistance. Now it's turning a little bit into there's some supply there. It's not just a resistance level. A resistance level is like 1 time, but a second time is showing stronger resistance. A third time is showing real strong resistance. So it's starting to turn into a supply zone. And this is like a support zone. Okay, right there, support. So it could be turning into a demand zone. We came back into this green box, came very close right here on May 29, and it came very, very, very close on June 30th, but it's still moving a higher low, higher low. So you can see it's moving up from here. So right here, you see how it's kind of consolidating in this daily block right here. On last Friday, that bullish candle. We got a lot of impulse breaks, but then it came right back down on Monday and Tuesday. And then look, midweek reversal, Wednesday, we came right back up, and then they put it right back down, and now we're coming back down on Thursday. So are we going to get a second bottom like right here today, or is this an M pattern coming down on the daily? Right there, it came down, there's our neckline, came back up, and look at it pushing right back down. If this was a 5-minute setup, we could look for an impulse break like on a 5-minute candle, or you wait for this body to kind of close below there and maybe come up and retest this, and we might be selling off down like this. Jay, we will be smoking some J's today. Yes, we will. I'll be taking breaks to smoke some joints. Absolutely. That's the only way I can stay sane here. So, guys, I'm telling you in advance, this is a 7-hour marathon. Okay, so there's going to be some breaks where we got to take a piss. There's going to be some breaks where we got to grab something to eat, make a coffee, grab a drink, and there's going to be a break where you're going to see Ron go for a smoke. Okay, it has to happen, right? Okay, so but the stream will still be live. You'll still see some candles moving up and down, but we got to take a break. Okay, and you guys should too. Okay, so now what do I see up here? I see it. Like this yellow line, 3,360. Okay, you see how many impulse breaks there was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 impulse breaks above that yellow line. Do you guys see any volume that closed above that yellow line? I don't. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so that's telling me there's a lot of sellers up there that are rejecting those buyers, bringing it down. Okay. But look right here, this 3323 area, 3322 area. See how it's holding support right there, holding support right there, holding support right there. So you see it's not really breaking as of yet. Do I see any bearish volume closing below there? I don't yet, okay? This daily candle has 14 hours plus still to go. So it could come down here and catch a wick and go back up. It could come all the way down, break this, and impulsively break, okay? So let's follow yesterday's volume and how it's moving into today. So yesterday opened, had a little bit of a low, came up really, really bullish. It filled this wick on Tuesday. It filled Monday's wick. It actually broke for a new weekly high above Monday, but it still did not transact in this big red box above us. The sellers were there. They rejected it back down and closed right there. So do we have a point of interest on our daily candles where we closed and where we opened like a transition? Yes, we do. We can clearly see it. We closed right here yesterday. We opened right here today. $3,347. When it opened, it was initially bullish. It opened and the buyers were there. They were pushing it up. This candle was blue, 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 and stopped right there. Okay, so it's showing me a lower high resistance from all of the other wicks. Okay, it's lower than this one, lower than this one. We're still lower than that one. We're lower than that one. Okay, so it's lower highs off the top. Okay, and that's our highest point of the day, 3,352. So when it came up there, the sellers were there. They absorbed those early buyers and put them in drawdown. Started pushing down. This is a big bearish candle, bearish candle, bearish candle. We are at the lowest point of our candle right now, going into London market open in the next 23 minutes. Right there's the lowest point, okay? 3,329, I would say. So are we going to continue breaking this low and continue drop? If we do, where are we going down to? Okay, so you see where I have my yellow line there? I'm just going to bring it right up to those bodies right there. That's where we closed on Tuesday. That's where we opened on Wednesday, yesterday. So if we continue come down, maybe it will come down there, 3,023 and 50 cents, okay? But then I see a wick and a little bit of a zone right here on this big bullish candle, okay? So you know when you're looking for those fair value zones or whatever you guys call them these days, right there. See the most recent low wick yesterday and that high wick right there? There's a body of volume right there, concentrated right in there. You can clearly see it. You see this big green box that I've kind of showed you right there? That volume has not been transacted as of yet, okay? So if we come down bearish today, right there, and then we fill these wicks, you're coming into a big body of volume that's bullish that could be pending, waiting to get back in, okay? If it comes through there, what could happen? It could come in here, create a lower low, but get a wick in here and go back up. It could come all the way down to the bottom of the green box, then it's fully transacted in there and catch a wick and go back up. It could also just cut right through here and drop even further. Take out all those orders and continue with bearish momentum. If it does, I would be looking at this area right here, a body and a body, okay, right below the green box. That's a point of interest. Draw a yellow line right there, and that's what I'd be watching for today too, 3,313. I can continue to go and look for more, 50% of this body, those points of interest, find maybe a gap in here, but let's focus on what the volume is right now. We still haven't even came down here yet. Okay, so number one now, see all of this bearish volume now in this candle. Can we figure out where 50% is of this volume? I can do it just by guessing. I would guess that that's half of it right there. So from where it opened to where the current volume is, I think that's about half of it. But remember, Ron smoked a couple joints, so we don't want to do that. We want to be as precise as possible. So I grabbed my Fibonacci tool from the opening price to where it is right now. I know it's fluctuating. I know it's moving right now. It's a live candle, but it's not easy to judge where the volume is on a live candle. But you see right there where I had my yellow line, I was pretty close to exactly where 50% is. Now, I'm going to give the majority of the doubt that the sellers are in control of today's candle. Just look at the overall body of volume on the daily. If you're telling me the buyers are in control, I'm going to tell you you're crazy. I'm going to tell you, prove to me how the buyers are in control of today's daily candle. And if you can prove to me that, I will give you $100, okay, on today's candle. I saw they were there. They were there at open. Yes, they were strong. But since then, they've been absorbed, and it's a huge bearish candle coming down. We're trading at like 99% to the lowest point. So to me, I believe that the sellers are in control. Okay, so if the buyers come back up, remember they're coming back up, but then you're coming in maybe where the point of control of the candle is. So it could come in there and they could definitely push it back down. If you flip this body, then the buyers might have the control of the volume and continue to come all the way back to the opening price and maybe flip this candle. Then it turns into a hammer, filling this wick, and we're driving. That's a different story. But right now we're still below there. Okay. And then when I look at overall the daily candles, what they're doing, remember what I showed you, that M pattern? It came up, back down, came up, back down with a lower high. So this is the point where we really got to watch to see the structure if it will break today. I see a lot of barcoding too. I see Tuesday was bearish. Yesterday was bullish. Today is bearish. Okay, so remember, both sides are accumulating on the daily, both buyers and sellers. So eventually, if buyers accumulate more, we'll be maybe filling these wicks, coming back, trading in this big red zone. If sellers are accumulating more, they've got a lot of rejections up here. They could break this and come all the way down to these points of interest. Who knows? Maybe even transact back down into this demand area. Okay, so that's what we got going on the daily. I'm going to now dissect what's going on the daily, now on the individual hourly bars. Okay, so this is where we can start to see a little bit more. Right here, was this a big abnormal large candle with a wick? Yeah. So what happened there? Do you guys remember when Trump kind of leaked some news that he fired Powell? See how the market reacted? It was kind of like a knee-jerk reaction, kind of reacted in a couple minutes, just unexpected. So you got to understand, you're trading a volatile market, and just any news can move the markets. That thing shot up to there, and look, it maybe took out the highs, took out all those pending orders, took out the liquidity, and they slammed it all the way right back down. And we came right back up. Okay, when did we kind of pivot? Right here, 2 p.m., start to move down. And look at the hourly candles now pushing down. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and lower low. Okay, if I was just to draw like a trend right now on these hourly candles, to me, it looks like it's a bearish trend pushing down, like this type of channel. Okay, are we below this red zone? Yes, we are. See how many times we traded in it? We came in here, back up, came in, back up. It came in, back up. Midnight came in, back up. 1 a.m. came down, closed in it. This is pre-London right now. 2 a.m. coming all the way down to the lowest point of the day. Do we got some hourly support in the market? Like I would say, if there's support in the market, I would say maybe. Ooh, I want to go right there. Why? Because that's 50% of that hourly candle right there that started this kind of double bottom move back to the top. It's already been retested right there. I can see exactly at Tuesday at 10 p.m. it retested it. But then it broke right here. So then they broke it. But if it comes all the way back down there, I'm going to say there maybe is a little bit of hourly support building right here above here, this kind of block in the market. If that can't hold, then you've lost your hourly support, because right there, that's where hourly support is in the market. Okay, demand is back down here. Okay, demand is different than support. Support is just maybe, if it falls down there, we'll see if there is some support. It could be a dead cat bounce. It could come down there, go back up, and then the sellers absorb them, and then they really drop it down. And then the demand is down here, because you can really see when that came all the way down there, look at the big rejection. That's telling me that there's demand down there. Same with these two bars that came down here. These were really bearish bars. They came right in there. And again, look at the big rejections. So it's showing me that there's a lot of buyers here. There's demand in here. Okay, so this zone is demand. This is a support zone. Okay, and then now when I look at the hourly candles, we're coming all the way down. Maybe we're going to trade in there. Maybe we might get a bounce and go back up during London. Okay, this hourly candle is closing in 15 minutes. That's when London market is opening up. When this big bearish hourly candle closes, I'm going to determine where 50% of it is. Because if we do come back up, maybe we're driving into 50% of this hourly point of control. And if it's still sellers, could absorb them and continue pushing down. Okay, so now let's go on the 5 minutes. Okay, so these are 5-minute candles, trading kind of in that hourly channel. Okay, coming down. See, daily point of interest, held it, came back up, highest point of the day. dropped it all the way down, double bottom in here. This was a green zone, but we got volume closing below. That's why it's red. So you see the double bottom at that daily point of control, came back up, lower high. They pushed it right back down, kind of consolidated in here. Again, came back up, trend line, push down, kind of volume closing below, and we are pushing down. Now, see this was my hourly demand zone, hourly support zone. There's the bigger demand zone. See now maybe how the candles are starting to get a little thin. Maybe it's thinning out the volume, exhausting it, and maybe we might get a little bounce here. I might be looking to take a little bounce buy out of this green box, 3,325. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place an alert in there, just in case it comes down into here, just to give me an alert in case we're looking at DAX or we're on a different chart here. Okay, and then also 5-minute candles have structure as well. Okay, see this big body candle that came down at 220? Can I look at where 50% of that candle is? Yep, right there. Okay, so if we still stay below, I'm going to go a little bit above, a little bit below. It's kind of like I'm doing my own Fibonacci right there without the use of using the Fibonacci. There's your magical scalp trading secret, you know, our YouTube thumbnail. There it is, secrets exposed. Ooh, look at that secret exposed. Okay, I just saved you guys thousands of dollars. Okay, and now look at, we are consolidating right in here. Buyers and sellers are transacting. Okay, it's coming back up. Will this be a fake out? Will this candle actually close above there? Will it pull back in? Are we starting to develop maybe the first leg to come back up? Okay, so it came down. I consider this whole bottom one leg. Now it could come back up. You know, who knows where it could come up to? Maybe it even fails right here. And then maybe it comes back down for a second bottom. Or we get more into the hourly, this box, okay? But regardless, if it's a double bottom, we're looking for something like this. Right? And then when it comes in here, yes, they could come right in there and drop it right back down. Okay. So if you are buying or looking for buys, you have to understand you're counter trading this bearish 5-minute trend. And then someone will say, well, Ron, it's bullish still because this zone is higher than this. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. But you're talking more higher time frames. Okay. This was Wednesday, the kind of Wall Street. I'm talking more future session Tokyo and coming into pre-London. It's bearish right now. Okay, so it all depends on what trend you're following, what time frame you're following, and things like that. Okay, so this is going to close in 30 seconds. What we're also going to add on our charts is the SST daily indicator bar. So we got our opening price right there. We came up, we hit our high, we came down, we made a low. I can go all the way down to our low right now. And we're coming right back up. Okay, so that's what we got going on gold. I can add a 90 EMA if you guys want. The 90 EMA is the green line. We can add a 200. Some of you guys are comfortable with that. There's our 200 above there, above the resistance. Okay, so that's gold. We got about 11 more minutes before London market opens up. So let's do quickly DAX. Okay, DAX is a good security to trade in London. It's the German stock exchange. So let's take a look here. I know gold is bullish right now, but let's just finish the charting. I trust you guys can look at your own charts and see if that candle will close or get faked out. But this is DAX, you know. Look at this thing. Okay, so this thing had prior all-time highs where? Right here. Okay, so was that a red zone at that time? Yes. It came up there and went right back down. If I stretch it across, did we get some bullish volume closing above? Yes. So what do? We make it green, stretch it across. Okay. So if DAX comes back down to here, you might be getting a daily supporting area down there. Might be looking for a bounce buy. Okay. Stretch it into the future. When will it come down here? I don't know. But when it does, you should be ready for it. Okay. Do we have some bearish structure in the market? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Right over here. Okay. So notice what I did there. I didn't go all the way up to this point. Okay. I see how it came in here, went back down, came in, went back down. Impulsively break volume, push back down. There it went. It broke right through. Okay. And closed above. And when it came for the retest, look, it closed back bearish below, and now we're coming back in. So this is still a red box. This could be a red second shoulder. This is our left shoulder. That's the head that broke out, the fake out, and now we're trading back in the red second shoulder. Could push this move down. However, it's building off higher lows. If they get it back above here and close above here, this shoulder can turn green, and maybe we'll continue to push for some new all-time highs. So that is an all-time high up there for DAX, 24,655. Again, I can place an orange line, like that's the all-time high. The range, the low from the all-time highs rate, the lowest point before heading into there was right there, 23,000. Okay, so if I'm just looking at that, see when we broke there, it was kind of like a little fake out, broke, and it came right back up. So similar here, when we broke, kind of came right back down. Now we're coming back up. So is there any daily points of interest that we can figure out on this thing? What about right over here? We got some bodies that held the market up here for multiple days. Right here, I'll draw a yellow line. Okay, points of interest. Bar close above, retest, yellow line. Look at that. That was a big Friday. Look, close down there. A little manipulation. Let's gap it right back up and close it above that yellow line. There's a daily manipulated move. Okay, look at where Friday closed. Right there. And let's just open it up on Monday up here back above that yellow line. If that's not a clue that that's a point of interest, then I don't know what else to say on this call. But then also you get further evidence. When it comes back down there, it goes back up, comes down. Volume is still above. There's the first bearish bar that closes below. Look at what it retests, the yellow line, and it pushed down. We get another bullish bar close above. Look at what it retests, the yellow line. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is it's a good point of interest. 23,890, rounded up 10 points, go to 23,900. You got your psychological level. Okay. If you want to draw an hourly demand zone off of that, go a little bit above, a little bit below it, and look at what happens. A wick already traded into it at the top point right there. So stretch that across. That's a good daily zone above this one. Okay. Now, can we just focus on a little bit of volume? What happened yesterday? So we closed right there. They gapped it all the way down, open. They came down, came into there, grabbed those big buyers, came back, came all the way up. Okay. Can we see 50% of that daily candle? Yeah, it's right there, holding 24,100. Nice psychological number. Okay. You guys see how you can do this on a daily, you can do it on an hourly, you can do it on 5 minutes, you can do it on a 1 minute. You can do it on whatever time frame you want to do. It's all the same shit, okay? So it just doesn't matter. The only thing you got to know is the higher time frames hold more weight. This daily yellow line holds more weight than a 15-minute line. It holds more weight than an hourly line. It holds more weight than a 4-hour line. This is a daily time frame, okay? So we give more respect to the highest time frames. Okay, it goes from monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 2-hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, whatever you want to do. Okay, so look at where we closed. Okay, so this is a gap candle day. Okay, so we closed right there. It didn't open exactly where we closed. They gapped it down. Okay, that was a gap down open, and then they came down. That's our lowest point today. Okay, so they gapped it down, they came down, that's the lowest point, and we're still above 50% of the big bullish preceding day candle. We came back up to the closing of the previous day, we filled its high, we continue to come up, and we've made a high point on our daily candle right there. It's pretty accurate with Tuesdays, but it is technically a lower high. And you see on this big Friday, July 11th, we're still below 50% point of control. I can see it right there, right above the purple line. 50% is right here. And they're absorbing them and pushing them down right now. So will this candle come all the way down, take out the low, drive down to here, maybe down to here? Those are my daily points of interest. And then what we got to do is start breaking down this daily candle in the hourly, because we're getting 5 minutes into London. There was a big bullish bar come when? London, previous day, 3 a.m. Okay, so it came right back up. It came all the way down. Look at it, Wednesday, 11 a.m. That's when we had that news. It came all the way down there, back all the way back up. So we just came up. Big candle at 1 a.m. Strong 2 a.m. candle came up there. That's what made the highest point of the day. And now we're coming down. Just for like when we go on the 5 minutes, this preceding bullish candle on the hourly, can I figure out where 50% of it is? Yeah, right there. I'll draw a white line, okay? Because that might come down there, might find a wick, might go back up, maybe break down here and come down to this daily point of interest. So right now, it's a big shooting star candle coming down, closing in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It looks like it could be a big hourly double top too. Look at this. Okay, consider this all one big top. Neckline down here. Look at this. Coming all the way back up. Second top. Shooting star candle coming down. So will this push down into here? Will it come back up? Do something like, and then really drop down maybe for New York session. Okay, so that's what we got to see, unless the buyers are still there propping this thing back up. Okay, but overall, hourly is pushing down. It came back up, lower highs, push back down, lower low, coming back up. Looks like an equal high, lower high, could be pushing down going into London. So let's go to the 5 minutes quickly. Okay, this is what we got going on. There was this big push up just now and then coming right back down. So if we ever come back up here, that could be a double top on the 5 minutes right up here, right at the highest point of the day. You got some bodies of volume. I know it's going to be a red box inside a red box, but that's to show you that there's a lot of sellers there. Okay, remember this white line? That's my hourly point of interest. Remember this yellow line? That's my daily point of interest. Okay, the yellow line is stronger than the white line. Okay, and then let's just add our daily bar indicator right over there. Okay, so we opened, remember, gap down open, came down, lowest point of the day, came right back up. There's where they just tapped in the highest point and pushing it right back down. Indicators, 9 EMA and 200. Let's put these two together. And let's watch market open coming up in London. Okay, so shout outs to London from London. I'm from London, Ontario, Canada, all the way to London, England. Did we close above this zone right now? Yes, we did. Okay, so I'm just getting ready, red to green. Okay, maybe this will be some support. If it pulls back, I could look to buy here. I'm going to add an alert in here. Red zone alert. I have one below me. I got an alert in here. I'm going to have one in here. Okay, so trade whatever you guys feel comfortable trading. Whether it's going to be German 30, German 40, DAX, whatever you guys call it. And over here, we've got gold, okay? And we're getting ready for London market open in 2 minutes. Welcome, Pablo. Thank you for joining. Okay, guys. Again, check your spreads. London market is a big market open. It's just like Wall Street. Okay. There's a lot of volume that comes into the market at this time. Again, check your spreads. Check everything, whatever security you're looking to trade, and just manage your risk. Okay, so we got gold coming up here. And we're going to get into London. And everyone see okay? We got our news over here. If we get any news coming out, we got it live right here. We'll see some breaking news. We had TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors report an hour ago. And massive earnings, 60% increase quarter over quarter. Okay, and check your spreads, guys, because sometimes spreads fluctuate when markets open. I got a great spread on gold right now, half a pip. And for DAX, I've got 3 on DAX. A little bigger spread on DAX. Oh, welcome, Pascal. Red Clues, welcome. Okay, guys, get ready. 30 seconds to go. Okay, so it came right up to the bottom of our red zone. Got rejected so far. There's the wick. Are they going to reject it all the way back down maybe to this support level, or is it going to continue come back up? You don't need to trade right away the first candle. I can see one leg. Is it going to make a higher low? Will it make an actual physical double bottom down here? Or is it going to come a little higher into this big red zone? And remember, we got a daily point of interest right here at 3339 for gold. Okay, we're at the hourly. Okay, look at how it just opened bullish. Okay, this is how markets open. First 5 seconds. That's a 5-second candle. Okay, if you're not in it, okay, I wouldn't suggest just jumping in and hoping for the best. Let's wait. That was just 10 seconds for the open. But notice how gold opened. bearish ignited head. Okay, so it's very bearish. It opened bearish. It didn't even attempt turning blue to come up. So it's a big bearish engulfing candle for the first 30 seconds. Okay, could come down deeper, could get a wick, come back up. But what I'm noticing is that bearish head. Are they going to flip it? Is it going to turn blue? It's a hanging man candle right now. Is it going to still stay like this bearish and they're going to continue to absorb those buyers and bring it right back down? Okay, you still see how it's still bearish? Okay, so there it came up, they flipped it. You see how it turned into a bullish pin bar? So they flipped it, still has to come all the way up and backfill that previous wick. But then when it does, you're coming back into that bigger red zone. Okay, so again, it's just the first minute, 20 seconds. If you want to jump in, that's fine, or you can just wait it out. Lucas, am I streaming every London? I don't know. If you guys like the channel, if we get enough subscribers, if we get enough viewers, if you guys can like and get the channel going, yeah, maybe it will give me a little bit motivation to come on here. It's 3 a.m. Eastern. I got to pull all-nighters to do these sessions. So, but I don't mind. If there's support on YouTube for it, we can do it. If not, it's not it's not as exciting, you know, to come on here. But I like doing all types of sessions. I like doing the Tokyo sessions. I like the pre-New Yorks, post-New Yorks, Wall Streets, Londons, 24 hours around the clock, guys. I'm a trader. Okay, look at the big rejection. Holy shit. Okay, you remember how they opened that big bullish candle? That's why I said, guys, you know, if you don't get in, just wait it out. Okay, if you wanted to buy that big bullish candle, look at the discount you're getting now. Why are you not buying now? You know, like if you wanted to buy the highest point up there, look at the discount you're getting right now. Just measure it. Okay, if you wanted to buy it, like you're getting a 45 pip discount. Buy right now if you want. But this is a big bearish pin bar candle. What if it closes below this hourly support and continues to drop? Okay, so you got to be careful. Remember, this is just the first 5 minutes of the market open. Gold maybe wants to come up in here. Yeah, it might be a good opportunity to maybe look to short gold in this red zone below this daily point of interest. Okay, but I'm going to just follow to see the close. There's DAX 30 right here. It's too volatile. It's too much indecision. It came bullish, came back down. Now it's coming. It's an indecision candle with a big range because of the volume market open. We'll get to NASDAQ and US 30 in like maybe around 4:30. Okay, so let's just stick with gold and watch DAX. We're going to do a lot of securities today. We'll even do a little maybe Bitcoin. We'll watch Bitcoin. Dennis, what's going on, man? Come on over, Dennis. Dennis, come on over. What are you doing up this early? Come join me over here, man. Bring me a Tim Hortons coffee, please. Dennis's fellow sniper over here just lives down the street from me. London, Ontario native, just like me. Amazing trader. Killing those long trades. Okay, guys, we got 30 seconds to go. Okay, is anyone in a trade? I always like to ask just so I know. I don't care if you're in a trade on Bitcoin. I'm talking about, are you on a trade right now on gold or DAX, German 30? Red Clues, I need to have a bottle of water today. Yeah, I got Gatorade. I got a Coke Zero. I got some coffee. And also some sparkling lemon water. Yep. Okay, so look at how they brought gold. Guys, I'm going to short gold. Okay, I'm going in a short on gold. I like this setup. Okay, I like how it got rejected. See that spin top candle, bearish, closed below, and they open a ignited bearish. I like that. We're below the daily point of interest. That's where I'm placing my stop loss above there. And I'm going to look to see to scalp this thing down. I told you I had half a pip, 0.4 spread on gold was good. So if we come down to the green zone, it's about 30 pips down there. That's where I'll be looking to reduce my risk, maybe scale out a little bit because it is a green zone. But if it can drive a little deeper down into there, right in there, 3,330 and 30 cents. It doesn't get any more auctioneer than that. Okay, there it comes down. Okay, right into there is 30 pips. Remember what I told you in that green box? That's a quick little scalp just to start. It's like an appetizer before you have your full course meal. Okay, so coming down there, 25, 30 pips. As a scalper, that's a fantastic scalp with zero drawdown right down to the green box. Okay, so I'm lowering all risk now, going to break even. Popped into the green box. We're closing in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So lots of time is left on this candle, but I have zero risk now. I never took any drawdown. So the only thing I could lose on this is my entire profit. But if we can break there, I'm looking for that 3,330 to take out 80% down there. If we can break this, it might come back and, bite me in the ass that I didn't do anything at the green zone, but I want to see if this can close down here. Maybe we can feed off of some bearish volume, continue to come down, but strong support is still there, okay? Hit the likes on the stream, guys. See how quickly we can get into trades here. So I just kind of sold the second top right there. There's the body of volume right there. That's why I said I'm selling as soon as it kind of broke right there. Got rejected, lower high rejection, came down, closed right there. As soon as they opened it, bearish ignited and it came down there. That was the signal to go in. Okay, but it's a short scalp, like I said, for 30 pips to the green box there, 25 to 30. Okay, and then when it came down there, I took my stop loss to break even. So worst case scenarios, it comes back and hits me at break even. I don't win, I don't lose any money, but it teaches me discipline. Next time I should be doing something at this green box. Okay, I'll let you guys know when I get stopped out. I have a little bit of different, spread than what's showing on the trading view chart here. But also watching where the volume will close if they don't stop me out. We got less than 2 minutes to go. No, looks like I'm going to get tapped out. Oh, okay, right there, tapped out. Okay, so it was a break even. No win, no loss. I didn't grab my 25 pips, but guys, do you guys see how I trade now? Okay, when it comes to a zone, this is a lesson. Okay, you got to learn. See, Ron didn't do anything according to his plan. Okay, came down to the green zone. I had to close my trade down there to make some profit. Okay, I was in a sell. I needed to close and buy back my position where the buyers are. Okay, you see red to green. Okay, and then guys, you see what happens when you go. So let this be a lesson for everybody. Did I go to a stop loss too early? Possibly. Maybe I should have waited for the bar to close to adjust my stop loss. But now what I would have been watching is a 1 minute bullish candle could come up and tap into my stop loss. So, game of trading is all about capital preservation, because the more capital you have, it's a game of percentages. That's how you can retain capital. Okay, it goes against me as a break even, no big deal. I didn't win, I didn't lose. It doesn't go against me as my profit loss. It's just I got to learn from that. I got to now figure out what I'm doing going forward. When it comes to a zone, is the market trading very technical? Okay, you can see how technical that was. It came right down to our green box, and the buyers were there. So it's showing me my zone is correct, right? It's just I didn't do anything. Okay, that's my fault. But the analysis is still correct. Okay, and then look at DAX, came in, closed, bearish candle pushing down. We'll see now. Okay, so keep an eye on the positions. Is it closing below the white line? That then turns from hourly support to hourly resistance. If it comes up 50%, 50% of that right there. Okay, notice how the body of the candle and that hourly zone, that imbalance right there, shows you where like 50% is. If it pushes down, coming down to 24,199 right there. that nice psychological level at that yellow line. If it breaks a little further, you got your 200 EMA protecting the lowest point of the day. Gold closed above that red zone just by a hair, but I still got to go through what I do here. Red to green. Okay, so let's see if it continues to push up, fill these wicks, come in the bigger zone up here. This is where we could look to buy gold now. See, we're holding here. Look, I might flip and turn into a buyer of gold up here. Okay, I didn't make any money on the short, came closed above. The buyers showed me they're there. I'm just looking for like a little bullish momentum to maybe catch a wick in this green box, come back up, we buy, we fill these wicks, and we're driving to that yellow point of interest right up there. Okay, get ready. Gold could possibly flip a little bit more bullish here. Yeah, Ron's trading fast today. It's going to be a marathon. It's a lot of trades, maybe. Who knows? We'll see what the market does. Okay, I notice how it's a small candle, just still consolidating in here. But how many times has it dipped into that green zone? I'm counting 3 times now. Okay, can we flip the candle blue and maybe take a trade on it? DAX is retracing back up to that red zone. Okay, let's look for a quick wick down here, maybe at that 9 EMA and push back up. Mike, you pipped and dipped DAX at open. Nice. That had to be a quick move. Okay, look at DAX coming right back up. Okay, let's see if it will close above there. If it closes above there, we'll just flip that zone green. Maybe it will continue to build and we're coming back up here. The sellers push it down. We could continue to drop down a little further. Gold is still consolidating right in this green zone. We got buyers and sellers. All the volume is still concentrated in here. This is the big neckline. So what could happen is, it came down, came back up, neckline. I did have that sell that came right down there, but as it came down, went right back up. Will it come back down in here? Go back up? Will it come all the way down for a double bottom? Will it catch a higher low wick and come back and close above it and we're pushing a little higher? Again, I was waiting to buy this candle, but it was never just gaining any bullish momentum. So now the sellers are pushing it down. Now I see, will it grab a higher low wick? Will it close below here? If it is, could have that next leg coming down, filling that wick. But notice what it's doing. It's building some structure. Okay, so I see it come down, go back up. This is the neckline. Could come back down, build, maybe consolidate, bull flag, and we continue driving up. Okay, if we're not in a trade, we're not in a trade. Unfortunately, I got stopped out. If I kept my stop loss, I would have still been in it right now. But I don't trade with this would have happened, this should have happened, this could have happened. I'm very, very technical because I'm a 1 minute scalper. So it doesn't leave room for mistakes. You got to be very technical. Sometimes when I trade the 5 minutes, I tend to slow it down a little bit, but regardless, we should all be learning. Okay, we're here for education too. So to understand when it comes down there, when I measure it 25, 30 pips, let's do something down there. I did something down there. I just didn't take my money out of the market. What I did was when it was coming down, I took my stop loss to break even. So I did something, but the next thing, part of my job was when it came down there, I should have been taking some money out. I didn't have to close the entire trade. I could have closed half of it. I could have closed 80% of it, but okay. So just going forward, maybe I got to learn a little bit more discipline on these calls. Okay, and we're closing in 10 seconds on both of these securities. So again, guys, I know it's going to be redundant, but if gold closes bearish below here, I'm going to flip that green zone red, okay? Because it could turn now into a resistance, okay? Now, if it comes back up bullish, you could be trading where the sellers are, and then they'll absorb them and continue to push them back down. Now it's coming down. Damn. Like, I wish I was still in it, it could come down here and, oh man, ooh. See? So you can't get mad. You can't get pissed off. Trading is a game of, you got to be mentally disciplined. Okay. Mindset is everything. You can't get mad when something happens. Okay. Even if it's something, that's out of your control, it happens. I don't let a trade live rent free in my head, because then it can bother me on my next trade. Okay. It can bother me throughout the day. So I learned from it and I forgot about it. Okay. That's you got to have that mindset to understand what you did. Did you do something good? Did you do something bad? Analyze it, learn from it, and move forward. Okay. Whether it's a profit trade, whether it's a break even, or it's a stop loss. Don't get mad. Okay. I know everyone, we're humans. We get pissed off. Okay. But it's not going to do us any good. How many times have you got mad, and what has it done positive in the markets? Probably nothing. Okay. Probably made matters worse. Okay. I don't give my mindset that much time to think and get mad. I've already forgot about that trade. I've moved on now. Okay. So my next thing is, now I'm looking for another trade. I'm looking at other security right here. I'm looking at DAX. I'm seeing how it closed above, and now it's got a bullish ignited candle pushing back up. So if it comes back down here, maybe we're going to find some hourly support, maybe a second bottom down here building. Okay. Remember, it's still early, guys. It's only 3:16. This is the first 15 minutes of London market open. Okay. We've got a lot of time to trade today, but let's pick up on clues, what the market is doing, what is building. Okay. So remember, this was a good area. If I was in that sell still, remember what I said. I would be taking some profit at that red line, 3,330 and 33 cents. Okay. Remember what I said. It doesn't get any more psychological than that. Jay, you're still in? Nice, man. Hopefully we can get some gold volume closing below here. And then Jay, what we'll do is we'll make this green box red, because it could be just like a little quick retap and rejection, and then they're coming back down here. And guys, and we're near the lowest point of the day too. So it could continue to come down here. But remember, this was just a little bounce buy off of here, little 5-minute support level. Remember down here, this is that bigger supporting area. Like this would be a good buy area at 3,025. If 325, if you're looking for a buy. Armand, Mirbenjes, welcome, brother. Does anyone have any questions about why I took that sell? Or like, does anyone want to learn scalping? Oh, look at that body, that candle right down to that red line. Okay. So that tagged, 50% of this consolidated zone, and it's a nice psychological number. If I was still in that trade right there, that was my target to take out 80% right there. Okay. If I was still in that trade, you would be hearing me verbally saying I'm grabbing 80% and I'm leaving 20% at break even. Okay. So that's why I placed that red line there. And I was hoping when we came down on that previous candle, it would break and do what it's doing, but I guess I had to come back up in there. But, am I surprised that there's a wick there at the red line? No, I'm not surprised. Armand, Riten, Gadit. Armand is just complimenting my hair. The more pips you make, the more your hair grows. When you're not making pips, your hair is falling out. Nice chart, bro. I like that. Okay, so gold closed below the green zone, guys. Okay, so just go through the motions, make it red. Okay, because that could be ongoing resistance going forward if it comes back up. But let's see if they break the lowest point of the day right there. And then that could be a big, nice area to look for maybe a bounce buy in there. Or are the sellers going to be very, very strong today and continue to break this? Okay. We said you need to wait at least 15-minute candle close to move your stop loss line. Yeah, you're right. I should have waited a little more. But again, it's like I like scalping with Sam, but you're absolutely correct. Maybe I should open it up a little more and hold the trades longer. Okay. So yeah, no, you're correct. It was just I was trading that one with a standard lot. So, when it dropped 30 pips, I should have done some 25 pips, 250, $300. I left it on the table. My bad. But I'll just maybe lower the size a little bit and so that I can hold the trade longer. You're absolutely correct. Okay, so maybe we'll see a little bit of 5-minute support right here. Right here. Let's see if we can bounce right here a little bit. Okay, but if it breaks lowest point of the day, remember I got an alert sitting right at there for 3325, 3326 in here. Wow, DAX is still nice and strong, guys. Okay, so that's ongoing support. Let's see what will happen at the high of the day. Will they come all the way back up there and see if they'll break for a new high of the day? Because that could trigger the algorithm and get things going in the depth of market, or is it going to be kind of a lower high rejection and come right back down? Okay, so also DAX the way it's building here. Okay, and we're trading at the lowest point of the day on gold. Look at the daily candle. Okay, so it's very, very bearish. Stalin, what broker am I using? I use Fusion Markets. Fusion Markets. Yeah, I had a good spread to take that trade as well. It was 0.4, less than half a pip when I took that sell. I look at those things because if the lower the spread, the better, for a scalper. But sometimes when the spreads get a little higher, I stay out of the market, I'm very selective too. That's why I always remind you guys anytime, like looking for take a trade, make sure you're on the right security, make sure you got the right sizing. Don't screw that up. Don't make that mental mistake. Make sure you check your spreads. That's in your control, right? There's things that we can control when we're trading. That is part of our job as a trader. Okay, so we came down there right by the lowest point of the day, that little 5-minute supporting area. There is some initial support, came down there, came back up, but we still got bearish candle coming, pushing down. Hars, you got 29 pips on that short. Nice, bro. Congratulations. Good. I'm happy when you guys make money. I'm more happy than when I make money. I'm honestly saying that. I love that. Okay, so we got one more minute to go into the close. Okay, so guys, this is an easy pattern to identify. I hope the volume continues to trade like this because we can see what they're doing, right? It's not too choppy. It's going up, it's coming down, it could go back up. Maybe they break it down a little lower, okay? Take out the low of the day and come into here. Remember our bearish hourly trend line, okay? That's the top, this black line is the bottom, okay? So are we still going to respect this trend line? Look at the close, guys, okay? So this could be a big bearish close below the low of the day and we could get a continuation push to the bottom. DAX is coming right back up. Watch to see if it will break for a new high of the day up here, okay? Wow, gold is very, very bearish. Okay, so closed right at that green box. 50% of that bearish candle, got to be right around there. Okay, so if what you can do is kind of, we're trading at a supporting area still. Are the buyers going to come in? Is going to come all the way down in here? maybe break this parallel hourly trend line, create a new lower point of the day, but maybe get a little bit more support in here at this hourly. And then we also have a daily point of interest right here at a yellow line at 3,323. 23. Yeah. So we're watching that as well. Stacy, you're on sell. Nice. Okay, so are we getting a double top on DAX? Okay, so look, this is good volume, guys. I haven't done a London session in a while. This is pretty good volume. Okay, so it's coming right back up, could come back down. Okay, there would be like an M break, like right there. That would be maybe a possible opportunity to continue selling to the downside. But if it comes down there and picks up higher lows, we could continue to build to break out for a new high of the day. We still have a lot of good daily volume backing us right here. So we'll see if it can continue to move bullish. So now double bottom. If you want to speculate, right, it could go down a little further. Okay. You could wait for a bullish body to maybe close above here and retest this to maybe look for your buy. If you feel comfortable taking a buy at the lowest point of the day, go for it, and just test it out. I would do something small. Just test it out. Feeler trade. Do something very, very small. If you want to test out a buy, you don't got to go all in. Just test the water out, right? And see how it moves for you. Okay, it's a nice bullish candle, but it's got 3 minutes to go. Will it close above here and build off of this? Will the sellers absorb it, come back down a little deeper? If you ask me, this is a good opportunity to buy. Yeah, you're buying the second bottom on that 5 minutes. But if it comes down a little deeper to this hourly or this daily position, then that's a better buy down there because you're buying with better volume. You're buying with bigger traders down there. You're buying with hourly traders. You're buying with maybe daily traders down there. Okay. When you're buying this, you're just buying with some 5-minute traders, maybe just trying to buy the lowest point of the day and they already see one bottom is formed on 5 minutes. You're buying the second bottom. That's fine. But you got to understand too, if it goes up, it could just come right up to here and then go right back down. Okay. So that's why also, if you're getting in a buy, I measure from there to that. It's about 25, 30 pips. Same shit. When I took that sell on that candle, okay, it was 25, 30 pips, and it went right back up and hit my break even. So if I was to buy that and it went up 25, 30 pips, it could come right up there and then come right back down. Okay, so you got to understand what you're looking for. If you're looking for obviously a bigger buy move, okay, then you got to maybe open up your stop loss to be below this hourly support or maybe at this daily position down here. And then when you open up your stop loss, you got to lower your contract size, your lot size, things like that. Okay. Look at DAX, could be building and breaking a new high of the day. Gold came up there. Okay. It came all the way back up and then they rejected it back down. 90 seconds to go. Where will it close? Will it continue to consolidate and build in this green zone? Will it close below, above here? All things to consider. Lots of things to consider here. Armand, you think it can drop to 22? Yeah, then that would be right below that daily position I have here, 3,323. If that's the case, guys, then let's be patient and wait for it to come down to us. If you want to sell, okay, and then it comes down there, just measure the move so you know. If you want to sell like here and you're up 20 pips, maybe to that daily position, you got 40, 50 pips. I would lock in. I would secure because the buyers could be there, right? So if I'm selling from there to there, I grab 30, 40, 50 pips. Let's grab it. Grab that bag, pip and dip out of the market because we got to respect there could be big buyers waiting there and they could turn it right back up on us. Guys on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, subscribe to the channel if it's your first time here. Hit the notifications because I'll trade all times of around the clock. Doesn't matter. Just make sure you're notified, and help grow the channel with us. That gives us a little motivation to come here and do some fun sessions. This is going to be a 7-hour marathon. Hopefully, Ron doesn't pass out on this chair, and we can do it. I just got to keep talking. If you see me slowing down on talking, you know that I'm getting burnt out. Okay, so that bar did close above the red zone. Okay, and look at it, short wick, it's opening ignited. So it's got some room to continue to maybe run up. If it does, okay, is it going to come all the way up to 24,375? Possibly. Clear that entire red zone. But what I would do is see the purple line, go backwards, and look when the last 5-minute volume was trading above that purple line right over here. I can look on the day, Friday, July 11 and Thursday, July 10. Okay. Do you see any structure while it was trading in there? What about right about there? See the bodies, wicks, right there. I draw a red line right there, exactly, 24,340, okay? And then go back to your main chart, and then here it comes up, holy shit. Red clues, are you in that, Pascal, still on the long buy? It's beautiful if you are. Yeah, bro, nice one. Guys, shout outs to X-Red Clues. He's going to be big here at SST with us, with Dave and I. We're going to do some weekly calls together for Zooms. He's helping out with everything here. He's a moderator, admin, everything, guys. Show some respect to our man here, Pascal, X-Red Clues. Amazing person. Guys, so it did close above, okay, short wick. Ignited push all the way up. Okay, that was that red line that I just put up there for reference, 24,340. Where did I get that from? I went back to July 10, July 11, looking at structure back when it previously traded in there. Will it come all the way up there? If it does, it could be resistance, okay? It could turn into support too. If the bullish volume eventually gets up there and closes above that, could turn it into minor support, and we're moving all the way through this red zone. Okay. Any pullbacks, like if you're looking to maybe buy, maybe wait for a pullback back down to this green zone. You know, the deeper the pullback, the better, right? Look at gold, okay? So it came and closed right up there, and then they opened it, ignited bearish. This could be a 3-bar bearish play, continuing to drop down, okay? So it's still not bullish yet, okay? It had a bullish candle, but it's still coming down. Now it got a higher low wick, okay? So that's important now. This could get a little leg coming back up to this red box up here. Okay, that's a good leg. Yeah, could be maybe an opportunity to look for a scalp buy back up. Okay, if it turns like into a hammer candle. Yeah, I might look to buy this back up. It's holding in that green zone, minor zone. Okay, get ready. Will it flip the candle? 2 minutes to go. It's 3:30. This is a new 30-minute candle that just opened as well. Yeah, I might look to buy that back up. Just up to that red zone. You know what I said? Like 20 to 25, 30 pips up there. Okay, the lower the time gets to 1 minute, 30 seconds, then I hold off buying it. Okay, but there's still a good time left on it, 1:40 to do something. But still I'm waiting. The lower it gets, like now it's 90 seconds. It could go to 1 minute, 45 seconds. Then I hold off. Okay, I hold off. I like to trade these candles when there's like 4 minutes on them, and then it grabs a wick because then it's got 4 minutes to get some nice bullish volume and continue driving. Okay, big rejection on the DAX. Now it's coming back to retest this zone. Let's see here where it was resistance, previous high of the day. If now it can turn into a little bit of support. Okay, so that's still bearish candle with 60 seconds go, but it came down, got back up. Yeah, so I'm going to make up my mind, and I'm going to wait for this bar to close now because it's less than 1 minute, so I'm going to wait for it to close. Regardless, you know, I might miss out. Yeah, it turns up, but I've decided now I'm waiting for the bar to close. It didn't do anything for me for the first 4 minutes, so, you know, I'm not just going to jump in now for the last 30 seconds. Wait for it to close and see what happens. Currency strength chart right over here. USD is looking the strongest, then followed by the pound, the Canadian dollar, Swiss franc, the yen, euro, and the New Zealand dollar, Australian dollar is the weakest right now. Okay, so still closing with a nice rejection wick. There's buyers, but still with a bearish head. Okay, so let's see now. Will it catch maybe a quick bullish move? Okay, so it's an ignited bullish candle. Okay, there's a short wick, so it could fill, and pop. So get ready here. Okay, it's coming down. Watch and see if it loses its ignited open. Yes, it did. Okay, so now what I see when it lost its ignited open, it's in a green zone. Will it get a higher low wick? Will it get a higher low wick? Come back up. And notice it's a short wick, short wick. So if we get a higher low wick in the green zone, we could maybe come back up and then fill back up to here. Okay, but it's still bearish, bearish coming down. Okay, so I got to see, will it catch a higher low wick above this wick? Right around there. That's where I'd like to see it get a wick. 50% of the green zone. 50% of the previous wick. Okay, 50%, 50%. Those psychological areas. Okay, get ready, guys. Okay, because it could come up quickly and turn into possible buys. Look at DAX as well. Okay, closing in the zone. Maybe going to flag in here and build, but it's got a long upper wick. Remember that big rejection. Mohammed, welcome. All the way from Malaysia, welcome. You learned a lot from us for the past few weeks, especially on drawing and recoloring the boxes. Thank you. My pleasure. Glad that you're learning. That's awesome, Mohammed. Just, trading is not all about just technicals. Make sure you're following your fundamentals. Make sure you're learning your trading plan, your journaling. Make sure you got the correct mindset when you're trading. If you've taken a couple losses or you're having a bad day, have the maturity to exit the markets and come back at another time. That's when you'll really take the trading to the next level. Vadi, do I use trading bots? No, I'm my own trading bot. I am a human trading bot. The last two letters of my last name, Abdullahi, are AI. I'm my own robot. Why do I need a trading bot when I am my own bot? Just a waste of money. I invented AI when I was born. It's the last two letters of my last name. I'm the inventor of AI, guys. Okay, so gold is still building while we're talking here in this green zone. I'm looking for that higher low, quick flip. I noticed that there's 3 short wicks. So if we get enough buyers, I'm sure maybe we can fill up to that point of interest and maybe head on into this red box and maybe grab ourselves 20 pips scalp to the upside, maybe 25. If it can continue to build in here, second bottom, one bottom, second bottom. We're watching it build right now. Are we having fun, or is this a boring session for you guys? Anyone having some fun right now? Okay, look at the big wicks on the bottom in the green zone. Watch for a quick flip here, guys. 60 seconds to go. Okay, this might be an opportunity, or do we wait for the body to close? I know it's sucking us in to take a buy, and sometimes I gotta hold off. But oh man, it looks like it's saying, hey, buy me right now, buy me. But I'm also looking at the clock and it's 40 seconds. So I'm like, I'll hold off just in case there's some monkey business that they do into the close. But what I notice is that higher high, okay, broke for a higher high, coming back down bearish, 30 seconds to go. Okay, if I bought that, I'd be in a little bit of drawdown right now, but I'd still be holding. I placed my stop loss maybe below here. So still watching now. Now we got 20 seconds into the close. Okay, keep an eye on this, guys. Yeah, DAX just kissed that 9 EMA red. Perfect, yeah. If it gets that bullish volume still closing in that green box, still got upside potential, especially if it closes above 2. Beautiful retest, cooled off the relative strength. Okay, get ready. Watch for an ignited bar maybe opening here on gold. Okay. And then if it breaks out early on, this might be an opportunity to take the buy. I know we still don't have confirmation of blue volume closing above the green box, but sometimes you got to utilize a little intuition and maybe take some impulse trades. Okay. If we want, we can go down to the 1 minutes. Watch. See the 1 minute candles right here? It's going to close in 30 seconds. Watch. Okay. Are we going to get a 1 minute bar close above here? And then that might be the confirmation I need to jump in. 25 seconds to go on this 1 minute bar that's going to close right now in 20 seconds. Okay, here's the close. In 10 seconds. Are we going to get any blue volume closing above there on this 1 minute candle? Yeah, we are. So, okay, good push. Watch. It might be an ignited open right at the high and continue go, okay? Watch. Okay, bearish head. Watch. Quick retest. Watch. If it gets a quick wick and flip, watch. Then we go. I'm going to go on a buy if it does that. Because the 1 minute bar closed above. I'm getting a retest right now. So I want to see a wick produce a higher low. If it comes all the way down bearish, then this bar, 1 minute bar, might engulf this one, and then we come down deeper. That could be a 1 minute fake out. Okay, we got a good wick. 30 seconds to go into the close. Remember, now I'm flipped onto 1 minute candles. Okay, big bear bar coming down. This might engulf that entire green bar. Then it looks like a fake out, and the 5 minute candle is showing me a wick. See that? Okay, so that's why sometimes you can go into the 1 minutes and really dissect like a real surgeon in here. You get real surgical with your trading. Okay, look at this. Might be a bearish engulfing bar, close below there. Next bar could, open, bearish, ignited, and drop. Okay, so now when you flip to the 5 minutes, you see it's a fake out city up here. Okay, now it's coming back up. Now it's a spin top. Okay, so you can see the indecision. What you can do is you can follow the 1 minute bars if you want, right? You don't need to necessarily trade them, but you can still watch what they're doing. And then flip to the 5 minute candles. Mildred, you're having fun? Nice. Good. Have any of you guys traded for 7 hours straight? Be honest. Like, obviously with some 5-10 minute breaks here and there. Have you guys done a 7 hour session yourselves? I used to do myself 24-hour sessions. 24 myself, scalping 1 minute candles. I'm kind of ashamed to say that, but I got to be honest. That's when I was in grind mode. I was younger. I was hungry. I could do that, you know. Now it's a little bit different. Now I'm older, got a wife, got kids, not the same anymore. But I love to get in here and get dirty once in a while. Wow, Mark, every day with a 1 hour break at 12 a.m. Nice. Wow, every day, Jay? Holy shit. You guys are animals. Try it one time, guys. Try doing a 5 hour session. Not necessarily just playing jackpot with buy and sell buttons, but watching candlesticks. Like right there. Imagine just you were watching that on the 1 minutes and now you see a fake out. You see how that bar came up there and closed below, and now you see it dropping four negative bars. So see that, how they fake that? You learn. Now learn that pattern in your head, right? Think about that. You need to have a playbook in your head. You can't always be looking at a piece of paper and looking at your playbook. Okay. You got to have your playbook in your head. Okay. So you remember when I came up there, I was looking for a buy, right? I told you that. But that bar, when it came down, it didn't get that quick wick that I like to just come down there and then get rejected and come back up. Then we go up. But as soon as I saw that bar coming down, saw engulf, that's it. I stopped thinking about a buy. Because the sellers now have control. And to me, it looks like a 5 minute fake out candle. That's going to close in 10 seconds here, guys. Get ready. It could come to that deeper, nicer supporting area over here where I was looking for a buy. That would have been a nice one right there. But we might get a nice discounted area, more at the hourly more in here. Okay, so did that 5-minute bar close below? Yes. So go green box red now. Okay, if you wanted to buy, like now the buyer's got to prove to us that they got to come all the way through this red zone again and get it closing above here to flip the zone. Right now, it could just come in here and sellers continue pushing it down. Do I want to continue to sell? Because I'd love to. Like, it's all bearish volume, but we're entering now hourly, daily supporting area. Like, if I can move this green box just a little bit further down, right to here, the white line and the yellow line, that's where we could see some buyers right in there. Okay, and then these are going to be my scalp zones going forward for the rest of the day. Okay, I just continue moving them into the future. Okay, there are blocks in the market. They're there. Okay, look at DAX. Continue to push up a little bit. Guys, we'll get to NASDAQ and US 30 in like another hour. Remember, this is going to be a long session. So we'll get there. I know that they're moving as well. NASDAQ and US 30 are moving too, just like gold, and every security is moving. They're all moving, okay? But let's stay focused on today's call. We'll do a lot on here. Samuel, do I use a volume indicator much? Yeah, I do. More of like a depth of market volume indicator. More so, Samuel, like delta volume. So I like to see all the transactions and then get the cumulative delta out of those transactions. See, if there was 100 transactions, if I was just using a normal volume bar, it's telling me that there was 100 transactions, but it's not telling me the truth about those transactions. So maybe there was 60 delta sell limits and 40 were buy. So then it's kind of 60-40 would be, if it was more sell side, maybe it would show delta negative on that bar, for example. So then, yeah, I do use cumulative delta volume analysis. But any type of volume profile, volume bars, they still give you an edge. They still show you a little bit more than just a traditional candle. Now you can actually see the volume. So yeah, it's great to use, guys. It's just like another confluence. It gives you some bias. Delta fakeouts, Stacy. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in delta. Okay, so you see it came back up there, lower high, lower high, lower high. We saw that 1 minute fake out, continue pushing down. So how far is this thing going to go down to? Let's see, it's going to close in 2 minutes, continue pushing down. Okay. Looking at RSI, it's got a little bit of bullish divergence, RSI. Made a low, higher low, price is going down, okay? So that's bullish divergence. That doesn't, again, just give us the go-ahead to just take a buy. Bullish divergence could give us false signals as well. So big shooting star candle coming down. Okay, so we got 40 seconds to go. This is a big bearish bar too. Okay, if this closes below on DAX, we'll momentarily move this green zone. We'll make it red. We'll see. Okay, and we see we broke out of there, the high of the day breakout, and then they rejected it back down, and we still got selling volume below. Will it come back up here, and will we fill to the high and continue push? Possibly, but maybe it will come back down. Maybe force a higher low down in here. We'll watch that, okay? Gold is coming all the way down to that white line, 3,325 is an hourly support. And then I've got a yellow line down in here. And then right in the middle, 3,324, we could see something in there, okay? So if you wanted to buy up here, you want to buy here, you want to buy here, you're getting a really nice discount now, okay? Okay, but we're getting more to a higher time frame area, okay? So I just placed that red line at 50% of that bearish volume right there. So if we do retrace back up, notice now how our parallel channel trend line, that was the bottom line support on the hour, it could turn into resistance, and we're below 50% of that candle. So still could see further pushing down into here. A lot of traders use pending orders in here to get filled. You know, you can use pending orders, you can use market executions, you can wait for bodies to close, you can wait for whatever you want to do. Okay. Some traders take feeler trades, you know, just to feel out this zone. But sometimes it comes in here, gets a big wick, and will reverse right back up. So, but let's see what happens. Like, look at the daily bar. Holy shit. Like, this is a big ass daily candle, bearish, pushing down. But maybe we'll get a little bit of a little relief here and a push back up. Okay, so the candle's closing in 4 minutes. Nice. Looks good, Armand. Okay, so with DAX, that glows below, right, green to red, okay, because that's now ongoing resistance. You can see they broke the high of the day, but got sold back down. So we got to see the buyers build it back up and get it above there, okay? What's going on, guys, on gold? Are you guys still holding your sells? Are you guys got trailing stop losses? Is anyone buying right now? What's everyone doing on gold? Oil is interesting. We can look at oil. Yeah, we can add oil to the list of securities today. No, yeah. Okay, so we got a good bounce at the hourly support. Okay, the first touch right there is the white line, 3,325. Armand, you closed 90%. Nice. That was a good trade. Okay, so we got a good initial bounce. Remember, 50%. Okay, so there could be a rejection there. It could continue to build back up. Okay, or do we wait for bullish volume to close in the next 2.5 minutes, or do you want to go on the go ahead on the first initial bounce? I'm going to wait it out because I know it could come up there and they continue to push it right back down. Okay, even if it comes up there and then it shows me that there is some strength at the hourly support. Maybe I build off of this and then I look for a buy at a later time. Just continue to watch it build. But so far, the hourly, right when we came down to that white line, 3,325, is showing me that there is some hourly buyers there. It's showing me that there is some initial support, okay? But we just traded into 50%. I know that the sellers are still there because that's a point of control of that 5-minute candle. We're a little bit above, a little bit below. There's your point of control of that previous candle. I know that we're also now utilizing this trend line that was holding support is now momentarily resistance. Does that rejection surprise me? No, it doesn't. I don't think anything surprises me anymore in these markets. I've seen so much. I don't even want to talk about what I've seen in these markets. I've seen a lot in my day. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, I've seen the ugly. I've seen everything. Okay, and now we have 60 seconds to go. So then the last minute, will the buyers close strong above here with some conviction? Will the sellers push it back down? Are we going to kind of maybe barcode down here? We're going to flag. Is it going to build a little bit of support here on the hourly? Everything. All of these questions. We got a lot of questions. We need answers. And then the last 30 seconds into the close. Do you guys want to do this? One more hour till 5 a.m. And then we'll switch to NASDAQ and US 30. We'll watch gold and DAX for another hour. And then we can take a washroom break. We can get ourselves a drink, have a smoke, and come back because we're going to be here till 9 a.m. So we've got to take some breaks. Okay, so you see how we closed right like at the red zone? Okay, so it could come back down. It could build again right here. Okay, it could barcode. So again, let's just watch. Will it come? Will it come relative to this hourly support again? Will it break a little lower, or are we going to catch a higher low now? I kind of maybe want to sell down with this momentum, because a bearish engulfing candle, maybe sell it into this green zone, grab 10, 20, 30 pips in there, maybe dip out of the market. These sellers are still strong here. You can see it's coming up bearish, bullish, could come back down bearish, fill that wick and drop down to there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, still pushing down. Okay, if it comes back up, might get that next push down again. Still bearish, guys. If you're looking for buys, you are counter trading. I know it's at a good, maybe possible hourly support area, but still, I don't see any hourly bodies, showing me any strength. Yeah, they're there, but they're not closing strong. So sellers could just absorb them and continue pushing this thing down. So got to be careful. Okay, still bearish. Armand, what do you think about gaps? Do they play most of the time? Gaps, yeah, they do get filled. But the question is, when will they get filled? Some fill within the day, some fill within the hour, some fill within a couple days, some fill within a couple years. Eventually all gaps will get filled because there's pending orders waiting in those gaps. Okay, so you see that nice big bearish bar, but you see, guys, how it was forming at 50% of that bearish bar. Guys, it's not rocket science what we do here. Okay, now it came back to that hourly support. It's got a wick. Remember, those hourly buyers are still there. Okay, so maybe this thing needs to kind of consolidate right in here, and then continue to accumulate. We see who accumulates more, and maybe we can continue to trade with this momentum in here. Okay, so now we found an area of consolidation here. Yeah, DAX came up, back down, came up. They pinned it at the highest point of the day. They're dropping it back down. Maybe a good opportunity to look for maybe a bounce buy on DAX is right here at the hourly, kind of supporting the line, white line, back in this green zone right here. Gold is still building. Okay, it's still building here. Hasn't really broke down. But remember, I got a yellow line right here at 3,323. That's a good solid area. That's a daily area, daily point of interest. Not hourly, not 5 minute. That's a daily point of interest. If I had an opportunity to buy now or here or at this red line, the best opportunity would be right here, 3,323. I'm buying an hourly point of interest. I'm buying deeper in the depth of market. That would be a possibility for a buy entry there. Okay, if not, this bearish candle could continue to break right through. Look how heavy today's bearish candle is right now. Okay, but we're gonna see. Are we getting like a London reversal? We're getting a new hourly candle in the next 1 minute, guys. So we're going into 4 a.m. If we look at the hourly analysis, look at the hourly candle. Okay, look at the hourly candle. It's coming all the way down, but this is that green zone I have right here. Because when we did come in here, 9 a.m. Wall Street yesterday, it came right back out of there. Again, we came in at 10 and that got that big push. So we're coming back in here. But are we going to continue maybe to fill these wicks? And then look down in here, 3,318, 317. Okay, that's a bigger demand area. This is just hourly. This is the bigger block in the markets. Okay, so let's watch as we go into 4 a.m. Let's see, are we going to have an hourly momentum switch? This would be a good area at the hourly support to maybe see maybe a little bit of follow through to the upside. We're still, if you look for buys, you're still counter trading. This overall lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. But maybe it's going to potentially start to make its way back up a little bit. you still have this huge bearish candle. Okay, so they opened it really ignited. Get ready, guys. This could just break out impulsively now with this hourly momentum. But if there's one more pullback, okay, right there, it's an inverted hammer. Now it could fuel up and get ready. Watch its ignited open. Is it still holding it? No, it just lost it. Okay, so it's technically a shooting star candle. Might push down and break those lows and then come deeper down into here. But let's watch and see if it can still hold. It's got a higher low so far, still holding, but it did lose that nice ignited open, okay, but it could still build in here, and DAX is coming down right down to that green box. Okay, I'm gonna buy gold. I like how it's building. Okay, so this is gonna be. I might even trade this one without showing you a stop loss. Okay, I'm gonna buy. But because I might add another position. Okay, so normally I'd place my stop down here, but that's not daily point of interest. I could add maybe another buy down in here. Okay, so I'm gonna buy, but normally I'd place my stop loss down here. But if this one goes in drawdown, I might be adding another buy order. Okay, this is position trading now. Okay, we're gonna learn something new today. Okay. However, if it doesn't need to come down there and I bought here, then that's fantastic. Then I don't need to worry about that. But okay, so coming up back into, let's say, 50% of this red zone, it's about 25 pips. Okay, and then hopefully we can maybe fill back up to 3,330 to fill those wicks right up there. Okay, so I am going to buy on gold. Hopefully, 4 a.m. can give us a little bit of a push. But again, this could just be one bounce and then it could come right back down. But let's see if it creates two bottoms. Let's see if it builds something down here. That's what I was saying. If it dips a little bit down and puts me in drawdown, I want to add another position down there on the buy side. Okay. Okay, and then if it gets up to there, that's 35 pips fill up to those previous high wicks. And then that's where we could get resistance and push back down. But if we can close with bullish volume above there and continue build, we could turn this up to this red zone. Okay, this could be a minor one. That could be the bigger one up there. But regardless, let's see what happens. We got 2 more minutes to go on this candle. Okay, we still have a lot of selling pressure. I am going against the trend on a buy. So it could come back down on me. Definitely could. But I want to see now maybe 4 a.m. We'll build a little bit of today's bottom wick down in here. We'll see. Okay. Also, I need blue volume to physically close above this red zone. Okay. So that's another thing. Right now we're barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. It did create that high coming back through here, but then quickly got rejected. So now we got to watch follow through. Follow through, follow through. Will the buyers continue to close strong near into the closing 90 seconds, or are sellers going to absorb them and push it right back down? Then we got to continue to build at this green zone. I hope we can get a little bit of blue volume closing above there, just so I can flip this little minor red zone and maybe turn it into some temporary support going forward on the lower time frames. Why am I very often trading against trend? I don't know. Sometimes when we start these calls, it's coming down to a daily area of support. Sometimes when we're trading these, it's trading at the highest point of the day, and I'm looking to sell the daily wick. Like, I don't know. I don't plan these. I was in a sell earlier, and then I got that trade was a break even. Had I been still in it, yeah, I would have been had a nice healthy move to the downside. But sometimes, guys, sells turn to buys and buys turn to sells. I'm a scalper, so I'm not looking to hold positions all day, all night. Sometimes I'm just looking, like for this candle too. Like it was zero drawdown. It's in a few pips profit, but I know some people don't really care about 15 pips, right? But sometimes when I'm scalping with standard lots, 15 pips, $150. I look for a couple of those trades a day. I made $500 US. That could be $10,000 a month. Okay, just by 10, 15 pips. Some traders don't understand that. We're always looking for 100. 1,000 pip trades. Okay, so we did close above. Can I go red to green momentarily? Yes, just in case we get a short-term pullback. Maybe this can build us a little bit of depth of market, so we don't need to come back down into this deeper green box, okay? Can we build maybe a little pullback here? Notice that we closed 95% near the high, so if we get kind of just a shallow pullback, we could fill that wick and then continue to drive into the heart of this red zone above us, okay? So far, 15 pips in profit, okay? But we're looking for, obviously, a little more, okay? This could be a bounce on DAX. Like here, it came down, closed in the green box. Watch, see if it can build a little bit. Could see DAX continue to the upside, or if it pushes, closes below here, we see it continue to push further down. Good wick. Can we fill with a little bit of blue volume? There we go. We got our hammer candle. Okay, so we got a higher high. We got our hammer candle. That green line is that 9 EMA. Sometimes when it comes up there, it'll kiss that 9 EMA, maybe get a little bit of rejection. But hopefully we can consolidate kind of above here, maybe flag a little bit. Maybe we develop a little bit of a neckline up here. I would like to see the neckline being created up here where most of the volume was trading over here. So I still think we can get a little bit more to the upside for at least 30 pips up here on this kind of this leg up without getting a serious pullback down into here. Guys, hit the likes on YouTube. You know, we're going to do a long marathon session today. Two and a half more minutes to go. Okay, so the candle did technically make a higher high from the previous candles. Okay, I know it's a lower high from the overall structure. Absolutely correct. Came down. We got a higher low. Still holding above this green zone in here. Okay, we don't have like a second bottom yet. Okay, this whole 4 candles right here are considered one bottom coming up. Maybe it comes back down. That would be technical second bottom. Maybe like what I said, deeper down into there. That's where the bigger buyers could come in. But again, it would break what we got going on, this overall structure. And then could get that big leg up. However, if it kind of closes in here too, we could start pushing back down to the downside. Okay, so let's see kind of when we close in the next 90 seconds. So is this going to be like a possible bull flag above 50% of the volume? Like right here, if I was to consolidate that flag right there, it's all green, okay? Are my buyers going to come in here and kind of consolidate this? You know, start asking to trade up here. You know, the more the sellers bid down here, we're going to start pushing down. So you see how they're still asking to trade near the high? That's good. So can we close strong with this asking momentum, closing into the close of the candle in the next 44 seconds, closing near the highest point of our candle, or creating a new higher high, okay? So we want to kind of continue to ask to trade up here in order to strengthen our depth of market below us, okay? And then maybe we'll get some sellers to start pulling their orders above us as we're asking to trade up here, and they're repositioning their offers at the next red block above us. And then that gives us clearance to drive through here, okay? So these are all things I watch for. That's why I'm very particular on how candles open, how they close, what they did, all of these things. That's called technical analysis. I'm very technical when it comes to trading. Some traders say I'm too technical. I say you can never be too technical. Okay, so the sellers closed at the end. Remember, we were trading up here. They pushed it down. They closed. So that is a bearish pin bar candle. Still got bearish volume in it. Okay, but we're still kind of maybe in this flag, still consolidating. Okay, we're still holding above 50% of this big bullish candle. That's the pole, and this is the flag. So can we continue to maybe just consolidate in here and then continue to push back to the upside? But you can see how strong the sellers are still up here. Okay. We just need a little punch through there. Grab us 30, 35 pips, and then we can start to reduce risk, maybe scale out a little bit. I think we can get it. Okay, that's a good asking to trade. We're filling our wicks. Okay, so we got that nasty 9 EMA, like it's like an umbrella with a big dark cloud above us. So we want to kind of break through that because there we go. Okay, good push. Okay, so we're asking to trade up here. Remember, maybe these short sellers got their stops inside here. We could take out those pending orders as well. And then we get more buyers adding fuel to the fire. We could really increase the delta positive volume to the upside. Okay. Okay, so that push is 18 pips. 20 is right there. Okay, we're looking for a little more. Remember what I said, inside here is 25. Could get through to 30. Okay, good bullish flag momentum breakout, asking to trade up here. Excellent bullish flag pattern off of the bottom of hourly support. Guys, you got to have a playbook in your head. Okay, it dropped all the way down to our hourly support, bar-coded, closing bar above, flag, higher low, asking to trade up here. This is also the first leg up. So this could definitely come all the way tumbling right back down to the second bottom. Okay, that's why we got to kind of do something. Remember, I didn't do something on my first 30 pip trade. So, do I want to make that mistake again? Okay, we're trading in that red box. Guys, I got a million playbooks in my head because I've seen a million different trade setups. You guys got to get very clear with your setups, okay? It's part of watching patterns, part of watching candlesticks, knowing what, guys, time and sales, this all started at 4 a.m., okay? Remember, why it came down specifically at 3:55 at the close of the last hourly candle at hourly support. 4 a.m. opens a new hourly momentum at 4 a.m. and then we're getting this pattern. Okay, so this happens every single day. You got to get used to this, guys. Got to start learning this. It's not just learning it with reading a book. It's learning physically, watching this shit. I know some of you guys are really hungry to learn. As am I. I'm a student of the game to trading for the rest of my life. Every single candle is different every day, There's always clues, there's fake outs. Donald Trump is tweeting, Elon Musk is tweeting, there's Powell is tweeting, there's everything going on. So you gotta there we go. Fuck, I'm talking too much. I gotta start securing some money here. Okay, guys, that's 30 pips. Okay, and then up to there's 35. I'm taking 80% out up here. Yes, sir, Bob. 80% out, 20% break even, okay? It would have been 2 for 2 if I didn't get greedy on that first trade. But filling up to there, okay? That's tweezer top highs, resistance. If it pops a little further, just let's go through where we could go. Next is right there, body to body, 42 pips up there. However, this thing is going to close in 20 seconds. Where are we going to close? Are we going to close above the red zone, inside the red zone? Are sellers going to come down last second? Are we going to figure out where 50% of this candle volume is? Are we going to continue to trade with this? Absolutely we are. We're invested in this candle. Why would we take our eyes off of it? Right there is about 50%. Okay, if it closes right there, okay? Bullish ignited open, fill the wick. We could possibly fill these two guys behind us and pop, okay? If we're popping up to these bodies. A body and a body right there for 42.5 pips, okay? This, stretch it into the future. This, where we stretch it into the future. Remember, I bought right here, okay? I'm here at 3326. Guys, hit the likes on YouTube. Stop sleeping over here. Come on. I'm the one that should be sleeping. It's 4:15 a.m. Eastern, and I probably have more energy than any of you guys here. Roderick, how do I draw the green zones? Grab your rectangle right here on your trading tool, like this, okay? And then what I do is I have a template here. Ooh, I haven't even taught you guys about the popcorn zone. Oh shit! Wait till we talk about the popcorn zone. Okay, so you see there, I got daily demand, a dark pool zone. I haven't even talked about dark pools with you guys. Okay, those are those hidden secrets. We're not there yet. We're learning right now how to draw a green box. I see YouTube is, we've got to learn the basics over here. Okay, so just like that, it's a green zone. We go consolidated zone is neutral. Okay, so you can just go on your zone right here. If it's neutral, I do a consolidated zone, neutral. And then if it's a selling zone, I go right over here, supply zone. Okay, I've made my own templates, but you can do that too. It's very easy. Just grab this rectangle tool right there and you can change the color. You can go right here and change the color. If you want to change it green, I just did my border and then I just did the inside. And then if you want to label it, you can go here, save as, make it as your template, as you wish. Oh, wow. Okay. Are we going to get a move up here? Let's go. Jay, you took an Adderall so full and not me, bro. I just smoke joints. Can't wait for my 5 a.m. joint. I get more energy the more weed I smoke, guys. I'm a different breed. Normally people fall asleep when they smoke weed. I get energized. I'm like the Energizer bunny. Probably same a lot of you guys here. Armand, same you too. Guys, we're having a fun time. Fun times. The dark pool zone, please explain. I'll give you the Cole's notes on a dark zone, a dark pool zone, because I need a full webinar to really teach what a dark pool is. Dark pools are hidden orders that institutions place that don't want to spook retail volume. So let's say, for example, Tesla, Elon Musk. He wants to come in and buy a shit ton of Tesla shares. He doesn't want to do it on the New York Stock Exchange, because if he puts a big order in, it might scare like the depth of market, right? If it's a big order coming in. So what they do is they go on dark pools. It's a offshore trading, and he can place an order in there, and then it slowly gets filled where you and I cannot see. That's why it's called a dark pool. It's bullshit, if you ask me, in my opinion, because that's what we got to trade against. We got to trade against not just regular volume, but and the market maker manipulation. But then there's dark pool transactions too that go against us. It's a rigged game, so that's why we got to learn how to trade this shit as much as we can. You can get some analysis that can reveal dark pools. But through brokers and other level analysis out there, some of it is expensive to get a hold of that stuff. But yes, when you start to take your trading to a little bit more higher level and more advanced stage, start researching what are dark pools. Pablo, you got some pips on that? My man Pablo. RJ, nothing like a 5 a.m. joint. You know it. Okay, guys. So are we going to fill these wicks? Okay. I don't want to see triple tweezer top highs. You'll probably see me throw up. but I don't want to see a lower high. I want to see a higher high. I want to extend this move, but we're trading in that bigger red zone right there. Okay, so this is our neckline, so definitely could pull back, but we're continuously getting ignited bottom opens. Those are strong opens. So there we go. We broke for a new high. This could now trade up to our point of interest right here, 42.5 pips. If this physical body closes above here, we're going to flip this bigger red zone green because it's going to be a bigger depth of market. Let's drive up to this big red box and catch us 55 pips right in there, okay? Hopefully we can get some movement up there and grab those pips. I will explain this trade again to some of you guys are asking me to explain it. Guys, it's very simple. Time and sales, time and sales. I've been saying this for 6 years now. Time and sales. It's an auction, okay? The 4 a.m. auction is opening up. That's when the 4 a.m. traders are smoking their joints and getting ready to transact and buy gold, okay? We waited for it patiently to come down to hourly point of interest. I don't know if you guys can see that. There's a white line there at 3,325. Why did I place that there? Go rewind this call from the beginning or hit the notification so you can join us when we're breaking our top-down analysis. That's why I'm saying, guys, join us early because that's the most important part of the entire call is when we're doing the top-down analysis. I trade off of these zones and lines all day, 24 hours a day, okay? But you got to understand too, it's not just locating them. You got to understand why. 355, it came down. Tweezer bottom lows, close right there at the hourly support. So I knew there was hourly support there, not demand, but support. And then I see right there the 4 a.m. candle coming up. I saw barcoding. That's why I jumped in even early. I didn't even wait for this bar to close. I jumped in right there and then it closed above. Then I figured out we had this red zone. We just flipped it green. We held, retest. I showed you guys a bullish flag and we continue push up and look at us driving. Okay, so that's a good 50 pips up there. 50 pips. That's not bad. Okay, that's a daily goal for most traders. Now, it's going to close in 2.5 minutes. Can we keep this bullish momentum closing above here? Because remember, we're still counter trading. We bought the lowest, we bought the wick at the bottom today. Okay, so you can go and tell your friends that you bought the daily low wick on gold and you made money, and they're going to say, "Holy shit, how'd you do that?" You're going to tell them I was on SST's YouTube and we traded together as a team. Okay, but if this bar closes above, this red zone can physically turn green. Okay, and then we can build maybe more pending orders in here while we hang out up here. But this could come tumbling all the way back down because maybe it needs to get a second bottom at the hourly support down here. So, like we got a lot of resistance. Think about this. One leg coming down, we are coming right back up, but we're coming back up maybe to this block. And it could come all the way back down here. That's why I want to flip this one green, see if we get a higher low support and hold there. Because if it fails, we're coming back down, basically where we entered, and into the hourly double bottom. And that's where you get a stronger leg maybe going up, and then it really drives. However, if this block can't hold, it closes below, retest this, we're continuing to sell gold today, okay? We continue to drop down to the bigger demand area. And hopefully I explained that to everybody, okay? I don't want to keep explaining, but you guys got to kind of pay attention. That's why when I say on YouTube, if someone is spamming, it really pisses me off because we're really focused, and then some people are just acting silly on there, and it takes away from the people that are actually trying to learn, okay? So I need your help, guys, on YouTube. If you guys see someone spamming, come on, like help out, help the team, and just say, settle down, and then let's stay focused. We can make money together, we can learn together, we can do this for a long time, but we all got to stay focused on these calls, including myself. I got to stay focused too. Look at DAX closing below. Have you guys flipped this zone green to red, or are you guys waiting for me to do this? Okay. You see now, like it closed below, it retested it. There's the push down. So it could definitely break, but then you got a daily point of interest, yellow line, and the 200 EMA. So just if you were to just draw like a little green zone and just watch now, you don't have to be in the trade, but let's just see if buyers will step in right there. Okay, right there. See how it's coming down? I've got a daily yellow line and a 200 EMA. If it comes in here, let's just see if it will get a wick in here to prove our point that this could be support. Okay. Okay, so that bar did close above this red zone. So just going through the motions. I know I got boring motions every day. It's the same shit every single day. But that's what can make you a good trader. When you're doing the same shit, you can do it half asleep. You can do it with one eye open. You can do it with smoking 3 joints in your mouth. It's the same stuff over and over and over. It becomes so redundant that you're going to say, Ron, this is getting to the point where it's too easy. And I'm going to say, you've made it as a trader. When it gets a boring routine and you're doing it every single day, you know you've made it. You got a sound, disciplined plan. You know exactly what you're looking for every single day. When you hit your daily goal, you pip and you dip out of these markets and you go do other shit. You don't just sit in here and stare at candles all day, unless you want to learn. Hit your daily goal and get out, okay? Pablo, nice. You got 0.8, close some. Nice. Good job. Rahish, thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Okay, guys. Guys on Zoom, is everyone all good? How's everyone doing? Are you guys awake? Or do you see, guys, we found a little bit of buyers right there, almost at our daily point of interest. Okay, look at where we found them. 24,200 on the dot. Okay, so again, psychological. If you're looking for little scalps, that's what you're looking for. Okay, just like even one candle bar, that's a 20 pip candle, guys. 20. Like if you go to the 1 minutes, do you know how beautiful that is? Yeah, it came right down in there to that little pocket right there, coming right back up, and you got a bullish candle coming right back up. Could be resistance right here on the 1 minutes. Now that's a 25 pip candle on DAX. Like it doesn't get any more cleaner than that. Jin, you learned something new today with you? Amazing. I have that guarantee on all these calls. I guarantee you'll learn something new every single call. Good. As long as I'm learning something new every single day on these calls too. Notice how this was equal high resistance, that red line. You got volume closing above, and now it's momentarily acting as support. So that's showing you what a static line is. I never changed the line. The only thing that changed was the volume. The volume actually closed above the red line, and now it's using it as support. That's the most simple explanation of support and resistance I can give you. If I was teaching this to my 9-year-old daughter, she gets that. She knows it's a red line. It's always going to be a red line. If the volume is below, it's a red line. That meaning sellers. As soon as we get some bullish volume closing above, the line is the line, doesn't change. It just changes now to support. Okay, that's what we mean by static. Static. Okay, get to know that. You know, you might do really well as a trader when you just physically learn what that means. Saint Duby, welcome. Just joined the stream. Could you please explain the basis of drawing the zones? I will at 5 a.m. because we're going to do NASDAQ and US 30. We're going to do full top down on those. And that's where you guys will learn how I figure out the supply zones, the points of interest on a daily, hourly. Okay. So stick with me for the next 30 minutes. And then we'll do NASDAQ and US 30, guys, because we're here till 9 a.m. We got lots of time. So for all those guys that were saying, how do we do this? How do you do top down? You will learn. Just stick with us, okay? Just make sure you hit the likes, okay? If I go on YouTube and I see that there's no likes, I'm going to get off of YouTube and I'm just going to chill with Zoom. So I'm going on there right now to see how many likes we got. I don't like normally doing this, but Dave told me I got to start doing this. Let's see here. 120 likes. Okay, not bad. But there's 170 viewers. So there's 50 people on this call that don't want to hit the like button. Look at this trade. I don't know what else to do for you guys. I explained that to a T. But there's some things you can, like, I don't know, guys. I don't like begging, but, you know, I lose motivation to come on YouTube to do this. But I don't want to get to that point. Okay, look at that. Now, resistance turned to support. Look at right to the line. Like, it doesn't get any more technical than that. Did you guys change the red box to green on DAX? That physical body that came produced at the daily position right there. I even brought it down a little zone to the 200 EMA, but that body closed above. So now get in the habit, static zone. Okay, now all I'm doing is just changing the color to illustrate that it could be ongoing support right now because that physical bar closed above. Again, the volume is the only thing that moves. The volume is the only thing that's variable. The lines and the zones don't change. They change color, yes. You don't have to change the color like me, okay? I'm just a very visual person. I like changing green to red. I see some of you guys just keep them neutral colors, but you guys understand if volume closes above your neutral zone, you know it could be support. If volume closes below your neutral zone, you know it's resistance. That I understand. Some of you guys do that. That's perfect. But guys, just heads up, 5 a.m., we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. I'll leave the stream on. Candles will be moving, but it's washroom time for everybody, especially myself. And grab a drink, have a smoke if you guys smoke. I definitely will be going smoking some weed. It's legal here in Canada. Move to Canada and you guys can smoke it with me. We can grow 4 plants in our backyard if you like. If any of you guys got green thumb, we got some nice clones growing in the back. My kids are like, what are these trees? I tell them they're maple trees, Canadian maple trees. No. I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. I don't grow anything. I don't grow. If I say that, Dennis might be coming in my backyard. Dennis might be coming in the backyard in like 10 minutes. Guys, we're hitting 55 pips. Dennis, no, I don't have them, bro. Maybe Dave has them. I'll do a vlog. I'll drive to Dave's house. We'll go check his garden. We'll see what Dave's growing back there. Dennis, you down with me? We go to Dave's backyard and we see what he's growing back there. Mike, you might not be growing anything, Greece. Me too. I might not be growing anything here. Green maple leaf, you guys got it. Guys, okay, so trading right into that red zone. Okay, I've got 20% running. I'm going to close out an additional 10%. Okay, so I'm verbally telling you guys it came right into 50% of that red box. I'm taking out another 10%. Okay, I only got 20% running, but I'm going to pocket another 10, put it in my pocket. Okay, and only leave 10% running. Okay, all good. What do you guys think about that trade? Honest opinion. Like, do you guys have, like, hopefully I explained it properly, why I got in. It's not easy to explain what you're doing, like, live, but hopefully I did explain it to you guys. But, you know. So, red oil lined up perfectly with the bottom wicks. Yeah, it's just another chart, another security, other volume, still following technicals. That's why I will stand behind this 100%. I don't care who wants to argue with me or debate me. I'll debate you until the cows come home. Price action is king. Let me say that clearly right into the microphone. Price action is king. Nothing can fuck around with price action. You're looking at real-time data and you're looking at the real emotions of traders who are in drawdown, who are in profit, how they're reacting. No indicator on this planet can give you that detailed information. I'm sorry. I probably tried out every single indicator there is, probably more than a lot of you guys put together. I've tried every indicator and they are lagging indicators. They print after the candle. They print after the fact. They are lagging. They're still used with Confluence to help you when you're in a trade or get into a trade, but there's nothing better than real-time price action. Okay, I'm going to make that as clear as possible. And then there's going to be guys that say, oh, Ron, no, this indicator is better. Good luck. Good luck on that. Okay. If you're at an auction, if you're at a live auction and you're actually participating in the live auction, the person who's participating in a live auction knows more than if I get on the telephone and then 5 minutes later I'm calling my friend to tell him the price of this car, that's lagging. That 5-minute lag is interfering with the real live auction. Same with right here. This is a live auction. Indicators print after the fact. So they're a little lagging. They're telling you what's happening after the fact. Okay. I like to be right in real time. Okay. That's the difference between scalping the markets and kind of like swing trading or investing. You're invested in every single candle. Remember when I brought it down to the 1 minute and then we showed that fake out right there. You remember that? I was considering to take a buy up there, but then as soon as that bar opened and came down bearish, look at it, took that leg. Look at the nice little double bottom we got on the 1 minute. It's like came down. Remember that hourly? I bought the 5-minute candle right there, but looking now, dissecting the 1 minute candles, it came down. Bottom support right there, 350, 351, 352, 354, 355. Closed in the red zone there. 356, come down bearish. 57, come back up. There's a little 58, 59. There was the 4 a.m. pull, and that's what I got in. 401 right there. If you break it down, but I was watching the 5-minute candles. But there it is, double bottom on the 1 minute. Look at all that consolidation. That was that bull flag, and we continue to push up. Bull flag, continue push up, come back down. Look at that red line. That was resistance there where I was gonna, grab a buy, but I was looking at the 1 minute, and then look at now had support, 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 support. 4 wicks at that red line. Guys, I don't know how else to explain this. There are some traders that come in after the fact and they say they did this, they did this, they did that, but they don't show you what they do live. Okay. Dave and I have been here for 6 years straight, every single day doing it live. Okay. Showing you everything, wins, losses, profit, break evens, all that. But we break down everything. I break down my losers with you. I break down my winners with you. I break down my break evens. Okay. It's as transparent as you can get. I don't like to show my financial account live to strangers. That's just when you get mature and you get older as a trader. I don't know if my tax man is watching me. I don't know if my whatever. I don't even know if my wife is watching me. Maybe she doesn't need to know how much money I'm making. My wife is the tax man in the house. Okay. So I gotta hide my account from her. Guys, leave me alone. Don't rat on me, okay? Pablo, you remember when we were on 20 on YouTube? Pablo, I remember when you were like the first 10, 20 people when we started on YouTube, man, that brings back memories. Yeah, we're at 81,000 now. Hopefully we can get to 100,000. My son gave me like a kind of a bet to see if we could get that 100,000 that play button. So we'll see if we can get it, but I don't know if YouTube likes us. We're giving out too much financial education to the world, and I guess they don't want us to be financially independent. But you know what I say to that? Fuck that. Let's continue to learn, guys. Let's continue to learn to be financially free, so you can make your own money on your own. You don't have to answer to anybody. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of resistance right here. That's why I took out 10% of my remaining 20%. Okay, but guys, trading is all about being patient. I'll tell you, like, if someone asks me, Ron, what's the secret to trading? There's no secrets. It's just be patient. Be patient. Let the trade come to you naturally, and just trade with proper risk management. That's it. There's nothing else that you got to do. Okay, but there are some traders that trade reckless. Okay, I was one of them. I was very reckless, and then I would revenge trade, and then I would get pissed off. Then I blame the markets, and before you know it, I've lost my mindset. And now I'm trading on tilt. If you guys ever play poker, same thing. When you play poker and you lose a big hand, like for example, let's say I got a flush. Okay, I got the highest flush. I got a ace high flush, and then you river a full house on me. Okay, and we both go all in. Okay, I've got a great hand, You know, the ace high flush is a pretty big hand, but there's one hand that can beat me, and you rivered it on the last card. You got a full house. That would piss me off. That would put me on tilt. And then when the dealer's dealing me in the cards, I'm just playing on tilt. I'm getting mad. I'm going all in. I'm re-raising when I shouldn't be. And then before you know it, you lose all your chips on the table. Same thing with trading. It could start with one trade. One trade could be set things off for the day. That's why I say my trades don't live in my head. You know, I forget about them. I learn from them real quick. If I, like right here, I learned about why I took that trade. It's in my head. I learned from it. I still learned from my other one where I was up 25 pips with zero drawdown, but I didn't do anything. I learned from it. I lowered my stop loss too fast, and then I got out at break even. But I learned from it. I don't get mad. Learn, and then continue moving forward. Okay? That's what you got to do in trading. Armand, Ditanimid, thank you, bro, for joining. Good. You got your 1% goal? Amazing. Okay, guys, so we're getting to 440. We'll continue to watch these. And then are you guys okay if we move into NASDAQ and US 30 for the next little bit? We'll do full top downs on those because we got some news coming up. We got earnings coming up. We got lots going on today. And also Netflix is coming up. So in the meantime, let's just do a little quick education, guys, if you guys don't mind. On our website here, we got some blogs, okay? So just some quick blogs on fair value gaps, okay? Learning about those, golden zones, learning about those, how to utilize your Fibonacci tool for that golden zone retracements, anywhere in between that psychological 50% and that 618. Learn what that is. This is just a company here, Eris Mining Corporation, fundamental overview. So we got this from our Discord channel. Some good information over here, guys. So you see here, we got information, some headlines on US 30, NASDAQ, DAX. Some of the biggest headlines of the day are out here. Thanks to Red Clues for helping us out with this. It's amazing, guys. And also like the commodities here. Here's gold. You can click on this. Here's Eris Mining. So if you bought gold during the 2008 financial crisis, here's how much you have today. Guess what, guys? I was a big buyer of gold in 2008 financial crisis. That's when I got laid off from the bank where I was currently working. And I've been, trading gold years prior before this. So I knew to buy gold at 2008. So, gold, oil, silver, all of these things. Read a little bit about it. If we want to learn what Eris Mining is, what sector, it trades in gold mining sector. It's a junior mining company. Its headquarters in Vancouver, Canada. It trades on the Toronto Stock Exchange. The ticker is ARIS. A business summary, Eris Mining is engaged in exploration, development, and operation of gold mining assets in Colombia and Latin America. The company has transitioned from junior exploration to a multi-asset gold producer following strategic mergers and project development. Their core assets include Segovia operations and their Maramata mine, both located in Colombia. Financial health. You can read about their revenue growth, their earnings, their cash flow, their debt, their operational outlook, their macros, their risk factors, everything. You got a chart. You can see, guys, it was a clear pump and dump back in the day. They did a lot of shareholder dilution. They probably got rid of CEOs and bring in new CEOs. But look at where it's trading, guys. This is worthwhile just taking a look at the chart, and just taking a look at this because it is a gold miner. Gold's trading at all-time highs. You never know when this thing could pop. So yeah, look at I love to go over a chart with this, but we'll do this on other sessions. We'll be breaking down possible companies that we could be looking at and watch how they're going for the next couple of weeks. And maybe who knows, maybe we can catch a unicorn. Unicorn is anything that moves up 100 to 500%. That's a unicorn. So you got resistance, you got some support levels, trend bias, and your conclusion. But join the free blogs, guys. It's good reads. While you're having your coffee or you're smoking your joint in the morning, it's good to just read a little bit on everything that's going on in the markets. Okay, so you see, guys, how the red zone is a red zone. That's why I took out 10% up there. Okay, why? It was 55 pips. That was the total amount measured from here to there. So now I only have 10%, but now it could be pullbacks. It could come back down into this green zone. That could be another possible buying opportunity. Sellers could break this and continue to come back. Then we got an hourly double bottom down in there. Okay, all of those things to consider. But guys, the stock markets, the financial markets, everything is just a constantly learning every single day. Like I was just talking about gold sector. There's the AI tech sector. It's not just Nvidia and AMD and SMCI and TSM. There's a million other smaller AI companies. They might be penny stocks. They might be trading OTC over the counter. They might be on a venture exchange before they graduate to get to the NASDAQ or the bigger exchanges. They got to meet their requirements, but there's everything for everybody to trade in these financial markets. And guys, we haven't had much news coming out over here, so not much news, not much. When Trump wakes up, he wakes up pretty soon. You're going to start to see Trump making a few comments in here, and that's when the markets are going to start to move. And then this is what we're going to do next. Okay, so let's just get our charts ready. We're going to do US 30. Okay, so Dow Jones. We'll get it all set up here. I like to use the FX chart. There it is. Okay, so we got the Dow we'll take a look at, and also NASDAQ. We'll put over here. We'll put it on deck. There it is. Okay, so after 5, okay, when we hit 5, we're going to just take a 5-10 minute break, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to do full top-down analysis on Dow Jones, US 30, YM if you're trading the futures, and NAS100, NASDAQ, or NQ if you're trading the futures, okay? And then that's going to be coming up. I think we've done a pretty good job on gold and breaking down DAX today. But see DAX, okay? So it's got just learning patterns. It came up one time, good supporting level right there. It came back up. That's the second top, but there was a liquidity grab at the highest point of the day. Okay, so pay attention, guys. This is where you can really learn something. Okay, so you see it's a nice double top in the red box, but what happened right here? What happened right here at 3:30 specifically? So a new 30-minute candle came, and they hunted up there. Maybe they took out all the liquidity up there at the highest point of the day. And then it got rejected, volume still started close, and then we had this leg come down. So that is a possible clue to enter a sell right there. You're selling the second leg down with a liquidity grab, and you can grab a few pips coming down, okay? And now we're closed below kind of this neckline right here. The neckline is technically like right there, but now we could see maybe a possible leg come back up, or we could physically see the next leg breaking down, okay? So what we can do is get rid of that big red zone so we can stay focused here, okay? So you see how it's, still trading inside here. If it comes back up, double bottom. Look at the 5-minute candles. They got a little 5-minute bottom, double bottom. One, close with volume above, neckline, coming back down, second bottom, coming back up. If we come back up here, close, maybe we change this box green, maybe we flip, and then all of a sudden, there could be some buying momentum coming back up. Will it come all the way back up to the box? Maybe, but that they could make a lower high right there and continue to push this thing down, okay? But just keep an eye on that if you're trading DAX. Gold, again, we're flagging maybe right in here, going into 5 a.m., time and sales. So you see right now, it's kind of taking its breath. It might continue to go to the upside, but it's got to take its breath right now. Okay. So it's, it's like, I'm 43 years old, guys. Okay. So Ron's getting old. It's like me going outside right now and sprinting as fast as I can go. I'll tape it so you guys can see me, but I might go. And then you're going to see me, Ron, start grabbing and huffing and puffing and need a smoke. But I might, start getting cramps. That's me slowing down. But then I guarantee you, if I smoke a joint, I'm ready to continue to go. So think about this. Gold took off, okay? And then now it's catching its breath. And then maybe it will continue to go straight up to the upside. That's a bull flag consolidation, okay? All we got to do is continue to get buyers asking to trade above these highs, creating new highs. And then we also got to just create the depth of market below us with higher lows, just to create a strong depth of market, okay? And it could possibly fail, okay? It could come down. But that's where you got the bigger red zone, okay? Okay, awesome, guys. Yeah, so guys, utilize everyone on Zoom and the Discord, okay? Good information coming out. So good information on gold, headlines, oil, okay? Saturn Oil and Gas Income announces results of substantial issue bid. We can click on these. We can go. Silver's in the news, guys. Silver's in the news. Right now, we're going to get into NASDAQ and US 30. So Dow Jones futures, NVIDIA chip maker, Netflix, Loom after Trump and Powell blip. So we're talking about that. Netflix has earnings in the after hours, will affect S&P, NASDAQ, US 30, everything. What else do we got going on? Wall Street ends higher after brief slump on Powell firing confusion. Yeah, guys, that was that yesterday, that big candle. It was just said Powell got fired. And did you see how the markets reacted? Okay, so things like this can affect everything. That's why don't be over leveraged when you're trading, okay? Because something like that will ruin you. NASDAQ, we can talk about. DAX, right over here, we were talking about. So all of these things, guys, good to read about. Just click on one of these and an article will come up and we can kind of read it right here. So stocks end higher despite uncertainty about possible Powell firing. And then here's your article, while you're having your coffee in the morning, read prior to the market's opening up and do a little bit of analysis, okay? Okay, so there's the bullish ignited impulse, okay? So this is an impulse candle breaking out. Nothing is confirmed, okay? It's breaking out with 2 more minutes to go. If it physically closes above there, then flip this red zone green. You might get a pullback to buy back in here if you haven't bought. That would be the official retest. However, if it does close strong near the high, it could open ignited and continue to move on a higher time frame. Then that would be like 15-minute volume coming in, 30-minute volume coming in, continuing to push this 5-minute candle, okay? But look at it came back down to that 9 EMA. So this is where you can start to utilize your technical indicators to help you out. So we got at the 9 EMA, we got a low, a higher low, a higher low. It's still building. It's building our depth of market below us. All we need to do is get a hammer candle breaking out, creating a new high. And maybe we're going to start to trade up into here, okay? And then look at where we are, okay? So I don't know if you guys remember from the start of the call, where did I get this bearish parallel channel? That was from the hourly. Remember we did our hourly analysis right over here? So you remember this hourly channel? Okay, look at where we built a nice little bottom. At the bottom of the channel, that's where we bought in. So we're coming now to the dotted line and maybe the top of the channel. So on the 5 minutes, see when I'm looking at this channel, we're trading at the dotted line. That is the physical, psychological 50% of this channel. So that's where it could kind of find some resistance and come back down. This is where the market could flip bullish. The 5-minute candles could break that dotted line, close above that red zone. We flip it green. Maybe we'll come back and utilize the dotted line as psychological support to continue to go up to the upside up here, maybe to that red box. And then you get to the top of the hourly range, that parallel channel, and then that's where maybe the sell comes in, okay? Because then you're getting to a bigger area of supply above us. That's that bigger red zone. But guys, hopefully you guys are learning, that's just my main goal when I come on these, is just that you guys are constantly learning. We can earn some money together and have some fun together. But hopefully we're also having fun, like trading can be stressful. It can be serious. I understand, I know when to be serious and I know when to joke around, but also got to have some fun. Okay, guys, and there's a free Telegram channel pinned for everybody on YouTube at the top. It's right over here. Guys, if you want to visit our Instagram, Stock Sniper Trading, there is a promo giveaway going on right now. We're going to announce the winner tomorrow. You can qualify for a free $15,000 prop firm account and a 3-month membership here with us at SST. Just go over to our Instagram channel, tag a couple buddies that are interested in trading, and the instructions are there, guys. But that will be a good giveaway tomorrow morning. We're going to give away. So everything we do at SST is here on this free Telegram channel. But more importantly, if you want to join the team, join this community. It's a solid community. We're all like-minded traders here for one particular reason, is to learn and make some money and grow together as a community for years to come. We're just getting started. We're not Wall Street traders. We're not bank traders. We're not market makers. We're just normal guys like you, just trading in their basement, having some fun. Okay, and we're 3 minutes away from 5 a.m. So when we hit that, I know there could be some 5 a.m. price action, but we do need to take a break because we started this at 2. So I've been sitting here for 3 hours. I just need to get like a little stretch, stretch the leg, have a smoky, and then come right back. Hopefully you guys are still on the call. Okay, now we're pulling back. Okay, so look at the time now. We're a couple minutes going into 5 a.m. Are they going to come all the way back down to the hourly support down here? If that's the case, my 10% runner is sitting at break even. I'll get stopped out. That's cool. I'm cool with that. But at least I secured 90% of the trade. Okay, so trading is all about compounding money. It's tough to leave money on the table. Believe me, I leave a lot of it on the table too. As a scalper, you're probably more prone to that. But you got to stay disciplined, guys. Don't get greedy in these markets. Is this a pullback re-entry on gold, Samuel? Possibly, but it could also be the downtrend kicking back in. Okay, so you see now, Samuel, we figured out the bigger resistance is this block right here. This could be the inverted block. So if sellers close below here, Samuel, we flip this inside block red. That could continue to push us down. Like that buy we took there for those 55 pips, that could have just been a counter buy, and that's it. Like we had a beautiful buy, but we're still buying into lower high. Sellers could drop this thing back down, do something like this. That turns, and then we're trading, and then it's continuing to go back down. This big bearish candle is still on the daily very bearish. This could lead to continuation to the downside. So that's why I stay, Samuel, with one security throughout the day, and I just continue to watch how it's moving. I want to sell, continue with it. I want to maybe buy with it. Maybe I'm just counter trading. Maybe I'm trading back with the trend, all of these things. But yeah, this could continue pushing down. I know, yes, we could look for a potential opportunity to buy again. Then I would look at the bigger zone. It would be kind of in here, in this area, double bottom, but even deeper down in here, I want to see here, the daily point of interest right there, 3323, maybe right there, but also the sellers could just break this and keep dropping down here. We might look for a continuation selling now, But also guys like that, when you hit a trade for 55 pips and you don't do anything, guys, this stuff could come down. Like it's a staircase going up, and then it's an elevator coming down. Okay. And, 50 pips is traditionally it's even a good intraday trade for most traders, not just scalping the markets. Like 50 pips is a daily goal for most traders. Think about it. If you're trading with those big prop accounts, 100, 200,000, 50 pips could be $500 a day. Okay. It's not bad money. If you can do that, I know not everybody can do it on a daily basis, but I know some traders that can do it. That's $2,500 a week. That's $10,000 a month. While they're still working, while they're going to school, while they're raising kids, while they're cutting the grass, doing all kinds of shit. They're not bank traders. They're not Wall Street traders. They're just normal people like you and I. They're mothers, they're fathers, they're students, and they're managing to do it while they're doing all their other busy daily activities. Okay. Trading doesn't take a long time. Like right now, guys, I'm being honest with you. I'm being as truthful as I can. If I was trading by myself, I got up for this London session and I took that goal, I would be in bed so fast right now, it wouldn't even be funny. I'd be curled up like a ball in a blanket and I'd be sleeping right now. That's good enough for me. I don't need to continue to trade anymore. I don't even need to wake up for Wall Street. You know what I mean? I've already hit my daily goal. But for some traders, it's like that. I love trading London session. This used to be my favorite session, believe it or not. Like it was my favorite session. I used to stay up midnight, watch how everything was moving from the futures markets leading into pre-London, hit a London trade, and go right back to sleep. But the volume is cyclical. It's seasonal. Sometimes it trades real choppy in Wall Street and it's amazing in Tokyo. And sometimes it's real shitty in Tokyo and it's trading really good in London. Sometimes we were in a stretch where we were trading London sessions and it was choppy for like 1 month and we kept switching the times. We would come post London, we'd come pre New York, and we just couldn't figure out where that good volume would come. But eventually we figured it out. So that's when you're trading different sessions, you also get to see the volume. And then you get to see what's choppy, what's tough, where's there more fake outs? Is there more fake outs in Tokyo, more fake outs in London, more fake outs in Wall Street? Some traders say Wall Street trades a lot cleaner but how do they know that? Because they trade the different sessions. They're not just trading one session and that's it, and building a bias just on New York and nothing else. So I personally like trading alternate sessions. It keeps me sharp. It keeps me learning about how the volume is moving throughout the day. Remember, volume moves 24 hours a day, right? So I want to know how it's moving at all parts of the day. Whether I'm looking at the chart or not, I still want to know how it's trading in London, how it's trading in Tokyo, how it's trading going into New York, how it's trading after New York. Okay? You don't have to physically be glued to your monitor and watch it. You could just look at the chart, look on the higher time frames. Have your analysis done and just watch what's going on. Okay, guys. But it is 5 a.m. Let's take a 5-10 minute break. Everything is on. I'm gonna go take a break, 5-10 minutes. It's up to you guys if you guys take a break or not. But I need one because we're gonna continue to go. We got another 4 more hours to go. So, and then when we come back, we're gonna start to introduce Nasdaq and Dow Jones. We're gonna bring full top down on those two securities, and we're gonna watch those for a couple hours. We'll come back to gold as we go closer to COMEX, and then we'll move back to indices. But unfortunately, guys, I will not be with you guys today for Wall Street. I got a few more renovations to continue to do here. Guys, I'm gutting the whole house upstairs. Complete reno of everything. Gutting this house and starting fresh. But give me a break and I'll see you guys in just a little bit. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting the likes on YouTube, we do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys in just a couple minutes, okay? Okay, everyone, let's get back at it. Next scheduled break will be at 8 a.m. unless I piss myself. But let's get back at it. Okay, so gold is breaking down, guys. Probably hit that break-even entry. I got that 10%. So that bar closed below 505, green to red. And DAX is curling back up, Pascal. Yeah, nice little bottom there, high lows. But for gold, you see that inverted zone now, Samuel? So you see how that bar closed below? Now coming back up, sellers got pressure. Maybe continue pushing it down. But like to see, sorry guys, I got rid of that, the buy. I'm in 10% still. But what I want you to concentrate on is if it comes back down to our hourly, will it be a double bottom down in here? Or is this going to continue breaking new lows? And we have to respect this daily candle still. Okay, I know we bought the first initial little bounce, the wick of the daily bottom, but this is a heavy candle still coming down, and it is technically making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. That is a lower high. We bought into that. That's a lower high. Could definitely come down and create a new lower low and continue pushing down. So I'm going to get off of gold now and DAX, but if you guys are trading it, DAX looks like it's curling back up. Okay, could potentially come back up to here. We're going to move now to NASDAQ and US 30, and we'll watch these for a little bit. And then at 8 a.m., we're going to kind of move back into gold, watch what gold's doing, kind of come back, fix up our zones, talk about it, and then get ready, okay? So, guys, let's continue. I just smoked some good Pineapple Express. It's like 33% sativa. It's strong. I like sativa over indica when I'm trading. Indica is more late night, ready to sleep. I'm more of a sativa guy when I'm trading. The marathon is amazing. As long as there's weed, we can continue to go. We'll continue to go here. So the beauty is we got another 3 hours to go. So no, we got 3 hours and 45 minutes. We got 4 hours to go. So okay, so let's move over. Let's get on to NASDAQ and Dow, okay? Starting with Miss Jones first, because she's the lucky lady over here, okay? Okay, so again, for those that want to learn a little bit about top-down analysis, starting from the daily, hourly, 5 minutes, how do I determine zones, points of interest? This is where you should pay a little bit of attention, okay? Because I'm going to teach you what I do, okay? So if you were wondering why I was taking trades on gold at this particular area, when it came to that white line, why was I looking for a buy there? Now we're going to learn why, okay? So right here, let's make sure everyone's on the same page here. We're on US 30 on the 5 minutes. This is how it's moving right now on the 5 minutes, okay? I can jump in no problem and start trading this. Absolutely. I can see that there's resistance here, a little minor support here that didn't hold. There's bigger support down here and this and that. I could do that, but I don't know how it's been trading. I don't know, 4 hours ago. I don't know how it opened at the futures market. I don't know how it was trading in Wall Street yesterday. I don't know how it was trading last week. So all I know is right now, snapshot of currently what I see on the charts. That's good. That's good analysis, but there's better analysis. So what we do is start off on the higher time frames. You could go all the way on the monthly if you want. Like if you want to do a full analysis on the monthly, like look at what we got going on. Just real simple on the monthly. Each one of these candles is 1 month of trading. Okay, if you treat these like as if they're 1 minute candles, it's all the same shit. What do you guys see? Okay, am I the only one that smoked a joint here, or do you guys see anything? Let me know. Who is good? Now I want to make this more into an education. Okay, I know it's fun, live trading. We're going to get into that, but we're here for 7 hours. We got to have a little bit of education. What do you guys see? Tell me right now in Zoom. List me some things that you see. Perfectly aligned trend line. Perfect. Okay, so we can start with a trend line. So we got a trend coming up. Like, if you ask me, okay, that's where it kind of started right there. That's where it came into. See there? And then I see a break of the trend line. Okay, but the trend is still intact. So something happened down here. Anything else? Anything else you guys see? What do you guys see? Someone else. Come on. Help me out. What else do you guys see? I see a few things. Double top, possibly. PYO. Perfect. Okay. So is this what you were talking about? Like, you guys tell me and then let me do it. And then maybe we can see if we're learning together. Okay. So that's where I think that there's a double top. Okay. And then now let me just explain it. PYO, if that's what you were talking about. Okay. What do I see there? I see a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. I took it to the highest wicks, right? And what did I do? I brought it down to the body, okay? Remember, the body of volume tells you the critical evidence of the candle, okay? The body of the volume, that's why some guys always ask me, Ron, why do you not place the box as the highest wicks or where the bodies? There's a particular reason why I do that. And I don't know if I'm right or if I'm wrong doing it. I don't know, okay? I do what I do. I don't know how else to explain it. But the wicks represent the range. It's how high and how low something went in that time frame. But the body where it opened and it closes for a particular reason. That's where the market makers opened it and closed it. Okay. To me, that shows me more information than just a wick on a candle. Okay. A wick shows a rejection. It shows exhaustion. It shows a lot of other analysis. That's why we're doing a wick analysis review on Friday crash course about the size of the wicks. Wicks matter. Small wicks, large wicks. We'll talk about all what that means. Okay, so PYO, 100% you're correct. Double top so far. So we're now trading into the second top, okay? Now, what else do we see? Okay, do you guys know why it's a second top? Okay, all of this cluster, this big bullish month, bearish month, bullish month, bearish month, this entire cluster, okay, is considered to be one top. We came down. That was a big drop, but look at where the volume closed and look at where it opened. That's what I mean. The bodies show the critical volume right there. If I was to draw a support line, I would be drawing it right there at these bodies. And then here's the next, look at 3 months we've been coming up since May, since June, and here's July. Look at how much days we have left. 14 days to go. We're in mid-month right now, and we're trading into the second top. This is a real big top because this is the all-time high top. Okay, so are they going to bring it back down? There's neckline, trend line, break, wick fill. That's where the markets could really drop. Okay, are we getting there? Or are we going to continue to push for new all-time highs? Are we going to get our first physical monthly bar candle closing above here? Are we going to be able the next couple months physically make this a green zone? And this might be support. And then we're continuing to drive to 46, 47,000 up there. Who knows? We got to wait 14 more days and 12 hours to go until this daily volume will eventually close. Okay. So we got a lot of time, for swing traders. This is for you guys, investors. This is for you guys, scalpers. We don't give a shit what's going on here on the monthly. I'm worried about what's going on the next minute, but you got to do a little bit of broader analysis. I save this more for the weekends. I do this analysis for the weekends. But again, why am I talking about the monthly? I just want you guys to see any structure. Give me one more structural point. What else do you guys see? Okay, you guys were absolutely correct with the trend line, ascending trend line. Perfect. There's a higher high, higher low, new higher high. That wick is technically a higher low, but we do not have any new higher highs. Okay, we don't have any new higher highs. So the sellers are there in the all-time high supply zone, and they're trying to push this thing down, but we got a lot of bullish volume. What else do we see, guys? I have all day to wait here. Come on. See, you guys don't like education. You guys are more for just where is he buying, where is he selling, okay? But I sometimes I'm not on the calls with you guys. You guys should learn how to do this, okay? I see right here a zone of support, okay? That was resistance. See, that body came in there. Look at how it came down, grabbed all the pending orders, higher low, closed as a hammer. It came in there one more time. Then we got support. We got volume above. Now let me make it a demand zone, green. Whoops, I don't want that. I want just a regular demand zone. Stretching it into the future, all the way into the future. Okay, now you see how resistance turned to support, retested, continue go. They broke it right there. Mark that wick, okay? market. Just place a line, whatever color you want, use an orange line, do whatever you want, okay? But look at, holy shit, guys, okay? You see that wick? What is the number? 36,525. If for you guys that know me, that have been on the calls, you guys know what I always tell you. I don't want to even keep repeating it because you guys should know what I'm going to say. Psychological numbers. 25. Why do, when they're doing interest rates, why is it 25 basis points? Why is it 50 basis points? Why is it 75 basis points? Why? Why is it not 19 basis points? Because it's very psychological why they do things. This is a very psychological number. 500, 525, 550, 575, 600, 625, 650, 675, 700. We're at an auction. That's a good, efficient area to make a lot of transactions. Okay, but now you see how you can kind of back test, go backwards. And when this bar closed Friday, December 1st, that entire month of December closing into December 23 into 24, that was the first monthly candle that closed with volume. If you were a patient investor and you waited a couple years, look, you would have got an entry with zero drawdown straight into profit, and you're holding for all-time high breaks. Yeah, it took you a while. It took you a couple years, but some investors wait years and years and years. You know, that's why they're very, very wealthy over years, because they're very patient for these type of setups. Now we even go backwards. Look at the line. How it used to be in 2021, it was resistance. A wick, a body, and a body. But it did peek its head up there in 2021. That was when we were covering COVID. And then look at the last pivot pullback. Right there, you should have a big demand zone right in there, okay? So you see how you can kind of break monthly candles down, break them down to daily, break them down to 4 hour, break them down to hourly, break them down to 15 minute to 5 minute to 1 minute. It's the same stuff, okay? It's the same stuff. But we can continue to go backwards and look right here, guys. Like, oh man, we're the investors in this group. Look at right here where it came back up, rejected. We pushed down. First bar closed above. When? November 2020. When did it officially come back and retest this from resistance to support? Right there, October of 2022. And if you got in patiently waiting, you're laughing. There's a big monthly bull flag. Continue to drive. Closing above, retest it proper. Okay. Now let's continue moving. Let's continue. What's another thing I see? Okay. 50% of this big bullish candle last month, June 2nd. Guys, you got to locate that. You got to know what you're looking for. Okay. That's a big, abnormally large bullish candle closing right near the high. What I would be doing, okay, grab your Fibonacci tool. Go from when that monthly candle opened to where it closed. Is there 50% exactly? Yes, there it is. What's the number? 43,116, okay? We place a line there. That could be a point of interest on the daily. There's my yellow line. Can I get a zone out of this? Absolutely, okay? Using your Fibonacci tool, it's the one line above, either the 618 or the 382, and the same thing below, either 618 or 382, depending if you have it reversed or not, okay? So you see we found a nice fair value discount zone in the month of June that still has not been transacted. So stretch that into the future, right? If it comes back down to anywhere 43,330 to 43,118 to 42,890, that could be where it comes in there and catches a wick and goes back up. If it closes below here, we're going to do the same thing. That's where we could turn into maybe sellers, because it could come in there, we flip that zone, and then it's trading back down to here. And then maybe back down to here. And then we buy that for investors, right? So what if I told you that these were just 5 minute candles doing what 5 minute candles do, but they're monthly candles, okay? So, you know, this is how you can get a good start of what you're doing, okay? So what to train your eyes to look for, okay? So you guys understand? Simple supply. We found the demand. We found an inside block. We got no new higher highs. We got a lower high. We have equal top highs. And we have now this. What is this? What is this? This is a massive stop hunt, liquidity, or liquidity, everything, guys. There's a lot of liquidity below these blocks, okay? There's liquidity. That's how I show liquidity. Liquidity there, There's liquidity there, and liquidity there, all there. Okay. If you were a buyer, you would technically place your stop loss maybe below the most recent low. Okay. If you bought anywhere here, maybe you placed your stop loss below this low. If you bought in here, maybe you place your stop loss below this block for protection, your protective stop. But there's not just stop losses here. There's also buy limits, buy stops waiting to get activated. There's also on the flip side, there's sell limits and sell stops. Okay. But what the market did was in the month of April, it came all the way down here. You guys remember the month of April? What happened in the month of April? Trump's Liberation Day shocked the markets. And then it kind of recovered and came right back up that month. Okay. And then we got a point of interest where that monthly candle closed, where that monthly candle opened. We got to identify that. That's a critical interest point. But that to me is they came down there and they hunted all the liquidity. They took out all the pending orders, grabbed all that liquidity, and look at the last 3 months. Look at the preceding month. The month of May was a bullish engulfing monthly candle. It opened. Are we still above 50% of that monthly candle in May? Yes. It had a shallow pullback, higher low. We filled back up. We filled the previous wick, and we drove all the way up to close the month of June, right near the high. Have we came into 50% box right there? No. It's got a higher low. It filled its wick, and it popped. But where did we pop into? We popped into all-time high supply, double top. And is it going to come back down, or we continue to drive? Okay, I don't want to sit on this candle because there's 14 days to go and 12 hours. I don't think I'm going to stream for 14 days straight. I'm going to try today 7 hours. One day I'm going to do a 24-hour stream with you guys, believe it or not. If we get 100,000 subscribers, I'll do 12 hours and Dave will do 12 hours. Okay, that's a promise from myself, and Dave doesn't know about it, but he better. You better. I'll drag him on here, okay? But are we good, guys? Do you guys understand that? Like, quick little analysis. Now, I'm going to dissect, okay? We're surgeons. Monthly, we can go into the weekly, like we can watch which week did it close above? So it closed the week of June 23. We had an ignited week open on June 30th. And then now we're starting to come down in the weeks of July, okay? Now you see how the weekly volume is kind of consolidating. Is it creating a bull flag to continue to break out? Or are we actually getting a triple top up here? Like 3 tops. Like it came up one time, came back down, second top, broke, coming back up, maybe a triple top. Maybe a triple top is stronger than double top. And then it comes down here and breaks and sells down into here, okay? But right now, the buyers are still got a higher low, but they remember what I was saying on our 5-minute scalp? They got to ask to continue to trade in all-time high territory. There's more sellers than there is buyers. There's more bids than there's more asking, okay? Now, we can see what the weekly candle is doing. It's closing in 1 day and 12 hours. We're almost at the end of the week. Friday, 4 p.m., this candle will close. Hopefully, you guys do a little weekend analysis, Saturday and Sunday, and do a little analysis. I'll have a good blog available for you guys this Friday, right at market close, available to everybody. It's going to give you a little inspiration what to do on the weekend, okay? It'll give you a little bit what to do on Saturday, what to do on a Sunday, maybe 1 hour, 90 minutes each day, but it will really help you trading for the next week, upcoming week. You got to do some sort of analysis, okay? But that's what's going on so overall, looking at today, the weekly candle, it's a spin top. It's indecision. It opened, it had buying momentum early in the week, then sellers brought it back down, and now it's got buyers bringing it right back up, and we're still like virtually right where we opened this week. So this week is kind of wishy-washy. You know, we had some news this week. You guys remember we had CPI, PPI. Tomorrow we have, after hours today, we have NVIDIA's earnings. Like there's a lot going on in the markets. So maybe the market is cooling off, continuing to accumulate because we're trading at basically all-time high territory, okay? So maybe the market needs to accumulate. Maybe there might be more short sellers trying to sell the third top of the all-time high. Who knows? You know, there could be a lot of big hedge funds trying to short sell that. You know, they're probably licking their chops, but if the buyers continue to break this and there's good news, they're going to get short squeeze. Who knows how high this could go, okay? So That's what's going on in the weekly. Why are we talking about the weekly when we want to scalp 5 minute, 1 minute candles? Because you've got to break it down. Then you go into, now we start to see the story. Now we're getting in on the daily. Now I can see which bar physically closed above. Now I see the date and time, Thursday, June 26th. I remember now what happened on the 27th. That was a Friday, strong close. Can we figure out where 50% of this body is? Look, it's already almost pulled back right into it, but not necessarily. So I'm getting information from this bar. I can continue to see what's happening. Now points of interest on the daily. Now this is where I kind of start my analysis. So first thing what I see is up here. Do you see when we got up here? It came up. Look at the bearish bar go back down. Look at the retest. Push back down. Points of interest, okay, right here, 44,846, rounded up to 850. There's your psychological number. You can bring it to 850 exactly if you want. Whatever floats your boat, I don't care, okay? Just do what you got to do right there. So now what I see is we came back in here, July 10, Thursday, push back down. We came again. It came in here lower high. They pushed it back down. We came in here again. Where? To the points of interest of these candles. Where it open, where it closed and where it opened, look at where the wick is, relative right there. Again, look at the number, 625, okay? And then they pushed it all the way down, and look, it closed bearish below this structure. And now we're retracing right back up to exactly this resistance, okay? As if this was a 5 minute candle setup. Do you look at what I'm doing, okay? Do we have a neckline? It's right there. Look at, we're trading right into it as I'm speaking, okay? There's where we had an impulse, falling close right there. Bullish candle come up, get rejected around 50% and push back down, close right at the yellow line. Open, came back down, come all the way back up, close above it. There's the neckline, the true neckline. Okay, there we physically broke to create the lower low, but the volume came right back up. Then Tuesday, it really sold right down to the low. We opened ignited bearish yesterday. It pushed down and it made our new weekly low right here. That's our weekly low. Okay. And then we came back up and look at, there's a point of interest right there. Okay. See how I'm now placing my yellow lines? So if the 5 minute volume comes down to this yellow line, I might buy there because I'm buying where buyers bought yesterday, and I could get another opportunity to buy there again, right? And I might scalp it back up. Okay, so, but we got to start identifying these points of interest. Okay, if we continue today, let's say for example today, well, I'm gonna dissect them. But if we're pushing up, we're filling up. Maybe are we going to engulf this entire account? I would have a point of interest right there at those bodies, right below the red zone, right there. Okay. And then if it continues to break through here, we're filling the wick and then we're coming up to these bodies, right? Guys, it is this simple to do tape to tape analysis. This is also called top down analysis, but also tape to tape. Maybe some of you guys have heard of reading the tape in trading. Traders, believe it or not, didn't have technology, crazy technology back in the day. They used to actually, on a piece of paper with a pencil, write the opening price of a security, how low it went, how high it went, and where it closed. And then, they would use some mathematical equations and figure out points of interest, pivot points, support areas, resistance areas. Now we got everything at our fingertips. All of this technology is here for us. The Fibonacci tool is at our fingertips. You don't need to do all these mathematical permutations and equations in your head anymore, unless you love math. I love math. Math is probably the most important thing to learn in life, in school where there was kids saying, I learned math. What am I going to do with math when I get older? I was that nerd that always said to the teacher, give me more math. I want to learn as much math, blow up my brain with math probabilities and questions. I drive my kids crazy because I'm like, see if they can stump me. And I have fun with them. But math is everything, guys, especially in trading. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. Whether you're good at math or you're not good at math, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying, just understand psychological zones. You don't got to be a math genius to understand 100, 200, just like when you go shopping, okay? When we go shopping, when I go to buy a coffee, right? If a medium coffee is $2, exactly $2, I can hand 2 single dollar bills if I'm in the United States, but I'm not. I'm here in Canada, so we got this silly thing called a toonie. You hand them this token, this coin, and they give me a coffee. If it's exactly $2, I got a $2 coin in my pocket. I give it, they give me coffee. We shake hands. I drink my coffee, and then the next person. That's efficient transactions, but we don't do that. Now they charge all these taxes and things like that. So a coffee costs $2.17. Okay. So I don't have 17 cents in my pocket, and then the lineup behind me, the queue is getting there, the drive-through. I'm trying to find loose change in my car. I might give them a $5 bill because that's all I have, and then I got to wait for them to give me. They got to subtract $5 from 217, give me my exact change back. That, you see how that's not efficient? Then I got people behind me beeping the horn say, hey, come on, what the fuck, use your debit card. Stop using cash. I'm old school. I like cash. That's a whole different conversation right there. But you see, guys, how it slows down a drive-through, just a simple buying coffee. How do you think an auction works? An auction doesn't want to trade at 44,267. It wants to be more efficient at 44,250. There's more buyers and sellers there. Markets transact by the second, algorithms, high frequency traders, all of these things, bots. You guys asked me, do I trade as a bot? I told you, I am my own bot system. I'm a human robot. I tell you guys, you got to train your brain to be like a robot when you're trading. That's why I'm emotionless when I trade. I don't care if I lose a trade. I know that I'm going to make it back on my next trade. I know that I'll make my money back tomorrow. I'm like a market maker. I might leave a little liquidity behind right now, but I'll get it back. I've told myself that for the past 20 years. I left a lot of liquidity back in the day, but I've got it back, and I'm continuing to compound it because I've learned from all my struggles how to do this. So I hope you guys are learning that as well. But trading is all about probabilities, psychological levels, 50% point of control zones, all of these things, guys. So hopefully, I'm giving you a good little education lesson too. But now let's get back into this. So we're on the daily. Let's follow yesterday's most recent bar. We opened, it was bearish. We came down there, came all the way right back up. Look at where we're trading. Okay, so let's just base a little information off of Tuesday's bearish candle. Can we identify where it opened and closed? Yes. Let's bring our Fibonacci tool, formerly known as Fibonacci. This tool is now called the Rananacci tool. This is the old school Rananacci. Okay. There's exactly 50%. Let's place a yellow line just to illustrate where it is. It's right there. 44,222. I would round it up to 225. Okay. Give or take a few points here and there. Do I also have the 382 and the 618 of interest? Yes, I do. Can I place a box at it? Yes. What color is the box? Trick question. What color should this box be? I'm going to make it neutral right now. You guys tell me. And I guarantee I'm going to trick someone. What is the color of this box? Should it be white, green, or red? Who's gonna get this? Patrick, red. Why red? Explain to me, I watch this guy, he says some stupid jokes that make no sense, and then the guy laughs, and he's like, explain it. And the guy doesn't even know how to explain it. He was just being nice and was laughing with him. But red, because it's not broken above. So let me just show you how it's neutralized. Right there. So do we all agree? That that's like the neutral point of control? Regardless if this candle was green, white, red, yellow, orange, I don't care. But do you guys mathematically understand where I figured that zone by using the Fibonacci tool? Okay. Leaving color aside right there. Okay. So now that candle body, now this is where I determine if it's green or red. See, now when that bar came down and closed below there, it closed with bearish volume. So that's telling me that that's a premium area to sell the market, right? A premium area to sell. So it's still red, okay? For those of you guys that said red, you guys are absolutely correct, okay? So good on you. Now what you got to do is stretch it into the future, Okay, now look at today's daily bar. We're trading inside this zone. And now we can pinpoint the lowest point, the highest point, where it opened, how it's trading at one time, because we're going to continue to surgically dissect this by the hour and then into the 5 minutes. Okay, so you guys are absolutely correct. That said red zone. Now, when you're all done, get rid of your trusty Ron and Achi tool and let's continue cooking here. Okay, so now let's talk about yesterday's volume. Came all the way back up, right up to there. So the top point of our zone of interest, and sellers brought it down and closed. We still got to give the benefit of the doubt. There was buyers there, good volume closing in, but they didn't close with conviction above the zone for us to change it to a green zone. Now, next day, okay, so we closed right there and we opened right there. No gap in the markets. Was there a gap up or gap down? No, there wasn't. It opened exactly where it closed. Now, what was the initial open? It was bearish. How can I tell that? Because I got blue volume above me now, so it had to have opened bearish and come down because there's a wick. There's a footprint behind, leaving behind. So here's when you want to learn about footprint charts, when you hear people say footprint charting. This is the evidence left behind. That's why you got to learn wicks, what they represent too, guys. Don't miss out on our Friday afternoon crash course, 60-minute crash course on wick analysis. I guarantee you will learn something in that session. So it opened bearish, it came down. Bearish, 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 bearish. Look, it physically broke our red zone, okay? So I'm very technical. I told you guys, I pay attention to detail. I don't know why I do that, but I am like that, okay? I don't know. Someone said, Ron, you got OCD. I said, I don't give a shit if it's ABC or OCD. If it makes me money at the end of the day, I don't give a shit what you call it. Again, I don't care what you call this zone. Some of you guys call this market structure shift. Some of you guys call this, what are the names? Fair value inverted zones and change of characters and all this and all that. I don't give a shit what you call this zone. I call it the Mickey Mouse zone. It doesn't matter to me, okay? Someone said, Ron, you got OCD. I said, I don't care if it's OCD, ABCD. I don't care, okay? But it did physically break the mathematical zone of that volume. That I cannot change. You know, it's like someone saying 2 plus 2 is 4, and then someone saying 2 plus 2 is 5. I'm going to scratch my head and say, to the guy that said 2 plus 2 is 5, I'm going to say, you got to explain that to me. How? Unless I've been reading math wrong all my life, but how is 2 plus 2 5? Okay, so 2 plus 2 is clearly 3.14. Maybe that I understand. Okay, but we came down there. It's the lowest point of the day. Just understand technically that it did break the zone. So you know those sellers, they played peekaboo. They came down there and they peeked at the depth of market down there. You know, they looked down there. Okay, but the buyers were there and they brought it right back up relative to the bullish candle the previous day. Now let's grab our Run Nanachi tool. Let's figure out the point of control of our daily candle yesterday. Right there, okay? I didn't do anything magical. I just did it from where it opened, where it closed. There's 50% of the bullish volume. Look at the price tag. Holy fuck. Look at the white line. Tell me what you guys see at that white line. Okay, I'm not making this shit up. Go and smoke a joint outside if you have to psychological level. Look at the number. 44,133 cents. Okay? There it is. Like, it doesn't get any more psychological than that. Okay? So let's place a yellow line because it has got to be a daily point of interest. That is exactly 50% of yesterday's bullish volume, and it is 44,100. Remember what my spiel about Tim Hortons coffee was? Efficiency. Transactions. If it pulls back in there, I guarantee you, I will personally guarantee you, there's a shit ton of buyers waiting to buy in there. They missed this entire, and they're waiting. There's pending orders waiting to buy in there. Not retail traders like me and you. There's big institutional orders waiting in that block to get activated. Okay. Now, can we figure out, I know this is going to go over someone's head right now, but that bullish candle has to have a bullish point of control, right? The same thing we did with that big bearish candle above us, we got to do the same thing for this one. and bring that across. Okay, now we're getting a couple zones now. We're getting some blocks in the market. You know, we're creating our own SST heat map here. Okay, and after you've utilized your Rananachi tool, get rid of it and let's continue. Okay, now what else do I see? Okay, do I see now we got this big uptrend? Yes, overall on the monthly, you guys are correct. We're very bullish. Okay, I know that. I trade US 30 probably more than anybody of you guys combined on this call. This is my baby right here. I know everything about US 30, and when I'm sleeping, I know what it's trading at. Okay, this is how much I pay particular attention to US 30. Anytime you guys catch me trading by myself, I guarantee you I'm on US 30. Maybe some other securities, but for the most part. Now, but there is, remember, these are individual daily candles. There is like sellers in the market that it came up to their all-time high, they sold. It came back up. I got a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. I got to give it to them. The sellers are still there. I got to respect that. And they closed it with conviction there on Tuesday. And they pushed it down for a new low. Okay. But now we're coming back up. Okay. So now that's why, guys, you got to treat this like a 5-minute, analysis. Are the buyers going to close it above here today? Is it going to come back in and we're going to flip this green and tomorrow we're trading on Friday and Friday we got a nice big long breakout? Or is it going to get kind of maybe faked out there and then we do something like this and and then the market is selling off? Who knows if Donald Trump opens his mouth next week? I don't know. Do we have any news next week? Hopefully you're doing your analysis for next week and you're looking what we got going on because you don't want to miss out on anything. But it is in a short downtrend currently. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 2 weeks, 3 weeks downtrend, lower lows, lower high, lower low, lower high. But overall, this is very bullish. Okay, you got this huge rally coming up from here. Okay, this could be, what is it called, guys? What do you guys call this flag? Where it's coming down like this? What's that called? Anything? It's got to be something. Don't you guys look at patterns? Okay, coming up like this. Could this kind of come down and break out of there? What's that? Anyone know what this pattern is called, or is it just me? Bullish flag. Yeah, guys. It's a bullish flag pattern, okay? So that's got a high probability of happening. But we need daily bars to continue to close and make some new highs. Remember, we need buyers to ask to trade up here because every time it's coming up, it's lower highs. The more it comes down and we lose this, like right there, if we're not saved by this green box, this is going to break down. I'll be looking to sell US 30. So just going back to what we got now. Okay, so now let's kind of get more into, we opened, made a low yesterday, came up, closed. Today we opened, we came in, we got a low of the day right there, and we're pushing right back up. So we got a high of the day already printed, okay? Now where is it? Okay, it's right here. Exactly at the top of our kind of red zone up there, okay? So there's a lot of resistance here. There was resistance there yesterday. There's resistance here today. When we came up there, we got pushed down, okay? Pushed down, and we got a little bit of volume. Look at our daily candle right now, okay? So there's 11 hours left to go on it. It is a doji candle, bullish doji candle. There's a tiny bit of volume, but we're virtually right where we opened. So we're right in here, okay? So definitely it could continue to fill the wick, and we break out a little bit more, trade into this red candle. Maybe we get up to that daily point of interest. But I would also say, what about halfway, okay? From this this is now tape reading. Welcome to the world of reading tape, okay? So this is where you're going to learn something new. See this purple line and you see this yellow line, guys. I need everyone to pay attention to this because I don't want to repeat this 10 times. Do you see today's high purple line and why I have a yellow line there? Very simple. It's a point of interest where a daily candle closed right here, where one opened right here, and this is today's high and basically yesterday's high, okay? So do you guys all agree with me? There's a body of volume in between this purple line and yellow line, okay? I can guess where half of it is right there, That's me guessing. Remember, Ron smoked enough weed today for someone who smokes in a whole week. Okay, from right here to there. That's where I think it's half of those lines. Okay, I don't want to guess. We want to do a proper analysis. Grab the Ron Anachi tool from the purple line to the yellow line. Oh, now we see Ron's weed. Is it strong or is it weak today? Okay, there's the exact 50% of that tape reading. I was off by a little bit. Okay, 44,373, give or take a couple points, 375. I get rid of it now. Okay, so that's a point of interest for me. Hell yeah, it is. Now I'm measuring it, like I'm measuring these things going into Wall Street. If Wall Street, or we build right now going in, maybe Wall Street would come back and we pop out of here. That might be where we come right. That's 92 pips. That's my daily goal, guys. In Wall Street, if I hit 92 goal, that's almost $1,000. I'm done for the day. See you guys the next day. Okay. All I need is the daily candle to fill and pop and fill right up to there. Just like if I was scalping a 1 minute candle. If this was a 1 minute candle, sometimes when I'm scalping, that's all I'm looking for. In a 1 minute candle, this maybe is not 92 pips. Maybe it's 9 pips. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm scalping 1 minute candles. Why can't you train your mind to understand like a daily candle can do this just like a 1 minute candle can? It can be just an impulse break and just come up there and fill. And that's it. You got 90 pips. When does it normally do these big impulse fill moves? Is when there's high impact news or there's a market session open like COMEX, London, Wall Street, future session, Tokyo, all of that, okay? And then if it that's resistance. It could come right up there and get rejected. It could come right up there and get rejected back down, okay? But if it continues, you could fill up to the next point of interest right there. And then I measure just like a carpenter, just like I'm measuring my renovations I'm doing at home. I got a tape measure for everything I do, right? This is my tape measure. We're tradesmen. We're tradesmen. You guys understand? And, sorry, ladies, we're tradeswomen too. Okay. And if you're a tradespeople, I don't give a shit what you call yourself. Okay. I'm a tradesman. You can do whatever you want, but we're traders, guys. Just like any other trading profession. A plumber, a carpenter, a framer, a bricklayer, anyone that does concrete forming, you got to measure everything. So you know how much concrete to pour and things like that. You know how much supplies to buy. Trading is the same thing. It's a skill, okay? Like a bricklayer knows how to lay brick because it's a skill that they've learned over years and years and years of repeating their job, what they do over and over again. They learn from their mistakes, they fix it so that they can be efficient. I know some bricklayers that are making $3 per brick that they can lay because they're in such big demand because it's a dying breed out here. So, if you're a trader, you're doing something special. And if you're a scalper, I can tell you guys, scalpers are a dying breed. So I'm like a dinosaur, but if you guys are still scalping, I respect that so much because it's not easy to scalp these markets, but you can learn how to do it, guys, and be disciplined at it. So you guys understand how I measured that, how I got that point of interest? So I can place an alert up there, right? Like right there, right click it, add an alert. I got an alert created. Perfect. So I got an alert there now. If it comes up there, I'll get alerted there today. Like I don't need to necessarily just jump in and take the trade, but at least it gives me looking at what's going on, right, on the lower time frames. Okay, so this is our daily candle, still kind of consolidating in here. It could definitely come back down. It could definitely go back up, or it could just kind of trade here. So I don't even need to look at the hourly candles. Just looking at this daily candle, it's telling me the hourly candles are barcoding. They're very consolidated right now. So let's bring it down to the hourly candles. Okay, so you see, we started this whole analysis, guys, forgive me. And it's been a long time sitting on this, but we started from the monthly, the weekly, daily. There was some education involved. I asked you guys a couple questions. Hopefully you guys, are learning. Okay, that's what I'm here for too, is to learn. Now, these are our hourly candles. Okay, so now you see we're off of the daily candle now. We've got This yellow line representing a daily point of interest. This yellow line representing a daily point of interest. This purple line is the low of the day. This purple line is the high of the day. That was that yellow line I just talked about, how to cut things in half and figure that out. So these are my points of interest on the daily. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, yellow, yellow. I got my red zone. I know what this red zone's from. It's from yesterday's previous bearish candle that closed below. We're trading in it. I know what this bullish green zone is. It's from today's current volume that's holding the markets. See how I process all this shit, guys? Like there's a method to the madness of what I do. I try my best to explain it to you guys, but sometimes I only got a couple minutes to do a whole top-down analysis. And that's why I kind of want to stretch today's session more as a marathon, so you guys really understand what we're doing here. It's so much better when you understand, and it helps me too, when I don't have to keep repeating myself. When you understand what I'm doing, I can do charts in 3 minutes, guys. You can, on next marathon we do, you guys have a queue of charts that you guys want. I don't give a shit what we're trading, what we're looking at, what time frame. You tell me the charts and I'll just go through them like a robot. And I'll break them down. I'll give you guys the charts and we can do whatever you guys want. I can trade anything. I'm comfortable trading anything. Okay? If it's can be traded, I'll trade it. It doesn't matter to me. Okay? Now when I look at the hourly candles, now we're really, really, really dissecting the bars. Okay? We're cutting it up. Okay? So we're chopping it up now. So what do you guys see on the hourly? I see something right away. Like my eyes are like visually, trained to look at this. I hope your guys' eyes are getting there too. Okay. So what I see is we pushed up, we made a top. What time? I can see exactly what time. We came back down, we made a bottom here. We made a neckline. We came back up, double top, equal high, tweezer tops, high of the day. I'm getting more and more and more information. And now we got an ignited hourly open inverted hammer candle that's closing in 1 minute. Holy shit, 6 a.m. right now, okay? So this is pre-New York starting. So we're trading right at that daily point of interest. Are we going to come back down to here, create an M, break the low of the day, do this, and then we drop back into this green box later today? Or are we going to continue to push up, backfill these wicks the last 4 hours, and maybe trade for a new high of the day? I follow the volume all the way trading into news, into 8:30, into 9:30, into Wall Street, everything, guys. So, but right here, you can kind of figure out a little bit of hourly analysis. There's hourly points of interest. So, our lowest point of the day, I got a body and a body right there. This is where I draw. I know it's going to get confusing for a lot of you guys now. This is where I'm going to lose a lot of people, but I do another green box. And someone's going to get thrown off by that, because when we see on the 5 minutes, you're going to see a green box, this one. But sometimes what I used to do when I was learning this, I used to write what this daily box was. I used to write in here. This was a daily demand zone from this date. And in this, I would write is an hourly support area. I used to write these things physically beside, but now it's become so repetitive that I know exactly what these represent, because, I don't know. This is how I trade. So, but for you guys, like if you guys want, I can start to get in writing what these are to help you when it comes down there. You know what I'm looking at and things like that. But regardless, do you guys agree with me that we came down there and we found some support? The hourly candle, when 2100 came in there, back up. 2200, that's 10 p.m., came in there, back up. 11 p.m. right there, came back up, and closing volume. Did the midnight candle come back and retest 50% of that hourly candle that closed above? Let's just do this for shits and giggles to show you how I did it on a monthly candle, how I did the same analysis on a daily, how I can do it on an hourly, and how I can do it on a 5 minute, and how I can do it on a 1 minute, okay? This is, you guys want your trading edge? I'm giving you guys nuggets here. I just hope everyone's awake and paying attention, okay? Was that a specific hourly candle that did close above a physical bar? Yes. Did it close at another hourly point of interest? You see there, maybe this you guys didn't pick up. I told you, you're going to learn something new every day with me. If you join in, you tune in, you're going to learn something, okay? Did anyone place a white line right there, or was it just me? Probably just me. No, I'm just joking. You guys had this plotted. Okay, that's an important time of the day, 6 p.m. That's when markets close. They close right there. Most brokers, 7 p.m. came down, came back up. Look at where it closed above there. So that is a point of interest on the hourly. Now, that bar, not only did it engulf the previous one, it came up there and look at where it closed. It closed with conviction. You know when I always say, are the buyers asking to trade at the highs? They closed that bar above where there was hourly support there. When we were down here, this was a white line, static, it's resistance. Those buyers closed above there. That's when I say, holy shit, that was some strong buyers, because they closed it strong against a lot of selling pressure, but they closed it at a good location right here. They didn't engulf the entire bearish moment, but it's one step at a time. Each one candle it builds itself. They're like building blocks. Okay, so it closed above. Now look at where it opened. It came down and look at the low. Okay, so just by knowing that and knowing what to look for, open, close of that hour candle. Grab your Fibonacci tool. Again, if you can't guess where 50% is or the point of control, right there, guys. There's the white line, 50% of that hourly candle, 44,180. Can I figure out an hourly zone? Yes, there it is. Can I stretch that into the future? Yes, I can. Okay, so you see how you build a block in the market, and then look how we were building. I'm not going to walk through all of this, but there's midnight, 1 a.m., push for a new high, closed above that daily now, yellow line, daily point of interest. And then we continued. We started the call right over here at 2 a.m. So 2 a.m., we were doing gold and DAX. Came up, made the high of the day. Look at the hourly, how technical it is. It's lower than this where they pinned it, power hour on Wednesday at 3 p.m. and pushed it right back down. Notice right here, I got a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. But notice how I got a body, a body, a body, a body, a body. That to me right there is showing me an hourly point of interest. Remember, I told you the bodies are very important right there. Why did this candle physically close below that white line? Why did this one gap up open right there? Why did this one close right there? Why did that one open right there? I don't know, but all I see is evidence left behind. I see a lot of impulse breaks, but I see a lot of rejections, and I see it coming down. So I see like an hourly ready to break this. Right there's my hourly neckline. Look, guys. Okay, see right there. We came down bearish, spin top above, came up bullish. Now we're coming down. This could impulsively break and fill down to this previous wick at 4 a.m. But then when we do, we're coming into some hourly support. They could take that out, make a new low, but then buyers are here. I would assume that they're bigger at the bottom. This would be just a temporary zone, but the bigger one is down here. Okay, so that's where maybe I would test a feeler buy, and then that's where I would go in with a bigger one. That's exactly was my gold trade earlier this morning. I told you, I'm not even going to show you where my stop loss is because I kind of bought this, and then I said if it comes a little bit deeper into drawdown, I'm buying at the daily area. That's when I said, guys, I'm going to go in with a second buy if it comes down there because I saw it was a good discounted area and it was a high probable setup with good pattern recognition. Exactly what I'm doing here, breaking this down. So what I see now on the hourly is I see an M top. It came up right there. I'm not looking at these wicks. The wicks are telling me what happened up there. I'm looking at the body of volume. See how there's the double, there's the M. So are we going to get an impulse break? Are we going to get an hourly body that's going to close in 54 minutes below here? Will it be retesting this as resistance? And then we're pushing down to here. We have to fill that big wick behind and break for a new low. Okay, but that was a good rejection. What if now we're building a higher low and we're continuing to come back up? We might get an hourly body that physically closes above here. We haven't had anything for a long time since this bar over here. This was Wednesday at 2 p.m. Then we can maybe flip and fill these wicks today, and then we'll continue to move up. Okay, so that's what's going on the hourly. Okay, hourly points of interest. Do I have another hourly point of interest? Yep. If we fill a few of these wicks right there, that's where I got bodies. That's why if I'm in a trade, this is where I measure it from one white line to the next white line. Right there, that's about 30 pips. That's when I tell you guys, if I'm getting up there, I'm going to break even or I'm going to start taking out 80%. Yes, it could go higher, but you could just come in here and get rejected back down. Okay, so you gotta have some sort of plan. Look how we came down, higher low, At the daily point of interest, yellow line, we got hourly support, good support still on the buyers. They got a higher low, they're building, but can we get something close above here? I don't need to physically watch this hourly candle for the next 53 minutes. This is where you dissect, you're a surgeon. We can dissect into the 30 minutes right here. This 30-minute candle, will it close with 30-minute bullish volume above this white line? I'll know in 23 minutes. Let's go even better. Let's go into the 15 minutes. Okay. Will this 15-minute candle close with any bullish volume above this white line in the next 8 minutes? I'll do even something better. Let's go into the 5 minutes. Will we get a 5-minute bullish candle closing above this white line in the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds? Maybe. I could do something even better. Can this 1-minute candle close above this white line in the next 40 seconds? We'll figure it out. Or will this be resistance and we continue pushing down? If I'm trading on the 1-minute candles, what's the overall 1-minute trend right now? See how my brain is kind of processing all of this shit? It came up to the hourly white line, rejection, 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 push down. Lower lows, lower highs, new lower low, lower high, lower low. Okay, we might be now closing above here, maybe one more pullback. We could do something like this, and then we're moving back up to there. Okay, so let's follow these 1-minute candles for a little bit. Okay, and I know it's 6 a.m. It's now pre-New York trading starts. Okay, so you see, guys, I'm on the 1 minutes, right? But I don't want to keep us on the 1 minutes. Those will be for other special sessions. What we're watching right here is 5-minute volume. Okay, maybe I can consolidate this hourly resistance, this hourly support, and just trap all this volume and just watch who accumulates more in here. I make this as a neutral zone. I have no bias right now, bearish or bias. I don't give a shit. Whoever accumulates more, that's what I want to trade with. And I'm trading either from here up to that white line. If I'm selling from here down to the green box, right? Okay. So did we close with any volume above there yet? No, it's still got 1 more minute. Let's see. Guys, if you like that analysis, please leave me a like, subscribe to the channel. It does help. That was like an in-depth top-down analysis. I'll do a faster one on NASDAQ. Watch. It's probably very, very similar securities, but you'll see how much faster I'll do it with NASDAQ. Okay, so is anyone in any buys or sells on US 30? This is how I help as an educator. I want to know, are majority of you guys selling? Some of you guys buying? Are we on the sidelines? What's going on? Guys, you see gold came into our green box right here. And you see how it's trading up to the red box. Okay, so, I trade from one box to the next box. That's how I trade, guys. DAX just kind of consolidated. There's 5-minute resistance on DAX right there. Okay, came up, couldn't break, came up, and then they're pushing it right back down. Okay, so you got the resistance right there. Okay, I'm going to do NASDAQ too, guys, but I just was asking questions, see who's in any trades right now. Okay, so you guys know when there's a time of consolidation in the markets, we know that there's trading going on, there's some buying, there's some selling. So what are the possible directions? Obviously, we know that US 30 is not going to continue to trade in this zone all day today. There's going to be an eventually redistribution, maybe to the upside. Could be an impulse break. It could be also a bullish candle, closes above there, maybe retest this, and then we drive up to there, right? But there's also an option that if sellers who are selling the market right now could continue to offer, close below there, it could be a fake out. That's why you got to have rules to your trading. Are you taking impulse? Are you waiting for bars to close? That's your personal business, not mine. You got to have a plan. If it closes right below there, maybe then it comes up and retests this. This is now resistance. Maybe it gets rejected. Maybe it comes back in here. It needs to trade back in here, but your stop loss is above here. So maybe it does trade in here. You don't panic. You don't freak out because that is an area, a block in the market where there's a lot of transacting going on. If the sellers are really there, they'll continue to push it down like this. Okay, so those are what we got to watch. But we also got to physically watch the fake outs. Okay, the clues in the markets. Not every candle will just accumulate, close, retest, and go up. If it was that easy, I tell you guys it was that easy. It's not always that easy. Sometimes you'll see a beautiful candle set up to break out. You take it on an impulse, and then it catches a wick up here, and then comes back down, closes right there, retest this, and then now you're in big drawdown. Then they come after a hump for your stop loss, and then comes down there, and then you go to sell because you're pissed off, and then look at where you're selling. You're selling right into a big block of buyers, and then this happens to you. And then you're pissed off about that impulse. You're pissed off by selling at demand, and then you're frustrated, and then you break your keyboard, and then you got a shitty day the rest of the day. Okay? That's welcome to the world of trading. Okay? But you got to understand, if you get faked out, don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at the market. Don't get mad at your friend. Don't get mad at your dog. Don't get mad at anybody. Okay? Learn from it. Learn from it. It's a costly mistake. It's a paid lesson in the markets. When you lose money, real money, your hard-earned money that you go to work for every single day, whether you lose $20 in the market, you lose $200, $2,000, or $20,000, you got to go back and you got to learn from that. If it's $20 you lost today, that's a $20 lesson. As if you paid someone $20 to teach you a lesson. Go back and learn from it, because you don't want to make that mistake again, because it might cost you more money. So the more lessons you pay for and you learn in the markets and you learn from them, the less you're going to make. I have had costly lessons in the markets. There was some trades I lost $5,000 on. That was a $5,000 lesson in minutes. In minutes, guys. Okay? I was scalping Lambo sizing at that time, and it faked me out. And that was a $5,000 lesson. Honest to God. In a couple minutes. And you know what I had to do? I had to take it out of my head and just refocus and learn from what I did and continue carrying forward. Because if I got pissed off, if I got mad, that would have affected my next trades, would have affected maybe the next day, would have affected the next week. It possibly could have put me in a monthly slump where just like sports. Sometimes you get in a slump and, you can't get out of it. Like I've seen professional baseball players, get in a slump and they're like, they can't get on base for like 2 weeks, so it happens, guys. But you got to learn from your lessons, guys. Take trading serious. If you lose $1, it's a $1 lesson. If you lose $1,000, it's $1,000. Just don't put a dollar figure to the lesson. Just learn from it. And that's how you can get better at trading, guys. So now look at the sellers are pushing down. Okay. Now notice the bars. Okay. This is why I really zoom in. Like that's a bearish ignited bar that's following the rejection wick that closed right there. It's a bearish engulfing bar. Now it just broke that hourly white line. It's closing right now in 20 seconds. So you still see how we're barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish. Is there anywhere where I can see some good support coming in on this 5 minute? Because where this kind of bottom got created was right here. And then it came down, back up, came down, back up, came down, back up. Okay. So there's got to be some good support right in here that is still physically holding. Okay. The beauty about price action is you can read what the candle, it's kind of like you're back testing in the past, but you're stretching it into the future. Okay. So I can see now it was bearish. That candle bar came down, higher low, closed up there. It retested the top of that zone. I can see it cut right through it, but it got gobbled up with a higher low, closed above it. Again, it came in there, transacted in there. So it's still holding. Still, I don't see any bearish candle closing below that zone. Okay. I see it trading in it, but I see higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Okay, so it could bleed all the way back in here, and then that's where I want to see, again, where approximately 50%. I want to see if the buyers will step in at 44,200, 205 again. Okay, and then maybe that could be an opportunity to buy them bounce back up. But if it inverts this block, the sellers come right through there and physically close it below there, which we haven't done. If they do close it below there, it could come back in here, we make it red, and then it's easy for sellers to continue fill and then target the hourly support, maybe down into here, right? And then we test if this is going to be good, strong support today on US 30. Otherwise, it's going to be continue to sell off, okay? So Once that's all done, I add some indicators on my chart. Once I've done my analysis, there's my SST daily bar indicator. Look how disgusting it is. That's a bearish spin top. You know when you flip a coin? That's what flipping a coin is. 50-50. Okay, we opened there. We were initially bullish. There it is where we came up, bullish right up there. I can tell exactly what time, 2:05 pre-London. Would you guys know what caused that? That was TSM earnings. So it's a big chip company, Taiwan Semiconductors. That's what caused that push in the market. The market kind of absorbed it and it sold right back up. It came right back up and then look, hourly resistance, lower high, technically pushing it back down. But we want to see now, will it build some higher lows or are we going to continue with lower lows? Can I add some indicators? Yeah. EMA 9, we're below the EMA line, green line still. There's the EMA 200, okay, so it's just below this block, above the hourly support. There's my 200 EMA. That could be a bounce little buy, break the block of 44,205, 200, drop down to 195, and then buyers are there to pick it up and create that higher low possibility. So, you know, we got to continue to let things play out, develop. Do you want to add RSI? Yeah, you want to add RSI? Okay, RSI is trading. I can see we were overbought when the news was released on the earnings of TSM. And then since then, it's cooled off, came back up, lower high strength, okay, matching up with the lower high shoulder. Continue to push down. We're below 50% on the RSI indicator. So we're in an area of weakness. Okay. Strength is above 50 and above, getting up to 70 above is overbought. We're getting to a weak territory that could go to oversold territory. So sellers could definitely continue to break this down. But then maybe when the 5-minute candle or 5-minute oscillator gets oversold, we're coming more into the lowest point of the day and could maybe buy the bottom like how we did with gold. Maybe catch a little bounce buy off of there, okay? Possibility. Remember, I like to play things out in my head prior to them happening. That's how you predict a trade. If you can do it with high probability and looking for good setups, you're on your way to success. All you got to do is just add in simple risk management rules. You know, for every dollar you bet on a trade, hopefully you're making at least $1 in return. Okay. If you're not getting a 1-to-1 on your money, maybe there's no point in taking that trade. Some traders like more 1-to-2, 1-to-3. You bet $1 to make $2 or $3. You bet $10 to make $20 or $30. You bet $100 to make $200 or $300. You know, that's not bad. And then it all depends on your time frame. Scalpers like myself, I like 1-to-1s. I like 1-to-2s because I can hit those like singles and doubles throughout the day. Do I want a grand slam? Do I want a 50, 100 pip trade? Absolutely. Who doesn't want to hit a home run in baseball? But you know how the Yankees won championships? Getting on base, singles, doubles. Eventually, someone's going to come up to the plate and hit a home run, and then you cash in a grand slam. Same thing with trading. I like trading singles, doubles. A single is 10 pips, a double is 20 pips, a triple is 30 pips, a home run is 40 pips plus. Okay? If you can continue to scalp and grab those, and then when you take a loss, you're not losing 100 pips on a loss. You're controlling. Let's say you have a good day today and you make 80 pips. Tomorrow, don't go risking your entire 80. Take it trade by trade. Risk 20. If you lose, you're still up 60 pips. Maybe you get another 20 pip trade, you're back to 80. But don't risk 80 for 80, and then if that's your style, that's your style, not mine. You know, I look for good setups and I trade with good risk management. That's what I wasn't doing from day one when I was trading. So, you know, it took me years to learn and adjust. But thankfully, I learned and I adjusted. So I know you guys can too. Don't make trading complicated, guys. Patrick, it took me about 3 years to recover. 3 years. I started trading very young. I started trading when I was like 16, 17, 18 when I kind of took it serious with, but made a lot of critical mistakes. In those 3 years, from 18 to 21, it was I didn't know what I was doing and just playing games and gambling. Everyone told me you can get rich quick. I was trading penny stocks, lost a significant amount of money, but took me a good solid 3 years after that to really learn and then come back strong when I was about, 24, 25 years old. Then I started to really learn how the game works, but it took me about 3 years, solid 3 years to to recover those heavy losses early on. Is this NQ? No, sorry. I'll get to NQ in just a moment. I just want to watch this daily, this 5-minute candle close. But But you see how they're, oh, sorry, guys, I was talking. But you see that 5-minute candle that did physically close above, okay, or below? So see how it's ignited, pushing down. It cut through that block like butter. Look how just quickly it caught through there. I was looking for a wick there. That candle opened, ignited, and ready to drop. Look at it. It's coming all the way back down. Now we'll see at the hourly white line, or is it going to get a wick and flip back up? Okay, so this is where I kind of stay with one security and watch it. Guys, should I get rid of this big red zone in the back? Is this bothering you? Okay, do you guys understand why this is a big red box and we're in it right now? Or do you guys not know what this is representing? You got to know what this red zone is. Like, if you don't know, don't feel ashamed or embarrassed to ask a question, because you got to know this. I can get rid of this red box, but psychologically, it helps to know why we're in here and if we're buying or selling, what's going on in here. Okay, so just going back. Erase it makes it visually better. Yes, it does. I'll erase it, but just going back to the higher time frames. Remember the daily, okay? Remember why we're trading in here. Remember the daily candle when we started this analysis? Why it's so important. Remember this big bearish bar on Tuesday, July 15? That's still that red volume in there. We traded in there yesterday, rejected back down. So you see, we came in there again, and now we're still in there. So sellers could definitely come back down to the low of the day and break it, okay? But we have this choppy candle inside. So it's kind of, hit or miss. It could go up, it could come back up, it could go back down, but we're trading inside here. So if I go back to the 5 minutes, this is again what it looks like. We're trading inside that big zone, okay? If you want, I can get rid of it, but just, remember in your head, we're trading in that zone, okay? And then this is what it will look like when I erase it. Okay. Maybe what can also help me too, if I get rid of it, I see when we broke a daily high right there. Okay, there was some structure, stretching it into the future, and that's still structure above me. Okay. But now, guys, okay, so are we cool if we move over to NQ and do a little NASDAQ a little bit faster? Okay, and then we'll put these two side by side. And we'll work some magic, okay? So let's bring these two together. Miss Jones, US 30 is right here. She's lovely. She's beautiful. Treat her with the respect she deserves. Don't ever cuss out Miss Jones, because if you do, you're going to have to answer to me, okay? We do not like any disrespect on Miss Jones here at Stock Sniper Trading. She's a lady. You got to treat her with respect. She's moody. She's got her time of the month. But overall, if you treat her good, she can take care of you financially. Okay? Now let's move on to NQ. Personally, I hate this. I hate NQ. I hate this shit with a passion. Why? Because it's so slow for scalping. It's so slow. And again, I'm a different trader. I'm a different breed. I like fast moves. Get in, get out, get my 20 pips in a couple minutes, and just, that's it, pip and dip. This thing is difficult. This thing barely moves 5-10 pips, but once it's going, it's good. But this follows tech. So 60% of NQ is all tech, okay? So if you follow, just put on your watch list. NVIDIA, AMD, SMCI, TSM. You got a good start right there for some AI. Add Palantir too. And then you got a good little start. Add Tesla, all those, okay? And then you got basically the whole NASDAQ in those few securities. 5-7 securities control the entire NASDAQ index. So it's that powerful and heavily weighted, okay? So what do we see, okay? First thing, that was an all-time high and then a second all-time high. Double top, drop. That was red. Right there where we closed above, that's where I flipped it green. So remember, guys, I'm going to do this one faster now. I'm not going to explain everything like I did with US 30 because none of you guys want to sit here and hear all that. Now you're going to see Ron just go through it, okay? So hopefully you test how you guys can follow my speed, okay? And then if you see you can't keep up, you got some learning to do on top-down analysis. If you understand exactly what I'm doing, I don't even need to talk what I'm doing. I can talk about sports right now and continue to do this. Like, it's so repetitive. Like, it does, I've been doing this. I can do this shit with my eyes closed. And like, we can go off topic. We can talk about something else, and I'll continue to do this. And I want to see if you guys are paying attention to what I'm doing, or you know exactly what I'm looking at. Okay. So, I'm just kind of looking at a few things here. Right there, like I'm picking apart 50% of that candle. I could have been talking about the basketball game last night and still figured out where that was. Now I see more on getting in tuned. What happened on Tuesday? We pumped all the way up there, and then we got rejected back down, and then we opened here yesterday. We came down, but I'm looking at my lows. Wick right there, wick right there, wick right there, wick right there. I got 4 wicks located right near this point of control area. So that's good for creating a little box, a little bit above, a little bit below. Okay. So if we ever come back down here, maybe I'm looking to buy NASDAQ. Why? Because it came in here July 9. It came in here, it came in here, it came in here. Still holding good support. It's higher, low, higher, low. We're still, if you draw a trend line, we are ascending up, but now we're trading an all-time high kind of supply area here. So we had a nice recovery yesterday. It flipped, it turned into a bullish pin bar, and we closed with some bullish volume. Today, what's my point of interest? Close, open. It's right. Sometimes, guys, I just use the red box, like right there. See how it opened? I know that what that represents. See, that's why I need you guys to kind of be there with me. But if I didn't have that red zone, I would have drawn a yellow line there, right? And for me, putting a yellow line there, it's repetitive. I don't need that because I've already marked it with my red box. It's a very important red box. It was put there for a particular reason. But anyways, there's the yellow line open. We came down initially. We were bearish, right? Is the bearish below yesterday or the previous day? Just look at it and tell me. No, it's a higher low. It's a higher low. So it's pushed back up and then it flipped. And now it filled yesterday's high. It filled this high. So yesterday's high now with volume above could turn into support today. Okay, there it was. Yellow line at yesterday's high. Look at the number. Oh shit. 22,950. Okay, on the dot. Psychological number. Okay. Like where they say technologia, this is psychologia. Okay. That's like how my dad says it. Okay. My dad talks with a little bit of an accent, but he would say that this is very, very psychologia area. Okay. Right there, 22,950. Pushing up. Do we know where the highest point is? Yes, we do. Can we tell exactly what time of day it hit it? Absolutely. You're a surgeon. You're going to start dissecting. Look at the highest point of the day. 23,003. Normally I see 007. I see that number, but 003, okay. Maybe the market makers are being very creative today. So they allowed it 3 points above, but psychological 23,000, psychologia area, and then they pushed it back down. Okay. So how much volume are we holding? Do you want to figure out where 50% of our current daily volume is? We still have 10 hours and a half to go on this. Lots of time. But for us, scalpers, we can figure out where 50% of this daily volume is. Where it opened, where the volume is now. I know it's moving. It's 22,939. I would have another yellow line right there. And I can even label what that yellow line is. So that I know that that's 50% of the current volume right now. I look at time 6:30 a.m. Eastern. So if we come back down there, will it hold support? Will we come back up? If we lose that today, we might lose our entire bearish volume, and then it flips into a bearish candle. Okay, but right now we're still driving. What do we have above us? Not much, like just the right there. Okay, so guys, this is where wick analysis. I'm going to blow your brains. Okay, if we come back up to the highest point of the day, are we technically going to fill this wick on July 15 and break out higher? Possibly, but it could also be a lower high up here in an upper quadrant of the supply zone. How do I figure out where it could go? Half of that wick analysis. Okay, right there. From the purple line to the red top of that, right there. That's where I think is half. Okay, maybe I'm guessing. Who knows? But let's not guess. From the purple line to that red line. Oh, I was off just by a little bit. There's exactly right there. 50%. So yes, if we do come back up today and break the high, maybe we come up there and that's it. They shut the door down and it's a lower high and we come back down. Possibility. I like to play possibilities and high probabilities. Is it just going to fill this way? No, there could be sellers positioning themselves with a big block order right there, and they'll absorb the shit out of the buyers. That's why you got to understand a little bit of delta analysis. You got to figure out on your advanced trading platforms where those big blocks are. And Is it developing there? Is it developing here? Or is it developing above here? Okay, you can see that with a heat map. Okay, so again now let's dissect today's daily candle. It looks pretty bullish to me. Okay, let's go to the 1 hour now. Now we can see, when did it get all this bullish momentum? Okay, it started right there, 1 a.m. hourly candle, peaked its head above there, above that hourly candle, played peekaboo, and then closed with some good volume. I could dissect 50% of this candle. It opened bullish ignited. It backfilled its wick, it came up, and that's when we hit the high of the day. When? It was 2 a.m. That's when TSM, right over here on the earnings schedule, they reported. Why is it not showing it? It's maybe because it's I don't know why we don't see the report here on, but it did report, and it was very good earnings we read. Not sure why it's not up on there, but that was 2 a.m. when they reported that. That in fact also made the high of the day. Remember what I was saying? 23,007, like right around there. Then what happened? They pushed it down. Okay, I could even go into that further hourly point of interest, but what I'll do is, since it's already been retested, 50% of London's volume, right there, guys. You see now, we see 50% of London's volume was this candle right here. And look at, we've already retested it at 5 a.m. and it's showing me resistance still. So they pushed it back down. But now we're kind of consolidating right in here. Do you think the hourly candles, hourly volume is going to continue just to trade inside here all day today? No. Hell no. They're going to break it out of here. But right now it's figuring out its hourly neckline. What could happen here? A few possibilities. Accumulate, close above here, retest this. We're driving back up to the high of the day, maybe breakout. And that was that nice point of control area. I figured it out up there. It could also, sellers continue to accumulate, closing below there, push in here. Then we're driving back down here, maybe into 50% of this big bullish candle, maybe breaks somewhere down here. And then you're coming close to the low of the day. But look at where the low of the day has held hourly buyers at these bodies. Draw a green box right here and you're good to go. Now stretch that into the future. Right? Okay, the buyers were there, above 50% of this candle at midnight. Buyers are still there. If it comes down in here, maybe the buyers are still there, and then that might be your opportunity to take it back up. If you're in a sell position, you got to do something there. You got to either take your stop loss, go down to break even, have a trailing stop loss, take some partials out in the market, because that may not break. It didn't break there, it didn't break there. So unless it's coming down with some news or heavy volume, then it can break. If not, it could be continuous support there. Okay. And then you got to also, in your playbook, understand fake outs too. Okay. So right now, this is what the hourly candles are doing now. Let's go into the 5-minute volume. And this is what we got going on. Huge push when at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. with that. And then look at double tweezer top highs at 240, 245. They pushed it down, back up, down, coming back up. Okay. So if we just draw a trend on these 5 minutes, what trend are we in? It's still a parallel channel, okay, pushing down just from here. Higher high, daily high, purple line, pull back, lower low from over here, came back up, lower high, pushed back down, broke this low, lower low, came back up, double top up here, lower high, pushed back down, but now it's building a little bit, okay? So the 5-minute candle is going to break this trend, get above there, and we have a little test the high of the day again and we drive, or is going to be like a fake out and they continue dropping this thing down. But, we can watch this. Again, let's add a little indicator to help us out here. Our daily bar indicator, so we know where it opened. Lowest point of the day is right there. I can see it at 11:05. I can see we came back up right there to revisit our opening price at 1:30 a.m. Eastern. And then I see it come all the way back up where we made the high of the day 2 times up there, tweezer top highs at 240, 245 prior to London market open up. And since London, we've been pushing down, but we're right here. Okay. So we're trading, in this channel above the dotted line. You want to add some EMAs 9. We're right at EMA 9. EMA 200 is right here at the bottom of our channel. RSI. I don't even have it on here. I got to pull it up. RSI. Okay, we were overbought during the earnings news, and then look at, we're trading right at the psychological 50. Okay, so we're right at that coin toss. Okay, again, I don't trade coin tosses. I'm not a gambler. I trade more with probabilities. So when I don't have a trade set up, I gotta wait. I gotta be patient. Who's gonna close? Is gonna come retest back up here? Is gonna go down? I'll get rid of this big red zone if it's bothering you, and then we just watch what's going on inside like that. Okay. But what I do is to make my own little 5-minute red zones is I see this hourly right here. Okay. And then I consider that a fake out right there. Like, why did I not place my zone all the way up there? That's a good question. I keep it more concentrated where more of the volume is. To me, that looks just like what do they say? Anomaly, abnormality. I don't know, guys, what they call that. But to me, that's a fake out. Okay, whatever language you speak, to me is they faked it out and they brought it right back down. It came back in to retest 2 times and continue to push down. So that's ongoing, 5-minute resistance in the market. Do I have good 5-minute support? Yes. Where's the 5-minute support? It's right here. Look at those nice bodies holding at the hourly. Okay. So, if you really want to kind of consolidate, and then that to me looks like a fake out to the bottom, but came back in. Okay. So we had a fake out of the high, we had a fake out of the dot, and it's still concentrated right inside here. So we're going to either retest this green box again, or we're going to try and break out and test this. If you want to be patient and wait all day, like I do, set an alert at this white line. Yes. Create. Set an alert down here at this yellow line. Yes, create. I don't necessarily just got to jump in blind and take the trade, but what I can do is watch, see if it holds, maybe look for a buy off of it. If it breaks, I could look to sell, but I don't want to get faked out. Maybe I wait for a bar to close, retest this, then sell. All of those things. Okay. Okay, are we good? If I bring these two side by side. Okay. And so we got US 30 over here. Sometimes too, this is what I do to modify. See how I have a white line very, very close to the yellow line? Again, I'll stick with my higher time frame, yellow line, and I'll remove my white line. Okay, very simple. This is where I start to kind of clean up my chart a little bit, but I always place heavy emphasis on the higher time frame line. Okay, and just continue stretching your zones. So what happened there? That big bearish candle came down, closed right below. Okay, did it close below all this structure? It in fact kind of did, but then it kind of got gobbled right back up. Next bar, bullish high, made a high, but didn't engulf it technically. Came back up, test, and now we're back down in here. So it just tested kind of 50% of that. So again, this is where we're barcoding. It's kind of the worst time, but there is accumulation. It still hasn't really broke down. Is this going to now represent maybe a second bottom? Like where it came down one time, big neckline is up there. But are we in fact now creating a second bottom? One big neckline, second bottom coming back up, but we're struggling. So maybe we got to get some volume close above here, maybe physically retest this. Then we can break that daily point of interest, maybe trade up to the hourly, and who knows, maybe get a little breakout up here. Okay, but sellers could just continue to bid down here, close below here, and we're dropping down. A better buying opportunity. This is a great one, but a better one is obviously buying the lowest point of the day. But if it breaks the low of the day, look at right there. There's a wick, and a body, and a body. You don't think I analyzed that? Right there. Right there. 44,144, 147, 44,150. So if it breaks the low of the day, maybe right there might be a good order to place in the market. Last time it broke down here, Wednesday, at what time? 1:30 p.m. Came down there, retested again prior to 2 and retested and continued to push up. Okay. Will it come down there? I don't know. But if it does, give me an alert and I'm ready when it comes down there. Guys, at around 7 a.m., 7:30, I'm going to take one final break so then we can get ready for Comex and then go till 9. Holy shit. We've been going for almost 5 hours now. Wow. So thank you, everyone who's joined us. We respect you guys. We got 200 viewers on the call. Thank you, guys. Hit the likes. I love these long sessions because it really allows me to really, take my time to educate without rushing things. So hope you guys are learning. That's my big concern here, that you guys are learning. But I know some of you guys are here to trade, and we got to look for some trades. How's everybody doing? Good morning to those that are just joining us. And pick the security that you want to trade. NASDAQ is on the right. We got US 30 right over here on the left. We've already done gold. Guys, okay. I apologize. I wasn't looking at gold. But look at the zones, okay? Did anybody buy off of this? Again, remember, we took the original buy there, right? That was our 55 pip move. Came back, then they pushed it down. Look at where it came down to. Guys, it's like a basketball just bouncing in between here. That's why I said at the start of the call, I said to you guys, if the volume trades like this, we're going to have a great time. This is perfect volume to intraday trade or scalp. It's just bouncing from one zone to the next zone, to the next zone, to the next zone, to the next zone. It could possibly come right back up here and go back down. If you want to kind of clean up the zones, yeah, you can get rid of it. Once the volume starts kicking in the markets, get rid of, clean up. Maybe this zone, you want to get rid of it, and then like kind of just cleaning up. I got hit out of that trade at break even. Man, I should have bought right back in. Okay. And then look at DAX. It came right back down. See that zone? Remember what I did there? From that yellow line, you remember DAX to that 200 EMA? Came back in there and is moving back up. Is it going to test the hourly or back up here? See these zones, how you just stretch them into the future, right? Look at gold, guys. Could be like that zone I get rid of because now we're going to get more volume. Maybe we're going to trade back up to there. But look at what we got cooking on gold. One bottom. Big neckline, second bottom, W, coming back up to the resistance. Are we going to get a breakout impulse, a close? Are we going to flip this red box green for the first time in a while? Are we going to buy off of that and break our hourly parallel downtrend line and trade into a daily point of interest, 3338, maybe break above the 200 EMA, trade right up there, and we're retracing back up to 50% of the bearish daily volume. There's the open, there's the volume. I guarantee you that's half of it. Guys, I've smoked enough weed today to figure this shit out. Come on, you guys got to get this, okay? We're not doing rocket science here. This is easy money, easy money. If the market stays like this, fuck, I might extend this call to 12 hours, 24 hours. Hey, if the volume is trading clean, I know I always say, guys, if you hit your daily goal, step out of the markets, be mature. But I also got to tell you guys, just like in basketball, if Michael Jordan has got the hot hand, his teammates, what are they doing to him? They're giving them the ball. They're feeding him the ball so he can keep shooting and keep scoring until he starts missing. Okay? It's just like that in sports. If you play any sport, if you got a hot player on the team, you got to keep feeding them the ball. Okay? Until they miss. That's cool. Same thing with trading. If you're trading and you're reading the market with precision and you're above your daily goal, you can still continue to trade smart and responsible. Like if your goal is 1%, it's trading clean like this and you hit it, maybe you want to bump it up to maybe try for 1.5%, maybe 2%, maybe a trading day like that. But if you get up there to 1.5, you're not risking your entire 1.5. You're not doubling down. We're not playing blackjack. You're maybe now risking only 0.5%. And then if you get stopped out, you got your hot hand and then you shoot up an air ball or you get a brick, the market is telling you something, the basketball court is telling you something. So maybe you got to stop, and then get your rhythm back. You got to start out with a layup. But same with trading. If you come back to your break even, you still walk out of the markets. You made 1%, you walk out. You did try to continue to extend your winning streak, but if it comes back down, walk out. Don't continue trading, okay? But wow, gold, okay, trading real clean. Man, hopefully this volume keeps up when Dave takes over. But let's watch here, guys. US 30 and NASDAQ. Okay, so we got a nice ignited bullish bar, 645 open. Okay, so it came back down, retraced down to the 200. We're continuing. This is, again, an impulse candle breaking out of here. This candle is going to close in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. We got a lot of time to wait for this. If you want to trade right now, yes, you definitely can. Okay, or just let's wait for this to give us more critical information. Mikhail, no problem. It's my pleasure. No problem. Guys, I appreciate those that, enjoy education. I know it's fun to just do live trading, just buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. But that's fun for me, like just buy, sell, buy, sell. But it's probably not fun for you. What's fun for you is after the call, when I'm done, you guys learn something and then you guys can trade without me, because Ron's getting old these days. Hopefully I still got some stamina to stay in here in this long game with you guys. But hopefully I'm showing you my endurance, my stamina. I can go, guys. I can go. I can go a long time. Wait till the door. I had to order a glass door because I made this a soundproof wall, but there's still no door there. I finally got the door. The door is going to go on Monday. And guys, above me there, I got a vent that I placed that I can have a smoke in here. And it goes directly in that vent and outside. So that's when the real sessions are going to start, guys. There might even be some weekend trading on Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, cryptos. Guys, cryptos are fun right now. Who is not paying attention to cryptos? Like Bitcoin, guys. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin Index, what I got over here? Oh, Bitcoin in US dollar, but look at Bitcoin. God damn. Okay. What do you guys think? We're going to break again all time. So look at Bitcoin on the hourly. Like, just look at the structure right here. Like all-time high, okay, zone. Yeah, I know I'm missing the wick, but I'm going more to the concentrated volume. There's point of interest. Like, look at here. There's point of interest. There's a point of interest. So you should have kind of like a yellow area right there, kind of figuring that out. Do we have good support? Yeah, just look at the hourly, look at the structure. Okay, good support right there. Good support right there, still holding. So we're starting. We got good support at 115,000. Point of interest 120, and then our all-time high 122.5, 123. So look at how it's slowly coming up. Okay, on the hourly, like we're building. It's building. Believe me, I got some MicroStrategy shares still in the market, and I want Bitcoin to fucking pop because I want that long position. Okay, so coming back up here, if we get up there, what could happen? Okay, it could definitely come up there and get rejected and push back down. If we get hourly volume close below there, 120 can start to be some good support to take us back up and test that all-time high. But right now, sellers are pushing down. We had some good hourly buying with those good wicks, but sellers are coming down strong, and we could maybe revisit 115. Remember what our previous all-time high breakout was? Right here, 112. Okay, so will it come back and retest the all-time high breakout right there? That would be a shame, but maybe it has to pull back. I'm thinking right there, maybe higher low right there. But if this breaks, look in there, right there. You got your inside position. There's your inside block, 113,600, 113,500 right there, guys. It doesn't get any more technical on the hourly on Bitcoin than that. It's pretty simple chart actually. Just watching it continue to build. If I was to scalp Bitcoin today, there's my hourly point of interest right there. We're below 50% of that hourly candle that opened the market Wednesday at 6 p.m. right there. Okay, so if you want to trade Bitcoin intraday, scalp it, definitely can. Okay, but you got to kind of watch what you're doing here. Where's my hourly point of interest on Bitcoin? Right there. Okay, so you see why I placed the lines there. It's not a secret. Okay, we could definitely look at it. If it breaks the trend line, close below there, got easy wicks to fill. Bitcoin is dropping New York session. Okay, will it pick it back up and come back up? Trump is passing some bills right now regarding crypto. If you guys are following all of that, but it's pretty nice watching that. Okay, so going back to Nasdaq and Dow. So that was, again, that bullish candle I was talking about. But if you waited and you didn't go on an impulse, it physically closed below there. So that zone is red still, okay? So now, is it building a second bottom right above the hourly point of interest, okay? Like came down, this is the big neckline, no secret, coming back down. Is this the second bottom, W, coming back up? Will we actually get a physical blue candle closing above here, retest this, and then are we going back up? Or are sellers going to just keep dropping this thing down, which they can do. They got some volume. It's a bearish pin bar. It's like a flip-flop, maybe 60-40 more bearish just because of the volume. It could definitely sellers push it right back down. But buyers could now flip this and come back up. Okay, we're going into 7 a.m. in the next 8-9 minutes. So we're going to get maybe an hourly switch up. Look at NASDAQ. Closed below red zone or green zone. Quick flip. Green to red. If it's retesting, gets rejected, we could see NASDAQ breaking down. We could also see maybe US 30 coming down. Okay. XRP is about to skyrocket. I hope so. I got a shit ton of XRP. I hope so. Guys, we got a sell signal. Sorry, guys, I didn't see it in Discord. Selling gold at 330, 335. Right here. Sell gold at 330, 335. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on 330, 335. Okay, so our red block up there is 331, 32. We're below 330. Maybe, we got to wait for maybe another pullback, maybe get back down. But watching it. Okay, so I'll get off DAX, guys. We'll go full chart on gold. And also we're paying attention to our NASDAQ and US 30 here. Guys on YouTube, is the lag a little bit better today? I know that there was a delay. I played around with something. Did it fix the lag for you guys? There's always going to be a little bit of a delay, but someone was telling me there was a 1 minute, 2 minute delay. It was hard for me to believe that, but is it a little bit better today? Wayne, you're on your 11th trade on XRP. You can smell that 450. It smells pretty good. It smells really good, but that $5 will smell even better, Wayne. That nice psychological $5. We'll get there. Slow and steady wins the race. Okay, so we got 40 seconds to go. And then 7 a.m. So, sometimes they tease you. They suck you in to take a trade right before an hourly candle, especially on the 5 minutes. You're going to go through that always. Every 60 minutes, you're going to have that 5-minute tease to get in. And sometimes they fake you out. So just have rules, guys. Just simple rules. Just tell yourself, I don't feel comfortable trading the last 5 minutes. I'll wait. I'll wait it out for the next one. Even though that they present you with a nice setup, sometimes they do that and you get sucked in and then they screw you over. But, hopefully, if you got to have some type of intuition too. You got to feel the trade. You got to walk into it to take that impulse. And I do that too. Believe me, I do. But there's a time and place when to do that. The trade just feels right. You're comfortable taking it. You feel like you're not forcing it. It's just naturally supposed to happen like that. But again, it's all about, I stick with one chart, 2, yes, but mostly 1. And I physically watch every single candle, the way how it opens, the way how it closes, how low it went, how high it went. Did they gap it up? Did they gap it down? Was there a fake out? The speed, the volatility of the wick. If it's a big bearish candle coming down and then the recoil, how fast it just bounces, again, that's the speed of momentum, how quickly it triggered those pending orders and the reaction. So I take all of those, into consideration when I'm taking maybe an impulse trade or a candle that's closing going into a new hourly candle, because it might feed off of that momentum, right? Oh, so YouTube stream looks good. Thank you, guys. Good. I could go, I think, even faster, but it will. You're going to lose a lot of the quality on the stream, so I don't want to sacrifice the quality too. So I think we're comfortable. It's got good quality and also not too much delay. So it's all good, guys. And slowly we might be starting to now stream in Discord. Okay, guys, we might be maybe eventually getting rid of Zoom, and then we're going to be just streaming in Discord and YouTube. Okay, so we're working on this. Oh, okay, look at now. Okay, look at that. That was a bearish candle that came down here, and did you see how it flipped? Okay, there's still 3 more minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on right now? Okay. See now the markets. What's going on now? Okay, so that sometimes you can't control that. If you're in a sell, you can't control that. If you're in a buy, wow, because that was a bearish candle coming all the way down, and then boom, it just flipped like that. What time? Holy shit, it's this 1 minute candle right here. What happened at 6:57? So that's where I kind of look. Is there any news? What could have caused that? Okay, what's the reasoning behind all of that volume? Are we missing something here? Normally financial juices, boom, it's nailing it, but who knows what that is, okay? We don't have any news till 8:30, okay? So, wow, okay? Okay, so I'm not in this candle, so I don't want to just, I want to wait now to see what the result of this, maybe see what news comes in, what caused this. If you guys took that gold signal trade, okay, you guys are moving up 50, 60 pips from from right here below the red zone. 330 right there, coming back down to the green zone. Guys, if it trades like this, oh shit, it's going to be a fun day, okay? But you see, we're trading in this red zone, green zone. They're eventually going to break this, okay? Something's going to happen very, very soon, okay? We're not just going to sit in here all day. This could be a bearish flag ready to continue to break down, low point of the day, and continue dropping, guys. So gold could continue to break down. What was that? Anybody get anything on the news? What caused that? Okay, guys. Did anyone take the SST trade signal? Did anyone get in? Guys, you guys should be up 50 pips right now if you got in. Nothing yet on the news, PYO? Okay, so we're going to get a close now in 20 seconds. But still, look at the daily candle. Still, it's a spin top. We're virtually right at the opening position. So this could have been, like liquidity hunts, stop hunts, things like that. But anyways, I just go through, my motions. If it closes above here, I make this red box green and I further analyze. So there's the close right at above. So red to green. Yeah, there's some type of volatility happening in the market right now. And sometimes when there's no news popping up, I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, so gold. Look at Nasdaq, how it closed below. Bear flag continue dropping down. Holy shit! What is going on over here? Okay, I don't want to participate in this. I'm on the sidelines. I'm watching, looking for further clues. Maybe this will drop. Holy, okay. Wow. Gold breaking down, guys. If you got that sell, wow, wow, wow. Okay. Okay, we got now some movement in the market, 7 a.m. Okay. Lots of volume. So, like if I want to continue selling, I got to maybe wait for a retest back here or at this zone. I don't want to sell the lowest point, right? I missed out on the party. I don't want to catch that train that, I want to wait for it. So I kind of maybe have to wait and sell again up here. Any red folders today? Yes, we do have 3 US red folders at 8:30. Retail sales, core retail sales, and unemployment. Yeah, we got US core retail sales, and unemployment claims all at 8:30 coming up, okay? Very soon. Okay, guys, did your spreads change with all of that crazy action just now? Guys, hit the likes on YouTube. We're going to give a 1-month giveaway when we hit 250 viewers. We're at 210. The more you like, the more viewers we get in the algorithm, and someone's going to win a 1-month membership. Let's do it. Okay, so we're getting there. It's going to close soon. Uh-oh, I just had my first yawn. Hopefully we don't fall asleep. We need some action. Guys, when we hit 250 viewers, I'm going to randomly pick someone in the YouTube chat to win a 1-month membership with us. Okay, but let's see. Okay, so look at gold. Okay, so it dropped right through there, cut through the green zone. Where did it come down to? A daily point of interest. Remember what we were talking about with Armandi that was on the call earlier on? He was locating 3,223. Right there, got a nice wick. Will it close with some volume above and use this block to come back up? It's going to be interesting. So keep your eyes out on gold here. But also, if you're in that sell, hopefully you kind of did something there. Okay, and we're still bearish on NASDAQ and US 30. I'm just waiting for a close, which we're going to get in 25 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to assume this big bearish bar is going to close below here. So I'm going ahead to make it green to red unless something crazy happens near the close. So we got a wick in the green zone coming back up, but still big bearish volume closing below. Okay, so if it comes back up, maybe to that white line, that's hourly resistance. I can move it like a little bit to 50% of the candle. And then I got the 9 and the 200 meeting there. So if it's coming up, this might be like an opportunity. It gets rejected and to short it back down. Okay, but we got to cut through this big green zone. We already traded in there and then it got gobbled right back up. So, if we're to take a sell, we got to understand that we're trading right back in that green zone. And then it could build and build and build and come back on us. Okay, so you got to understand that is the lowest point of the day. But if we're trading with this momentum, it could continue to push down. So far we got a lower high. It didn't come all the way to retest in there. Still got a little bullish volume still on it. Still bullish, coming back up. Will it get rejected? You know, right there at that white line, somewhere inside there. Lots of time left on this candle, less than 4 minutes. Okay, good rejection, coming back up. Will it get rejected again? Like, I count how many times it gets rejected too. Okay, there's another rejection, okay? But still got some bullish volume, but if they can, you know, absorb it near the bottom, then the next bar could open bearish and maybe continue to break to the downside. 3 more minutes, lots of time left on it. I still don't see any news of what could have caused that. Yeah, I'm still watching that candle, still watching it. Even watching NASDAQ, it might come up there, engulf and close at that daily point of interest. Might have one more leg, some momentum to come back up. But, you know, we'll see what happens here. Let's go through it real quick. So gold found some support again at that green box. Just continue with that zone going across until we do something. So, you know, could be coming right back up again. Maybe, but then a lower high. Trading, I can see already an imbalance zone right there in between those candles. That wick and that wick. I would put an inside red block right here. Right there. The reason why I did that is that lower wick, that wick right there, still getting that. That could come up there, dotted trend line, push back down. If we close above here, it could invert, and then we're making our way back up to the top and breaking out. Okay, and US 30 is 90 seconds to go into the close, and now we're at a critical position. Now we're like at that hourly resistance. We're at the 9 and the 200 EMA. We're still below this red box. Now are the sellers going to come in and start absorbing? Okay, good push down near the close, okay? One more push down. I might look to sell here and then carry over that momentum into the next bar. If there's kind of a good solid push down. Still holding here. Okay, are the sellers going to close it like below 50% down in here? 45 seconds to go into the close. And then if I look for sells, I want to kind of maybe continue selling with this selling momentum. Lower lows, that's a lower high. Big was a lower low. Okay, coming back up, maybe kind of lower highs and maybe continue to push down. Last 30 seconds to go. NASDAQ might completely engulf that previous bullish candle and close above that daily point of interest. One pullback, NASDAQ is bullish back, trading up back up to that red zone too. Okay, so you got to kind of be careful here now. We've got to kind of watch now to see what happens, because this could have some still upside momentum to retest the zones. Okay, so open bearish ignited. Okay, so if you miss the bearish ignited head, you got to wait for maybe a pullback. Okay, it's pulling back, might be coming back down. It's pulling back. Will it flip the candle or come back down? And then you just got to kind of go with it. Maybe sell with this momentum if it still stays bearish ignited and holds. Okay, still holding, still holding. It's absorbing buyers as I'm speaking. Okay, now you're at the bearish head. Okay, it's still holding its ignited head. Okay, now will it flip blue? Okay, or will it still hold that ignited head? If it loses that ignited bearish head, candle flips, we're filling the wick, then we're trading at the 9 and 200, but more importantly, at this red zone. Okay, there's more sellers up here than there is right here. Why? Because this is more of a higher time frame, and this is when that big bearish candle opened that took us all the way down there. So there's probably a lot of sellers in there that want to protect their position. Okay, they might be adding another sell order in the market potentially. Look at NASDAQ. It closed above, retested daily point of interest, turning into a hammer candle, coming right back up. Okay, so we could see maybe this continue to build to the upside, similar to NASDAQ. Wow. Okay, so is anyone in any trades right now on, guys, there was that block. Okay, so we traded in there and it's bearish right down there. Okay, so that's that inside block. Is anyone in any trade right now on US 30 or NASDAQ? Okay, coming right back down. So we actually hit the hourly resistance. This could be some bear flag consolidation to the downside. And then we're trading with the majority of the bearish volume today. Okay, but I still got to see some rejections. I see a lot of bullish volume. I see the sellers sell down there, but the buyers brought it right back up. Maybe this is a little counter pullback, and then we'll continue to trade. Once maybe hits this red zone up here, maybe that might be the opportunity to sell. Guys, I think I might lose my voice. Normally when I do these long sessions like this, I start to lose my voice. Hopefully not. So I can be streaming tomorrow with you guys. I don't want to do sign language, and then you guys can't hear me. I think I'm getting the pasties over here. Okay, so let's watch now. Going into 7:15 soon. Okay, we're testing up here. Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. Kind of maybe want to sell with this momentum to pushing down, but it's kind of hard to sell a bear spin top candle. Like maybe I need to see it push down with a little bit more volume because this could easily flip to the upside. Okay, so maybe I want to continue to wait it out. NASDAQ, if that bearish volume can come back down and close below that yellow line, it could close below there, and then that yellow line is support going down forward, but it's still holding. Spin top candle on both of these, so that's got to wait it out. Oh wow, Franklin, you've been short since 23,100. Nice. Wow. Okay, so 30 seconds to go. It's a bullish hammer coming right back up. Okay, and NASDAQ you see is holding, retested that daily point of interest, still holding good support. Okay, nothing really broke down. Let's see here. Oh, still holding good support here. Good support there, good wick. We could maybe flip and go bullish. Okay, like it could definitely continue come up here, start to flip a little bit of this daily bearish volume and flip this entire candle, come back to the opening price, and then we flip up bullish. I don't see any news what caused that volatility there at 655 and 7. I still don't see anything. Maybe you guys can inform me if you guys see anything. Oh, maybe our early morning earnings. Okay, so there was Taiwan TSM at 2 in the morning. Wow. Okay, so big beat, lots of money, good surprise, good growth, guidance is good. That's something. Pepsi, or maybe Pepsi. Okay, Pepsi was at 6. No, this was more towards 7. No, I don't know what it was. It wasn't. I don't think it was due to earnings. Okay, and then on our Discord channel, guys, we got some news here regarding US 30, 44,170, 24 hours. It's up, yeah, pretty flat. 7 days is down negative 0.3%. Bullish scenario, US 30 price showing resilience with a slight positive 24-hour change. Short-term stability indicated by minimal price fluctuation. Bear scenarios, overall negative sentiment as US 30 registers a slight 7-day decrease. Lack of significant positive momentum may hinder immediate price growth. So there's good little analysis, top-down fundamentals on NASDAQ, on US 30, and DAX. Oh, that was the candle I wanted. Oh, damn. Oh, I wanted to sell that so bad. Okay, if it breaks here, I might have to sell this. I wanted to sell that upper, so maybe got to wait for a slight pullback. If it gets a wick, comes back, but it might continue to push down. Trading with it at that 90 MA and that 200 where it got rejected there, it's probably a good area. Okay, I'm going to go in the sell. I know I got in late. Sucks. I'm placing my stop loss above that daily yellow line. Okay, so I'm looking for it to break down, maybe down to there. I wanted to get in right there, but I was reading that article right there. But right there, anyways, got to see if we can get some closing volume down in here so that we can continue maybe to flag down in here and break this green zone and then break for a new low of the day on US 30. So placing my stop loss above this red zone, but more in particular, I want to be like right inside this big wick that rejected that big move. And it's just above the daily point of interest, okay? I'm going to sell on US 30, okay? If this kind of bar maybe closes above here, I might just exit this early and may not even maybe allow it to come up here, okay? So I'm in, it's in drawdown. I'm going to physically watch this for the next 1 minute, but if this flips on me, turns bullish, I might exit this early because that's not kind of what I was expecting. I was expecting maybe a little break right there. So if this got a higher low and pulls back on me, I kind of don't want to be in this. We'll see, depending on how it closes. We've got 1 more minute to go. Was there any Trump news about Powell at that time? I don't know. I'm just speculating what could have caused something crazy like that. Okay, 30 seconds to go. So good, strong support there. I'm still holding. Okay, so I'm still technically below the hourly resistance, but I got the 200 and the 90 MA, the red box. But yeah, I'm just gonna watch this till it comes up there. Again, if volume closes below, still we're below the hourly resistance. We could get another bearish bar, filling those wicks and continue to push down. However, it is closing pretty strong right off of that big wick. So we opened ignited bearish. I like this. Whenever I'm in a sell, I love to see ignited bearish candles, but we have a long distance to go down. That's not a short wick. That's a rather long wick. So we got to guide a lot of sellers bidding to trade down here and taking out this demand area. I guarantee you there's a lot of asking going on up here, and in the green zone. So we're going to really battle it out here to see if US 30 holds its low of the day or it's going to lose it. So it's going to come down, guys. Very technical here. And then if I lose this bearish ignited open, then the candle turns into a hammer. Then we're trading back up, filling these wicks. And we're back up to the hourly resistance, touching the 9 and the 200 and possibly that zone of supply up there. So still selling down with the momentum, but we need to get a nice bearish bar, start closing below here, somewhere in this green zone. So we can close below this wick, close below this structure right here, and get somewhere in here. Then if we close down in here and it pulls back in the green zone, at least maybe we'll have some bearish block right over here that will continue to come down with that and absorb those buyers. So, but it's very important that we keep our ignited bearish head, because once we lose that, we lose all momentum to the sell side in this candle. All that opening momentum will be lost. It's getting very wicky over here. Gold. So gold came right up to that, that zone right in there and continued pushing back down. So gold could definitely fill that wick and continue breaking. So look at the daily bearish bar, right? Closing, trading right near the lowest point of the day there still. Okay. Okay, we got 2.5 more minutes to go. Samuel, you guys need a mandatory break? Yeah, I'm going to take one too. In about maybe 10, 15 minutes, I need a mandatory break. Washroom, drink, refill, and come back. We're going to continue to follow with this bearish move. We've got to get that volume closing below there. We've still been holding for 3 minutes plus the ignited bearish head open. So, I paid particular attention to that detail, and we're still holding it. Just got to kind of push back, break that low, and just close with a little bit of bearish volume down in here. That could change up everything. But every time we're coming down here, there's buyers, 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 okay? So they could definitely flip this, turn this up bullish. And then there's a lot of stop losses up here too. All of these sellers, these sellers got stops, but still those sellers are still in this bar, holding their ignited head and pushing down still. Now we're going into the close. So remember, it's follow through. Who's going to follow through into the close? Sellers are looking good, but buyers are there. They've been there all this entire 5-minute candle. So who's going to close it? Which party is going to be the aggressor? The buyers or the sellers? Okay, so 30 seconds into the close. This is exciting. Okay, are we filling that entire wick right there? That's the entire wick fill. And then can we create a lower low? Can we close below this structure as well? This candle is closing in 10 seconds. Here we go, okay? So watch. If it closes near the low, they could gap it down and push this down. If there's a quick retest, 50% of that volume is right there, 44,184. Here's the close. Okay, open bullish ignited. Okay, they rejected it quickly. Bullish again, holding. Okay, so if it comes back up, 50%, let's see. Hopefully it's a lower high. In a sell, I want a lower high. I don't want them to come back up here. I want a lower high. It's not there. That's a strong open. Again, it's at a 5-minute point of interest. If I was to draw a 5-minute line, definitely would be a 5-minute line there. There's a body that closed there, a body open. A wick right there, a body that just closed there. They opened it ignited for a reason, okay? Look how that bar, you're telling me all that volume, that bearish ignited bar closed right at the low, and this opened and it was perfectly blue like this. Come on. Okay. So you can tell that these markets are just a tad bit manipulated. Market should have broke there, technically. Okay. Following all of that momentum in that candle. It's bullshit, but welcome to this crazy world of trading. Okay. So that's a double bottom now in those 5 minutes. That ignited bar, there's one bottom, there's the neckline, there's the second bottom, and they opened it up with a bullish ignited bar. Okay, notice the time is 7:26:27. We're going into 7:30. Okay, that's a double bottom. If it closes above there at 7:30, do I still want to be in this sell position? It could come in there, and then do I still want to be in this? That's what I mean. The sellers were not there. They didn't close it down with conviction. Now, are they going to be up here to absorb all that? But you got powerful volume coming right back up. So, yeah, sometimes when I see this, I'm disappointed with the sellers, and then I exit my trade. However, if you're giving it room to breathe, you're playing your structure, you're not over leveraged, then maybe you can play with a trading drawdown. But maybe I don't want to give it any more drawdown than this. I'm being pretty generous with this thing, but that's a strong open. Okay. Now, are the sellers going to be here at the hourly resistance? They just rejected a portion of that candle, but it's still got this huge bullish head in here. That's going to take a lot of absorption for the sellers to absorb all of that in order to flip this candle. Then it turns into a shooting star. Then we drive down. But there's a lot of protection here. Like me as a scalper looking at a double bottom, you know how much I like when I'm in a sell? I hate it. But, when you're in a buy, you love it. So it's just unfortunate. I'm in a sell and I'm seeing a double bottom on a 5 minute with a bullish ignited candle open. Like, I'm sick to my stomach, but what can you do? I can't open and close the candles. The market makers do. Okay, but now we got an inverted hammer. They've absorbed a lot up there at that hourly resistance, but can they absorb everything? Can we flip this candle going into 90 seconds into the close? That would be something. Then we would start be filling this prior wick, and maybe can we cut through this demand zone? Look at that, guys. Holy shit. So they've almost absorbed that entire candle, but you still see how it's hanging by a thread where it opened. So it's got this bullish volume. It's as technical as that. That shit can continue to hold. Lady Stone, welcome. Welcome. Good morning. We've been going, 5.5 hours now in our 7-hour marathon. We're having a good time. Guys, we hit 250 viewers. Thank you. Someone is going to win a monthly membership with us here at SST. One lucky winner. Okay, so again, we got that bullish inverted hammer candle. It looks like it's a hammer candle upside down, inverted hammer. Remember the big, strong, bullish ignited open came all the way up here. It was engulfing our previous bar, but the sellers stepped in and pushed it down. We almost came to the point where we flipped this candle bearish, but the buyers were still there. And look at where it closed, like right around 50% of that bearish candle. They did technically close above. So you got to give the benefit of the doubt that they're continuing to buy up here. So it closed strong. Look how, like where I placed that red line was representing 50% of that bearish candle. They came and they closed it right above it. So it could use this red line as support in order to continue to fill this wick and get back up to that hourly resistance. Is there going to be some sellers now hourly and at those bodies right there? Are they going to be making a lower high? I'm in a sell, I'm in drawdown now, but I'm still looking to see if they're going to continue to create a depth of market here and maybe absorb and continue to push down, okay? But we know now where the big neckline is, right here. Sticking out like a sore thumb. And that, when I saw that bullish ignited candle open, I was like, oh shit, guys. But we got some lower high, bearish engulfing candle coming back down. Can we break here? Is it going to come down here and hold with another wick? If that happens, I'm going to be disgusted. You're probably going to see me say a few swear words. So we got to push through here just to get a little impulse break. Okay, so that little push, we peeked our head down there and we said peekaboo. So we came down there, but every time you're coming down, you're picking up buyers, okay? Because we're at a demand area. So, we're just trying to continue with this selling pressure, but I would love to see a bearish bar close below here, because then we're closing below structure. Because it could just come down here, pick up a higher low, and reverse right back up. So in the next 3 minutes, can we get a closure below here? It would be very, very important for selling pressure. Joel, the only swear words Canadians have is sorry. Okay, so if we can fill back to that wick, backfill that wick, that's 20 pips. And then if we can break down to that red line, that's about 30 pips. Okay, but we did break down. Look at where I caught a wick at that dotted parallel channel, psychological channel right in the green zone, coming back up. But again, it's how it closes. Got half the candle to go, 2.5 more minutes. The buyers could definitely bring this back up, close above here again, and then we're barcoding. Bearish, bullish, all that shit over again, okay? Or are they going to close below there? Look at now how they're bringing it right back up. So, me in a sell, that's not looking good, okay? But I got to allow the candle to officially close in the next 2 minutes. I'm not over leveraged. I'm not panicking and drawdown. I'm not, breaking my computer right now. Just sometimes you got to let the volume do its thing, okay? And just continue watching without being over leveraged. I'm giving it enough room to breathe, okay? I could have just placed my stop loss like I'm just in this red zone and I could have been okay. But I'm giving it a little room to breathe. I positioned at daily resistance. I know I'm risking a little bit more than usual, but I'm looking for also good profit coming down into here. But it's not easy to break a green zone. It's not easy. Okay, so that's an ugly flip. And then if it turns blue, you know that there's buyers asking to buy at the end of the candle. So then they'll probably carry that momentum again to the upside, So that's why I watch to see who's going to be the aggressor at the close. Will the sellers come back down and close it below here? Will the buyers come back up? 30 seconds to go. This is kind of like in a basketball game. You got that 24-second shot clock right now. So you got to make a move your last 24 seconds. If you don't do anything, you're going to lose possession. So right now, the buyers and sellers, they're jockeying for position. They want to make their move into the close of the candle. So we'll see where and how it closes. Okay, so it didn't close below structure. Okay, it impulsively broke down there, but picked up a higher low from the previous low. It came back up and it still closed bearish. We opened here bearish, coming back down. It could definitely come back down here and pick up a higher low and go back up. But if we get up, I still don't see a bearish candle closing below here yet. Will it be this one? Or are we going to continue to make higher lows and come back up? Okay, so still got to let this one, simmer. Got to let it develop still. Gold. Gold is, look at gold, just trading inside here now. We'll get to gold during COMEX, like just after 8 a.m. Okay, so you see, guys, like it's holding a lot of support here. A lot of support at this particular area here. Lots of support is still holding. Okay, so it's tough for the sellers to break it down. So that could be telling me that's it. Maybe US 30 found the bottom. Maybe it's not time to be selling anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna close this out right there. I'm out at that hourly position. So I'm out. I closed the trade in drawdown. Okay, so I'm out. I entered right there. I just closed it out there. I lost 15 pips, but that's it. I want out of this trade. It's too much wishy-washy bullshit for me. I don't want to play games in this. Like I don't until maybe later on I could continue to sell the market if I get a bearish bar close down there. Maybe I could sell at a better area up here or here, but I don't want to just sit in the market with a duck, like a sitting duck with my stop loss and allow the market makers to just come in there and hit it. If I can save myself 15, 20 pips, I'll save myself 15, 20 pips. Okay. Remember what I just did there, guys. Like I took my stop right there. I lost 15 pips, but remember where I originally had my stop loss above that daily position? That could have been an additional 30 pip loss that I could have incurred. I don't have an ego when I trade. I gave this 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 20, 25, 30. I gave this 40 minutes for the sellers to close it below here, and they failed. They failed there, they failed there, and they failed there. That's enough for me to get out of a trade. Do you understand like how a scalper's mind works? That's it. I'm not holding this trade and just hoping and praying. I'm looking at the structure and I'm putting the pieces of the puzzle together. It showed me right there. That bullish ignited candle told me everything I needed to know. Some of you guys are probably saying like, well, why did this guy take himself out? But do the mature traders understand what I did there? Because maybe some new traders don't understand what I did there. But guys, that candle right there, 725, told me pretty much everything I needed to know. And in this kind of candle, when it came down there, kind of finalized it. It came down there. I was looking for that body to close below. I guarantee if we closed below there, we would have been laughing. We would have been dropping. But it came in there, picked up those buyers, and then when it retested that coming up, I said, guys, that's enough. I'm out. I'll take that 50. I made 55 pips on the earlier gold trade. I just gave back 15. I'm still up 40. So that's kind of how I trade. I don't want to piss away everything just because I got an ego. It's got to be controlled, guys. When you walk into a trading room, leave your ego outside the trading room. Make sense, guys? I think in 5 more minutes, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go make a coffee and then go to the washroom and then come right back. We've been going almost 6 hours here, so big session. And then we'll kind of return focus to gold going into COMEX. But you see, guys, why I get out, okay? That proved to me everything I needed to know, okay? So, guys, that's how you can become a better trader. See, back in the day, old Ron was now hitting another sell, having a stop loss still up there, getting pissed off at the market. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? How did this happen? Now I know things happen, okay? I don't even need to ask anymore why this shit happens. It's just, it happens, okay? But what we're in control of our own risk. We're in control of our own trade. So that's why I take a loss, but I look at the positive now. I took a loss, but I could have lost more, okay? So the candles are opening up crazy right now. There's got to be some sort of news that I'm not seeing right now. See how that candle closed right at the highest point, and then it just opened ignited bearish and just pushed right back down. Okay, so it's not normal how these candles are trading right now. So sometimes what I like to do is walk away, go take a break, coming back, and then refocusing, seeing what's happening. Because sometimes what I don't like is when I see moves like this, these sudden moves, and there's no justification, there's no fundamentals behind it, there's no news, then this is, I don't know what's going on here. So I hate trading when I don't know what's going on. Like that big candle at 6:55, 7 a.m., we still don't see like any big news. It's not from the Canadian Business Barometer. This has got nothing to do with that. This is something different. So I don't know if Trump was tweeting something or whatever it is, but it's difficult to trade when you have no idea what's going on. When you guys get a little bit more seasoned, a little bit more experience in your trading, I guarantee you're going to understand why I do that. Okay. Preserving your capital, preserving your profits is the most important thing that traders need to do. And sometimes you're going to take a trade and it's going to go against you. Okay. But you still got to understand that it's okay to exit a trade. If it's not working out, it's not working out. And especially if you give it multiple opportunities to prove to you that they're to close it below there and they're not there, sellers are not there. It's not your fault. It's just the depth of market is stronger down there with buyers. It happens. Okay, and then look at the daily candle. It's just it's a spin top bearish candle. Like I don't like trading these type of candles. Like there's too much indecision in these candles. I like a nice candle with good direction. Like look at gold. That's a big bearish bar. Like you can continue to sell at this red box, there, and then you got big sellers backing you. Okay, with US 30 on the daily, look at it. It looks like it hasn't eaten anything today. It looks very skinny, malnourished. Like it needs to eat a little more. So that's maybe a clue for us to go get some breakfast, grab a coffee. If you guys need a break, this is the time, guys. We're going to take a little 5-10 minute intermission. The stream is still rolling. You guys are welcome to chat amongst yourselves. I kind of want to get this in because in 30 minutes we got COMEX market opening up. Samuel, question. Is it the market trade or your trade? Do you move the market or move with the market? No, I move with the market. No. I would love to move the markets myself. That's crazy, but no, I move with the markets. They are the market movers. That's what they're called. So I kind of want to follow their lead. Anytime I'm going against them, I have to justify why I'm going against them. And if it's not a good, solid reason with multiple confluences, then I got to exit the trade and then start trading again with the market makers. But it's good to know that, guys. But the best, in my opinion, is trade with the trend. So I tried at that. I was trying to trade with the trend there, but you see, it still kind of got me. Maybe it can come back down, but I'm not willing to continue to go. So how was I trading with the trend? Like right there where it kind of came up, came back down, double top up there, and then they kind of pushed it, and then they created that new low, and then kind of went in as it came up, it retested those, and then I was looking for that drop right there, but it was too strong at this zone and coming right back up. So with that volume closing above that block, this could turn into support and then it's coming right back up here. So I'm actually happy I exited that trade at that white line and just lost 15 pips because I could have gave back more to the market, and I don't want to do that. So it's trading, guys. I'm going to go now, break time. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes, guys. Just got to brew up a nice cup of coffee and get started for 8 a.m. and COMEX. And then we're going to wrap up everything by 9 a.m. And a lucky winner on YouTube is going to win a 1-month membership for the 250 viewers. So thank you, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I lied. Maybe about 5 minutes. Guys, we got some fresh coffee. Fresh coffee, let's go. Maybe we can get some energy now. Wow, 6 hours. Let's go. Okay, so at 8 o'clock, guys, we're going to transition over and we're going to follow gold, okay? Going into COMEX, and then we can kind of switch over at 8:45, but then I got to wrap it up at 9. And then if you guys are going to trade NASDAQ and US 30, good luck and enjoy Wall Street market open. But we do have some 8:30 red news in the markets, okay? And we'll briefly go over that if you're just joining us. We've got a lot of things to discuss here. Okay, and gold, okay? So it's pushing down, continuing push down. We'll keep an eye on that too, going into COMEX as well. But we'll just clean it up and we'll watch these for now, okay? Okay, guys. So what happened was it came up, okay, it did close above there, bearish, pushed down, coming back down, retesting the red zone. Volume again is again at that hourly point of interest at the 9 EMA, 200 EMA. You see that there's a whole cluster going on here. The hourly point of interest, white line, 9 EMA, purple 200, lot going on here. So just, if you're not comfortable taking a trade, just continue waiting it out. But, if you were still going with sell side bias, it came up there and got rejected and back down. So it's still utilizing this red box as a shoulder and could definitely continue push back down. But, I just don't like trading inside here. I like for something to happen above here or maybe below here and start changing up the depth of market and get things going again, because the buyers are buying here and the sellers are accumulating. If I go into, let's say, for example, another sell, again, I see a higher low, higher low, higher low. I could go in a sell and then they build it right back up, close it above there. This zone flips and then I got my stop loss above there and then I get stopped out. So I kind of like to wait, watch, see how things are developing. And if there's not a good opportunity to trade right now, there's not a good opportunity to trade right now. And just got to wait it out. Okay, and going over news. Again, we got U.S. core retail sales coming out month core retail sales. Remember, excluding those fancy automobiles. Okay, that's in that one. Retail sales will include all those fancy automobiles that you guys drive, all those Lambos. And then over here is our unemployment claims, weekly unemployment claims, all coming out in 35 minutes at 8:30. Okay, so that's going to cause a little bit of volatility, especially with the US dollar. So if we're trading gold, if we're trading the US indices, we got to pay particular attention to that news. Okay, so we got a bear shooting star. I like to sell these type of setups that come up here, push back down, and that retest, and then a nice shooting. I like these sell setups, but it's just too choppy for me. Like NASDAQ and US 30 right now, it's just too choppy. I think it's better just to continue to wait it out. I know it sucks waiting on a trade, but sometimes you got to do it. Guys, we've randomly chose the winner on today's YouTube session for hitting 250 viewers, guys. Our appreciation to you guys is that we're going to give back a 1 month membership. And the lucky winner was randomly drawn here, is Trading with Confidence. That's the name here. Trading with Confidence. Congratulations. You are the winner of a 1 month membership here at SST. If you can give us a message on Telegram or on our Instagram, you got to kind of prove to yourself who you are. But give us a message and we will contact you regarding this and get you set up. So congratulations, Trading with Confidence. Okay, hopefully we can all learn how to trade with confidence. Borex, good morning. Thank you for joining the marathon. Borex, we're 6 hours and 5 minutes in. It's still going. We're going to close it off the one final hour with Borex. Give us your gold analysis and help us out over here when we get to gold. We're crazy. Yes, we are. Yes, we are crazy. Trading with Confidence. If you can also add Stock Sniper Trading to Instagram or myself, Sniper Ronnie _FX. And are you on the call? First of all, he's got to be on the call. If he's not on the call, Trading with Confidence in the chat. Are you here? I hope he is, or her. Borex, what's your analysis for gold? We're trading at daily point of interest, Borex, 3,323. I got a good solid demand area here, 33.18, and then a daily point of interest, 33.13. Sell 3324. You are okay right here. Are you in a sell, Borex, or looking to sell right here? I've kind of got 3324, kind of like hourly resistance. Look and sell. Okay, nice. Yep. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see what we got going on. Let's see here. Welcome, Husky. Welcome. Okay, guys, white line, nice. Forex, Borex, good job, man. Collecting those pips. Good man, good man, good man. Okay, so we can watch here, guys. Okay, so we're still trading in this zone here. Maybe we're gonna let it kind of maybe get an official candle closing below there to maybe continue pushing down. But we'll be watching this going into COMEX. We're getting at 8 a.m. right now, guys. So let's just watch how US 30 and NASDAQ kind of officially close. And then we're going to kind of work our way into gold, going into, oh, there you are, Trading with Confidence. There you are. Can you message us on Telegram? Okay, so they opened it bearish, ignited. Okay, if you want to add us on Instagram, Make sure you're on there. And guys, we have that other giveaway, $15,000 prop firm account and a 3-month membership at SST. Visit our Instagram, share the post. The instructions are there. Take it for your friends and like it. And maybe you'll win it tomorrow morning, a $15,000 prop firm with a 3-month membership. So, but congrats to our man here, Trading with Confidence. And just get us a message so we can hook you up with this. Okay. I shared in there our links to Instagram, however you want to contact us, or send us an email, whatever it is. Okay. But we'll be in contact with you. Okay, guys. So I know it sucks. But at 8 a.m., let's shift focus maybe onto gold, because gold, COMEX Commodities Exchange is going to open up in 20 minutes. I know it's fun to watch US 30 and NASDAQ, but you're going to have a lot of opportunity at 9 a.m., especially at 9:30 with Wall Street market open, going into 10 with these. So just continue, follow what's going on. I see NASDAQ creating a little double bottom, down in here, building off of that daily position here, daily point of interest. Maybe if we get back and close above here, we could easily maybe fill back up to here and break out. However, still could be red zone and we continue pushing down. Look at US 30. Okay, so that big bar came up. Yes, I did have my stop loss originally above that yellow line. Had I held the trade, yes, I could be back in it. But, I don't trade like that. Would have, should have, could have done this. I trade according to market conditions and what's going on at that moment in time. Okay. So if you guys are trading these indices, I'll flip flop and revisit them, but just trade careful. We're going to put a little bit more focus back on gold. So you still see how everything is still static over here. Nothing has really changed. All I do is kind of clean up my zones, extend some boxes, this, that. And then I see, okay, so now I just got to see what kind of recap what's going on, because we were trading NASDAQ and US 30, 7 a.m. We dropped, made that. We pulled right back up. So remember this purple line? That was the previous low of the day. And now it's turning into resistance now at 3,328. Came up, pushed back down. Okay, are we below 50% of this bearish candle? Yes, we are. Okay, so 50% is somewhere like right around there. Okay, you could even be very precise and bring it down to those ignited bodies. Okay, and then pushed down, came back up, lower high, broke for a new lower low, peeked its head down there a couple times, but it's got blue volume, spin top volume, sideways volume, because we're in a big demand zone. So there's sellers, there's buyers, there's sellers, there's buyers, still a lot of indecision. I still don't see a bullish bar closing above. I don't see a bearish bar closing below. So what I got to do is I got to be a spectator. I got to be a speculator on the side and continue to watch what's going on. Okay. And then maybe we got to wait for COMEX market to, bring in some more volume, and then we decide the direction we could be moving. Okay. Yeah, the link for the giveaway is posted in the YouTube chat, guys. Okay, so let's keep our eyes on this. Eyes on the prize. Is everybody still awake? How do I have more energy than guys that just woke up right now? We've been all-nighter. You guys understand all-nighter? Welcome. You just joined all the way from India. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Joel, you're wide awake? Yep. Gio, I look fresh after 6 hours of streaming. Yeah. Oh, man. We've had a couple joints for those 6 hours. Maybe that's keeping me looking real healthy. Yeah. That keeps you looking young. Okay, so, you can trade inside this zone. You can do what your heart desires. But, I'm still waiting for maybe a little bit of a confirmation of some sellers to physically close it below there. Or, I'm looking for some buyers to physically close it above there. Because, yes, this could reverse and come back up a little bit. It's still a heavy daily candle pushing down. Like, look at the daily volume. We opened. We made the high of the day real early. It's right over there. It was right when 6 p.m. started, like right up to 6:15, 15 minutes. We made the high of the day, and since then, it's been really bearish. So we're almost at the lowest point again of our candle right now. So, that was the original low point, but you see it broke, it retested it, continued pushing down for lower lows, and continued to drop. Okay, so this might be the bar that is actually going to physically close below here. Okay, but it could just be a wick come down here and a candle come down here, grab a wick and go back up. So lots of time left on this candle, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. What I do is just wait it out, just watch. I analyze the wicks. Is it an equal low? Is it a like tweezer bottom low? Is it a higher low? Is it a lower low? All of those things. While the candle is forming, you can still analyze, like just looking at that previous wick. That technically is lower than that red line. So it, in fact, made a lower low, okay? In order to continue to push down, you've got to, in fact, make those lower lows, okay? But when it came down there, buyers are asking to trade back up in here. Okay, where will this bar close? I don't know. There's still a lot of time left on it, 3 minutes. One thing I got to know from when it opened, it was an ignited bearish head. So all of these things is, you're analyzing the physical body of the candle. Now, is it going to flip bullish? No. You see how it came almost up and then it came back down? So it's still holding, technically it's an ignited head, but this could flip back up bullish and maybe fill these wicks and close strong up here and then could technically reverse this momentum. How many wicks do we have down here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wicks down here now. So there's a lot of buyers down there. There's a lot of rejections. You can physically see them, but we're not getting any closing strong bullish volume. Every time it comes up here, sellers are pushing it back down. Come up, sellers are pushing it back down. This might be another candle that comes up and sellers push it back down. Then we're again consolidating in this green box. It's not easy to trade this. Believe me, this is probably the most difficult price action to trade because it's just, you're flipping a coin flip on every single one of these bars. So I wait for a little bit more confirmations, but I also figure out what's going on the wicks as well, what's happening. It was the first time that candle flipped blue now. Remember, we had that ignited bearish head. It took almost 3.5 minutes for it to flip blue. While gold is dancing around here, let's see what the indices are doing. Look at US 30. Okay, so NASDAQ, one bottom, neckline, second bottom, breaking out. There's the big parallel hourly trend, red zone. So if this breaks out, then you flip that red. You could get a retest of this. Now you're on top of you turn the trend resistance into trend support, and then all of a sudden, you're filling back up to there. Okay, that could very well happen. So let's watch for the next 50 seconds, and also we're going to watch what gold is doing. So gold, came back up, lower high, pushing back down with bear volume. 40 seconds go. Is this going to be our first bearish candle? Maybe physically closing below some bearish volume? That might be an indication to grab a retest and get into a sell on gold. And you're still trading down with this momentum. Okay, so let's see now. Here's going into the close. I always say the last 30 seconds, very, very important. Where will it close is also very important. It could be so technical that it closes right exactly at that green box. Like I've seen it a million times myself. Okay, pushing down. Is it going to come all the way down to the lowest point of the wick? There's the close. Get ready. Okay. Sometimes you got to be very, very fast. This green zone, flip it to red zone. I'm looking at that candle, open slightly bullish. Look, sorry, shit. That's why I verbally say stuff what I'm doing here, guys. Okay. So it just retested. It's got that big strong open. Okay. Are they going to absorb that and then break it down and push down? Or are those buyers going to come right back up strong? Okay. So it's retesting the red zone that was green, that body closed below, that's why it's red. It's also 50% of the volume, okay? When we're talking about the point and control of that bearish candle, that's exactly where we want to see it get absorbed, somewhere right there, 50%. But look how strong this bullish candle is. So it might even come higher. It might even engulf this bar, yes. So, now the seller's got to really, really, really hold this thing down because this is a strong bar candle. And it's 10 minutes prior to COMEX market open. So this is where things are going to start to get a little spicy. You're going to start to see some volume coming in the markets. Can the sellers absorb this and push it back down? They very well can. If it's another lower high, lower high, lower high, and they push this down, might take them the majority of the candle to kind of absorb that. But if they find a way to tame that down, you could continue maybe to aggressively push to the downside. And then this big daily bearish candle is continuing to tap into the low day and drop. And you're selling with this big volume, okay? Red, you just saw your oil trade pop. Good. Yeah. Sorry, we didn't look at oil today. Guys, where's everybody from in the chat? Where's everybody from on Zoom and YouTube? SST is from London, Ontario, Canada. Where's everyone else from? UK, Dallas, Texas. Nice, Bruce. I'm a big Dallas Cowboys fan. I'll be seeing you very, very soon when the NFL starts. Mark in Malta. Very nice. Samuel, Australia. UK. Yorkshire, Leicester. Nice. Lukeman, James. Karina, Italy. Very nice. Very nice. Hot Dubai, Joel. Yeah. I love hot. I love heat. The hotter, the better. I'd be out in the desert right now. South Africa, nice. Philippines, beautiful. New Mexico, nice. Hopefully safe from all of the flooding down in the southern states. That was a disaster down there in Texas. Wow, that was sad. All that flooding and how quickly it happened. Baltimore, Maryland, nice, Tony. Richard from Uganda, welcome. Thank you for joining all the way from Uganda. That's awesome. Okay, guys, so look at that big bullish engulfing candle, ignited strong. Okay, this could close above here, and then I'm just going through the motions again. The red box is going to go green. That might be a false breakout to the downside and coming right back up strong. Okay, and then we're moving into 8:15, and then we're very, very close to COMEX. Okay, so is COMEX going to maybe bring this up a little bit? But again, it's trading against this big bearish candle. Like it could come up and get rejected and go back down. Okay, but it could also build to get a strong momentum. But you see now the volume is really picking up. Look at the size of this candle. It's already engulfed like 5 bars behind. Okay, so the volume is picking up. When that happens, volatility is increasing. When that happens, you should be monitoring your risk management. Maybe this is where maybe you start to decrease your sizing. You trade with the appropriate positions according to the volatility and the volume and news. Don't forget, guys, at 8:30, we got 3 U.S. red folders. Okay, we got core retail sales, regular retail sales, and then our weekly unemployment claims. So a lot going on. Lots to happen here. Okay, so where's this candle closing? Okay, technically closed right there, okay? And then they open it bearish, ignited, okay? So it's going to pick up a wick, okay? It's going to pick up a wick where, okay, 50% the red line, it's still a point of interest on these 5-minute structures. It came down, picked up a wick, and then this is where we could go to the upside now, okay? If you want to take a trade prior to COMEX market open, you can, but just understand that it could get volatile, okay? So do you want to kind of maybe wait for this bar to close? Again, just have a plan. Just have a plan. Okay, look at it. You got a big bearish candle coming back down to where? 50% of that bullish candle. And then we'll see if we get some support there. Looks like, what if this is another bearish candle coming down? Closing below here. Then we could really drop during COMEX market open, okay? They're gathering liquidity. They're getting as much as they can prior to COMEX market opening up. Okay, so look at it coming right back down. Do you want to trade with this momentum? Maybe get a head start, or do you want to wait for this body close? Lots of time left on it, 4 minutes, but again, remember what we did earlier on the call? We were watching the 1 minute candles. Again, what you can do is watch if a 1 minute candle physically closes below there. This candle is going to close in 35 seconds. That's why I love 1 minute candles, because there's always a 30-second candle coming up real fast. So, when I always say the 30 seconds is the most important part of the candle, if you're a 1 minute trader, the last 30 seconds shows you that momentum. Okay. Nikan Tranquillo from Germany, Munich, nice. X-Red Clues is our German here. I come to Frankfurt often, anytime I'm flying to Europe, which I do every year except for this year. Got a lot of renovations here at home, but fly through Frankfurt to get into Albania and Kosovo. Okay, so 1 minute candles did not close below, still trading in the zone. So you can continue to watch your 5 minute candle, pick your time frame, and stick with it. Okay, I'm gonna just now clean up a little bit, tidy up, because now we're getting some bigger volume entering the markets. And check your spreads. Please check your spreads. I've got a good spread. Half a pip is half a pip. Okay, but you still see how the volume is still concentrated inside here. Like if I was to draw a box, I would consolidate everything in there. Alban, yesterday's low should be visited to continue bearish. Let's take a look at the daily. Where's yesterday's low? Let's see if we got it marked on here. Okay, so look at our daily bars now. Wow, okay. It looks like it wants to impulsively break to the downside. Just feel those little wicks. There's yesterday's low. Look how close we are to, right there. 3,000, 319, 320. That could break. And then that's where I have that yellow line. 3313. That could be, if you break that green zone, drop right there. And then that's a point of interest from when we closed on Wednesday and when we opened on Thursday of last week. Okay, look how big the bearish engulfing candle is coming down. Okay, so, COMEX could really drop this. There could be a fake out, then drop, but it's interesting to watching this. Okay. 1 minute. Here we go, guys, till COMEX. You guys know me, I'm the 1 minute man. I don't like bragging about that, but I'm the 1 minute man. I mean trading candlesticks. Don't be silly. Ron's got stamina. he can go. You're seeing it on the stream. 6.5 hours and we're still going strong. Mark, not bad performance. Yep. Here we go, guys. Okay. So look now. Here we go into COMEX. Okay. Came down there. Okay. We're on the 5 minutes. Came back up. Hanging man candle. Watch. They could gap this shit down and just drop it. Okay. Watch. Or it's a bullish engulfing ignited candle pushing right back up. Watch for quick rejections. Okay. But we're still trading inside the zone. So they could play some games in here. Like who do you think has accumulated the most volume so far? I would continue to drive down with the bearish trend. Lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. If I was just trading trend. But also what I need is confirmations. Like that was a nice close below there by the sellers, but look how quickly it came right back up. Okay, so, it could go both ways. When in doubt, wait it out. And also NASDAQ, okay, pushing down with US 30, selling, okay? Maybe the sell setup was proper, but, I didn't want to risk that much in that trade. Okay, so 1 minute has closed in COMEX. Okay, there was the 1 minute candle close, bearish ignited pushing down. Get ready. Like if you want to scalp 1 minute candles, they can be fast in COMEX too. I'm going to go into a buy, quick little scalp buy. Maybe I'm going to try just to fill up to here, measure this. I'm in a 1 minute buy. Okay. I just want to see if I can get maybe a quick little 1 minute scalp, a couple minutes up 15 pips. Stop loss. I'm going to place it below the last 1 minute low wick right there. Okay. So this is just a 1 minute quick scalp. Okay. If I can just kind of get it right up to there. Okay, I want to show you if we can just get a quick 1 minute scalp. Otherwise, I'll hit my quick stop loss down there, okay? Just want to see if we can build and just break out for COMEX just for a quick little tiny scalp here, okay? Also closing volume, where does it close? Okay, coming right back up to that previous high, closing. Can we fill a little bit? Can we get a first 1 minute candle close and build off of this during COMEX? Let's see. Okay, you see I don't have a crazy stop loss. Okay, good push. Okay, open, bullish, no wick. Can we pop and just drive and get us 15 pips right up to there quickly? But it could definitely come back down to retest, okay, where my entry point or this zone that's red to green. Okay. See, I don't even have time to play games with these boxes. On 1 minute, you got to be fast. Okay, there it goes. Right there. You can go to break even. I'm taking out 80% out of there. Grabbing 80% at 15 pips. 80% is out, and I'm at a break even. Okay, that's a 1 minute scalp. I told you I'm the 1 minute man. I wasn't bragging. Okay, that's 20 pips up there. Remember, I got 20% running. Okay, comes up there, you just continue. You can go trailing stop. Bring a trailing. Like if you got the indicators to do this, you can bring a trailing stop loss and trail it. You should be up 20, 25, 30 pips right now. Okay, 1 minute man. Told you. It's that fast. It's that fast. Now, if you want to get off the 1 minutes, you're riding the 5 minute candle. But you see, if I was waiting for the 5 minute candle close, I'm still waiting. Still got 2 more minutes. I want in on the 1 minutes. I'm the 1 minute man. Hit the likes, guys. If you like 1 minute scalping, we can teach you this all day long. Okay? It's fun. I love 1 minutes. And now I've taken out 80% and I'm at 20% break even. Okay? I can't physically turn this red zone green. Why? Because I based it off of a 5 minute volume. Okay, so I gotta wait for 5 minutes. Was that fast? Was that too fast for you guys? Some of you guys are, whoa, what's this man doing? Was that fast? Okay, guys, like I'm going what? We're going 6.5 hours strong right now. Okay, and we're still scalping 1 minute like we're 20 years young. Okay, if you walk into a trade, like let me tell you how I walked into that. Okay, 819. COMEX opens up at 820. It retraced down, closed right there. It pulled back. That's when I bought. Then the bar closed with no wick. I got a small pullback and a firecracker on the 1 minute. And I was just looking for right up to there. But now you see how runners can continue to build. But if you're following the 5 minute, you're still waiting for this bar to close in the next 30 seconds. So we'll find a fair value zone, but we already got in. Okay, so sometimes I love trading like that during Wall Street because when you trade US 30, a 1 minute candle could be 30, 50, 70 pips sometimes. 2 minutes, if you get a transition, you've hit your daily goal for sometimes scalpers. That's why I target specific times when I trade. That's why I trade high impact news. I love trading high impact news, but you got to have the experience to know what you're doing in and out, because that candle could reverse so fast. Guys, I had a lot of fun. I had a blast today, but shit is fast. Okay, so that bar did close above, so you can go red to green. Okay, just following what we do. Okay, look at where the retest already came in at 50% of that bullish bar. Okay, is there a little fair value gap? Yeah, left behind. Yeah, look at the evidence. That low and there. Right there, green box, guys. You don't even have to bring your Fibonacci tool. Right there. You see what's left over? These are pending orders that are left behind in that 5 minute body that have not been transacted. Stretch that into the future. Okay? So if it comes back down, this could be maybe where we see support or a pullback entry. Okay? So it came down, but remember, it's bearish. Didn't take out the high. So it's bearish. The buyer's got to continue to flip this thing back up, fill, and redrive. To where? To that purple line. That's a point of interest, okay, on higher position. That was our recent low. That was our recent low We broke it, retested it, dropped, and now we're buying back up to see if we can break the previous low of gold today and continue to drive back up a little bit, okay? So if you're following it on the 5 minutes, you're following it on the 5. If you're still following on the 1 minutes, the 1 minute came down, caught a wick, come back up. Came down, higher low, the 1 minutes are barcoding. Look at the flag the 1 minute candles are in, okay? Look at how tiny that flag is. That could continue to build and pop for trading back up. Look, higher low, higher low. Maybe we'll get a 1 minute candle that can close above here, and then we drive off of it. I would love for an impulse break, right? We're in the buys. There we go. Okay, next, if you want to see on the 1 minutes, above the purple line, where could we go? There, right there. There's the 1 minute structure. 3,329 and 50 cents. Guys, this shit is easy. Okay, I can do this all day, all night. Right there. That used to be resistance, turn to support, back to resistance. If we can drive up there, that would be a good target right there, that red line. How many pips is that? Get your ruler. Remember where we entered? We entered down here at 821. Cold mix market open on the 1 minute. If it gets up there, we're looking at 40, let's go 420. 4.20 pips. Oh, then that's telling us we got to smoke a joint at that time. Okay. It's like a sign from God right there. If it gets to 420. Look, it won't even let me hit 420. 421. Let's make a little extra. Okay. Now look at what it's doing. It closed above, closed near the high, retest, green zone still holding, higher low. We've already filled the wick. Now just drive time. Just drive time. All we got to do is just get above that wick and we're driving. That's an imbalance fill. We'll come up there. We'll hit all those stops. We'll clear the board. And you and I are eating steak, eggs, pancakes, lobster for breakfast. Guys, I hope you guys enjoyed today's session. Serious. I had a blast. Holy shit. It's been fun. We took a lot of trades today. We hit some good trades. Got it. Stopped out on one. I manually took myself out. We added some more, like a lot of learning, a lot of education behind today's session. So we have 255 viewers, and I hope we helped all 255 viewers, learn something new today. And we know at SST we're doing something positive. Otherwise, you're just joining and watching some crazy traders all day. But, okay, so if we can get it up there, looking about, like I said, the 40 pips. 42 to be exact. Okay, have we came back and transacted in this zone? We have not. So what I do is come back, maybe place an alert for later, right where 50%, add an alert, perfect. If it comes back to me later today, I could be buying at that support level. Okay, if it closes below, I could be selling below there. But right now, we're building a little bit of depth of market. We're making higher low, higher low, higher low. We're making higher high, higher high, higher high. Can we get some good positive blue volume delta closing above here? Make this purple line our previous low of the day, make it some good support, and then maybe we can continue to drive. But again, we're still counter trading. Remember, when we're buying, we're still going against the overall trend. Okay, there's the big trend line. Okay, you see it, the hourly trend. Yeah, it's a nice scalp trade, nice scalp, but I'm still going against the trend. I know it could come up there and then they could slam it right back down. Okay. Mix, awesome. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Oh, news. Okay, here's our 8:30 news. Fuck. Lucky I only had 20% of break even, but this was news. Oh shit. Guys, you see, I'm getting tired. I forgot that 8:30 was here. Oh my God. Okay. I got stopped out on the runner right there. Okay. I completely forgot there was news. My God, I forgot it was 8:30. See, that's why Ron's not focusing. Okay. So we got big news coming out. Retail sales. Okay. Core retail, excluding automobiles, up. Retail sales across the board, up. Unemployment claims below the forecast, good. US dollar is pumping. Why? Because of all that. Philly Fed manufacturing, positive. Good stuff. US dollar is moving. We should see gold dropping. Yes. Okay. We should see US 30 and NASDAQ purchasing power, US dollars. What goes into the US stock market? US dollars. That's why you see this correlated going up with that news. That's pretty good news. Shit, guys. Okay, so wow, I got to clean up this chart now. Now we got some serious volume in here. Wow, okay. So look at when they bring the news in. Okay, so you can be in a trade, but that's why it's good to manage your risk going into news. Okay, that's why when it went up a certain percentage, I took out 80%, left 20% running break even. Man, because news can come in and disrupt everything. Like you cannot control that, guys. Okay, but what we can do is watch where this thing closes, go through the motions, all of those things. You can do it for NASDAQ, you can do it for US 30, you can do it for everything here. That was the initial impulse move. Okay, it might even turn bearish and continue dropping down. Now the market is maybe digesting what's going on. You know, it's taking into effect the numbers, and it will see the direction. Okay, maybe you got to let the news, you know, move. Remember what we said, guys, for that low daily position? 3,313 yellow line. Look how it came all the way down and tapped 3,313. Where did I get that yellow line from? Guys, I cannot stress to you guys the importance of top-down analysis. Believe me, guys, if you learn top-down, you can really, really, really take your trading to the next level. Because then it's easy to intraday trade. You're making it easier for yourself to scalp, intraday trade. You're making it easier for yourself to swing trade. You're just allowing the market to come to you, and then you make informed decisions when it gets there. Okay, and then if you're selling in your profit, do something there. You know, it tells you strategically how to place your stop losses, how to buy and sell, look for clues when the market comes down there, all of these things. But hopefully it will help you guys. And sometimes you can't control that, okay? I'll be honest. Sometimes you can't control that, okay? That's why you got to understand, are you in a trade prior to red folder news? Are you going to trade into the news? Are you going to wait for after the news? All of these things, okay? But if you look across the board at what they just released, it looks pretty good, okay? They may revise it, but core retail sales, remember, excludes those Lamborghinis and Ferraris, all those fancy automobiles. It's up, okay? It beat their forecasts. Pretty good. Beat their forecast by 0.2%. Retail sales month over month. This includes everything and cars. Look at that. 0.1 was their forecast. It destroyed it. 0.6. Unemployment claims week over week. So last week we had 228,000 unemployed. They were looking for above 233 more unemployed individuals. Look, it came out less, 221,000. That's good. We got less people at the unemployment lines. Philly Fed manufacturing is up big time. They were forecasting a negative, and it came out 15, almost 16 points positive. So that's really, really good. Okay. So that's why we see that bullish move on US dollar when they released that news. That's why gold sold off. But now, after 5, 10, 15 minutes, the market will digest all that, and then we go back to regular scheduled programming. We go look at our zones, look at our points of interest. Do we have anything new to the market that is presented to us? Did it close below there? Yes. So that green box is now red. Did it close below this one? No, it's trading right in it. Did it come down to that daily point of interest? Yes. Coming right back up. Do we have a huge bearish candle where I can identify 50% of it? Yes. Look, it's right at this red line, okay? Where the previous where I sold and then I got taken out. But right there, that's now like 50%. If it pulls back, that area of support turns to resistance. If it comes back up there later on today, like what you can do is you can set up alerts for later today, okay? You don't have to trade right now. Maybe the market will come back up, and then you might be able to sell here and then drop back down. Let the market come to you. Don't just rush trades. If you feel like you're forcing a trade, it's not meant to be. That's one thing I keep telling myself when I trade. If I feel like I'm forcing a trade, I shouldn't be taking the trade, or I'll take a feeler. and then that will satisfy my urge of taking, I got to get in the trade, but I'm, really, really, really respecting my risk management. A trade should feel natural. It should come to you naturally. Like when I took that 1 minute scalp on market open, it just felt natural. It felt like I had to take it. And when I took it, you see how tight I placed my stop loss on it? That was for a specific reason. Okay. I was telling you, it was just a 1 minute scalp. Okay, right there. Eight right there. When it came up, I bought. My stop loss was just below that wick right there. It wasn't below zones or anything. It was just below the 820 candle. Okay, and then what I was targeting was that bullish move coming right back up to that 200 EMA, right into this structure. And that's when I said, well, as it was coming up there, I had to talk fast because they're 1 minutes. I told you, I'm taking out 80%. The rest is at break even. Scalping is fast. Scalping is 1 minute candles. Scalping 5 minute candles is still fast, but you're substantially slowing it down. Remember how long you have to wait for that 5 minute bar? We were already in it, okay, by following the 1 minutes. Okay, and then our U.S. index. Okay, so it's a big mess, but we might get. Look, we came in here, back up, came in here, back up, came in here, back up. We got a nice news candle coming right back up. Might close above. We might retest this and look for nice breakout buys. Okay, same with NASDAQ and US 30. But look at, they rejected it again. So you might have to wait. But this candle is going to close in 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So maybe just wait it out. Well, you got a positive bar closing above there. Stop taking these impulse fake outs. Teach yourself some discipline prior to taking a trade. Okay, we came out of this downtrend. Now we're trading above it. It's using, look, the resistance is now support. So I can get rid of this. I don't need that trend line anymore. Now we got, look at this, double bottom on the 5 minutes. I consider that whole thing one bottom. There's our neckline red box. This is all second bottom. Here we're coming up. There it is. Beautiful double bottom. Breaking out. Will it close? Will it retest this? Will we continue to backfill this big wick and continue to drive up here? And we're flipping the daily candle to a bullish spin top, okay, if that happens. We're coming back to, this yellow line is our opening price today. We're coming all the way back to where we opened. There it opened. It was initially bullish. We came all the way down just there. That made the low of the day right there at 820 COMEX, and we're coming right back up, okay? So will it close above here on the 5 minutes? Will we build off of this? Can we go in continuation buys? All of these things. I watch all this volume, how even we trade into New York. I stay with this stuff. Okay, we got a couple of trade ideas, guys. Just some setups over here. Commodities. Sell gold at that 3,330 has dropped 150 pips right here. So, when we were saying watch this area, 3335, 333, we watched this all day. There's the double top, come down. Even if you missed it, you could have got a retest right back in there and continue push down. And then the news kind of continued to move with the lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower high, and then the big drop. So congratulations to those that grabbed sell signal. Forex, congratulations on that 3,324, if I'm not mistaken, you were in. Good solid analysis, guys. Yeah, there it is, the break. Okay. Guys, I appreciate it. Awesome. Oliver, thank you. Always very interesting to follow you. Ron, really appreciate you sharing. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you guys as well. You guys make the stream that much more enjoyable. Like if I didn't have my buddies coming over to finish up my flooring right now, because they're getting here right at 8 a.m. At 9 a.m. They want to start early too, and they finish their day at noon. I would be here with you guys all day. Believe me, guys. This is nothing, okay? I'm telling you guys, honest truth. I used to do 24-hour sessions by myself. With you guys, it's fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll do a lot of these, okay? I just got to get back in the groove. I had a little complications with some kidney stones and things like that. We got that taken care of. Health is always important, guys. Stay mentally healthy, stay physically healthy, eat good food. you know. Trading, sitting at a computer all day, it's hard on your back, on your shoulders, headaches all day, staring at white screens, all that shit, you know. That's why it's good to just step away, get some fresh air, you know, get away from the screens. If you're looking at this shit all day, you're going to go crazy, okay? That's why. If you hit your daily goals, I can't stress to you guys how important it is to get the fuck out of these markets. Get your money and get out. You don't want to do this on a daily basis, like trade for 4, 5, 6, 8 hours a day. You'll see it'll take a toll on you. Your friends will tell you, your family will tell you. You're going to look drained out. Believe me, I've done this shit before. I don't want to go back to doing it again. I don't need to, but to have fun and teach the multi-sessions, how we went from pre-London to London. We went into pre-New York. We had Comex. We had a Red Folder News at 8:30. And I would love to be here longer to trade Wall Street with you guys and kind of show you that entire liquidity, how we continuously moved. And we did 4 securities today. We started off with gold and DAX in London. And then we continued with, we moved over to NASDAQ and US 30. And then we came back over with gold. Next ones we'll do is crude oil. We'll add that. We could do GBP USD like in the London sessions. We can do a lot, guys, but just, you know, like the channel, share the channel with your trading communities, join the Sniper team in Discord. You'll have a lot of fun, not just with myself, but with Dave, Big Dave, Daddy Dave. He gets pips. If you like gold, trade with Daddy Dave. He'll get you a lot of gold pips. And then the entire Discord team community here, guys, I can't speak highly enough of Stock Sniper Trading. The community is what makes it very special. We've got a special bunch of traders in here. We're our own special people, but we have fun. You know, we're like a family. We argue with each other, but then there's always love at the end of the day. But guys, yeah, just go through the motions. I don't think I'm going to take any more trades. I think I've hit my daily goal. I'm done. I got a few things to do around the house now. Now the real work starts. Got to get the kitchen and the tiles all ready for my wife. I did the hardwood flooring from a dark espresso, 3/4 inch engineered hardwood floor, stripped it down, created a lot of dust upstairs. Oh shit. And then, painted it nice natural maple oak color and stained it. It just needs a couple more finishes, and hopefully that's all done today. And then next Monday, gutting the entire kitchen, island, all the tile, everything, the powder room, all main floor renovations, and then we work our way upstairs. It's I wasn't going to trade the house. I was going to sell the house. And yeah, well, that's basically what it is. It's a trade. You trade it now for something else. But, you know, just like we trade candles, you can trade houses too. That's called flipping. We flip accounts and we flip homes. Anything to make money. We're traders. We'll trade anything. You name it, we'll trade it. Trading is a real grind. Trading is a real hustle. You know, it's not just trading gold. You know, there's a lot of things you can trade. You know what we do? We trade our time for money. Okay. One thing you're going to have when you get older is you can't get that time back. So that's why I tell you guys, to all the young traders out there, if you're hitting your daily goals, get out of these markets, go enjoy life. There's more to just candles and charts. Don't miss out on those things when you're younger. Life is precious, guys. Okay. But that's it for me, guys. It's 8:45. I got to wrap it up. I got to go to the washroom too. I've had a lot of coffees. I had excellent, I'm 6 hours and 53 minutes. We'll call it a 7-hour session. Dave will be coming in post New York today. If you're continuing to watch, guys, gold, okay, pushing down. Don't go against this big daily bar, okay? Because sometimes you're just counter trading. If you are counter trading, you gotta, trade proper when you're counter trading. Yes, it could fill back up to here, but grab your pips and dip out of the markets. That could be a 50 pip pullback into there, and it gets rejected again and continues to push down. If you're going to counter trade, be very disciplined doing it. Otherwise, just continue to sell this red zone. Continue to sell the next red zone. If it gets up here, sell that one. If it gets up there, sell that one. If it gets up there, sell that one, right? Place more emphasis on the higher the zone. obviously, this is the best area to sell. This is a better area. This is a good area. This will just, if you sell right here, you're just catching that most recent pullback and possibly get a few more pips to the downside. But you got to treat each one of these zones with respect to the higher time frame. Okay. And then if you're buying, you could, just like what I said, counter trading up. Maybe you got to look for a second bottom building at this specific area, yellow line. That's a daily position. Maybe it could start building the lowest point of the day right here at 3313, anywhere somewhere around here. But it could also come back up and go back down. Same thing with NASDAQ and US 30. We're kind of look at that nice clean fill on NASDAQ right up to there. You see, guys, how it kind of came up right through there, got rejected back down, and quickly kind of filled. That's sometimes intuition. I know it's after the fact, but somehow I was building all these bottoms, all these wicks, and that's a nice fill right up there. You could have grabbed yourself 25 pip fill. But that's it, guys. Holy, I got to take a break. My back is hurting, sitting in this chair for 7 hours. Guys, extra fun. Everyone on YouTube, Trading with Confidence. You want a 1 month membership with us. Make sure you get in contact with us through Instagram, Telegram, all that social shit. Just make sure you contact us. Give us an email, whatever it is. And we'll get you laced up with a 1 month membership. And also, guys, don't miss out on the Instagram promo. Go on our Instagram channel, Stocks Numbers Trading, and follow the instructions. That giveaway is a 15K prop firm and also a 3 month membership with SST. So good luck to that winner. We'll announce that tomorrow in tomorrow's session. Tomorrow, guys, I believe we are 7 a.m. to 10 tomorrow. Let me just check what we got here. Guys, the blogs, what I was reading about earlier, Aris Mining Corporation, we're going to get more in depth on these. We're going to do some real technical fundamental research on some upcoming, maybe some bangers we can find in the market. So hopefully you guys are interested in that. That's where the fun begins. When you start dissecting the stock market, stock securities, and individual sectors, and then you start moving into the penny stocks, the mid caps, and then the blue chips, all of those things. Lots of fun. And then we're going to introduce a little bit of options plays, and it gets real spicy, real fun, guys. But let's just check the schedule just to make sure what time we're coming back tomorrow. 7. Okay, so 7 to 10, we'll walk through Wall Street tomorrow. And also the crash course mid-afternoon tomorrow, 2 p.m. We're going to talk about long versus short wicks, wick analysis. We talked a lot about wicks today. So there's a meaning behind all these wicks, okay? Short wicks, long wicks, everything. That's why wick analysis is very, very technical to go with your analysis of the volume. You guys were asking me, do I use a volume indicator and things like that? Yes, volume is very, very important, but also wick analysis is very important as well. So don't neglect the wicks. They do tell you a little bit about the story. They leave footprints behind, okay? But guys, that's it for me. Thank you guys so much. Please like the stream, subscribe to the channel, share it with your trading friends. And Samuel, this Friday, I can't do the VIP session. Maybe what we'll do is a Sunday evening, and then we get our prep for outlooks for weekly forecasts. Because Sunday morning, I have the car show this Sunday morning. So maybe what we'll do is a Sunday outlook. We'll look at higher time frames, 4 hours swing positions for the week. We'll look at DXY, start off with US dollar. We'll go to gold, crude oil, S&P, NASDAQ, Dow Jones, maybe GBP USD and like a Euro USD or a GJ, but we'll do a nice thorough 4 hour analysis, give outlooks of majors, and we'll do that. Maybe a Sunday evening, because I got to get to that car show on Sunday morning, guys. But I had a great time, guys. Holy shit, I'm pretty wired up right now. Whoever's going to be with me for the morning is probably going to get an earful because I don't stop. I would stay here if I could and bang out another 2-3 hours, but 7 hours, shit. We're crazy, guys. Borix, thank you. Great session. Wayne, appreciate you. Smith Bradley, welcome, bro. Sunday Future Slow Market Asian said, yeah, we'll maybe look at it. Carlos, welcome. Everybody's here. The whole team. Dennis is the man. Samuel, thank you, guys. Guys, I love it. We have the whole team here. So continue taking it into the Discord until Big Daddy Dave comes and you guys can rock the markets with him. But thanks everyone on Zoom. Love you guys. Everyone on YouTube. That was one of our 7-hour marathons. Hope you guys had some fun and stay tuned. Hit that notification bell because I'm crazy. I'll come on anytime, anytime out here. So we'll have fun. We hit a couple good trades. I hope you guys had some fun and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone. Thanks. The energy was awesome today, guys. Thank you for bringing the energy. It helps a lot on these streams. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you guys tomorrow morning. My pleasure, guys. Have a good day, everyone. My pleasure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US 30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.